being here, guys. John O'Neill, starting off strong. Thank you so much, John, for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Let me make sure my chats are turned on. Before I get too far ahead of myself, you get the super chats actually showing up on the screen. There we go. John O'Neill, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, and happy Wednesday to you and to everybody else. I really appreciate the support. All right, guys, let me open up the guest boxes, and we should have a guest any minute now. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute here. Okay, the TikTok guest box is open. Let me make sure that the YouTube guest box is open. All right, YouTube guest box is now open. Oh boy. There we go. Everything's open. We're good to go. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the hats, Joyful. Good to see you. I really appreciate that. Big W for Joyful in the house tonight. We got a bunch of familiar faces in here. Crispin's up in here. We've got Blake. Oh, Blake, good to see you. Aromatics, good to see you. Benny Boy in the house. Good to see you, Benny Boy. Give me 1 second. Get my phone open up. Notifications open. We'll grab our first guest. Trying to get the guest up. Our guest name is going to be Baloney. We'll see if Baloney can find reception. They're having a little bit of trouble connecting. For those of you who are not following me on TikTok, if you're following on YouTube, you can find a link in the description of the YouTube video so that you can join the conversation as well. You don't have to have TikTok. But we've got a guest in the box now. How you doing, Baloney?
Hey.
How you doing, Baloney?
I'm doing good.
That's good to hear. Baloney, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am both of those.
Awesome.
I am 18 and I do believe.
Very good. Carrie, thank you for all the hats and for crushing that goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, Baloney, is it the Christian God that you believe in or a different God?
I believe in the Christian God, Jesus.
Sure. Do you have evidence or argument for that God being real?
I have argument. I can't really bring up any evidence other than personal experiences, which aren't entirely credible as facts. So I guess they wouldn't be valid.
I
in some
agree.
people's arguments. So
I agree. I think personal experience is valuable to the person experiencing it, but I don't generally think that it's valuable to the people that are hearing the story. But what would be your best argument then for the Christian God being real?
I think my best argument for the Christian God being real are, I documented miracles happening in front of people. Like, for instance, there is a video of a man talking about physical healing, because I think what happened to him was he was riding a four-wheeler down the road and he got clotheslined by a wire put up across two trees, and it destroyed his vocal cords and he couldn't talk right for a while. In the middle of a sermon about him talking about how people can misinterpret scripture by taking some of the verses as literals and not realizing that they're metaphors or something to be learned, like an example of somebody doing wrong, and like how they learn from it and stuff like that. That like you need to take something from that. But people instead will read off the Bible of miracles happening, and they will immediately expect them to be physically healed just by praying. And as he was talking about that being a misinterpretation, he started talking normally again, and that's pretty. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but that's a pretty crazy coincidence in my opinion. Honestly, like that's almost unbelievable to be.
So to be sure, this is not
a coincidence for real.
This is not your story. This is somebody else's story.
this is something that was I don't really know how to describe it, but it was popular, and yeah, it is somebody else's story, I guess.
Okay, so
But it
so you
was
you
video recorded, and it
you
could be
started by saying that
classified as
personal
a
testimony
document
is not good
documented.
evidence, and now you're giving me personal testimony of somebody else, not even your personal testimony.
I mean, yeah, I understand that, but what really is there to go off of other than the Bible and things people have found, like artifacts and stuff from that period of time
Well,
that
I want to
are
I'll explain to why
related
you
to
these personal
God?
testimonies are useless to me and everybody else. So this is the book of James. James says, "Are there any sick? They should call for the elders of the church and have them pray over them, anointing them with oil in the name of the Lord. The prayer of faith will save the sick, and the Lord will raise them up. And anyone who has committed a sin will be forgiven. Therefore, confess your sins, so on and so forth." So why is James instructing people to come and get prayer if they're sick, if God doesn't like actually answer those prayers?
Well, that is um what is the word I'm looking for? That is conditional. You're not not tech technically you can be forgiven from any sin as long as you ask for forgiveness, but there are cardinal sins you can commit, and some little things might flow in, or it might classify as a cardinal sin or something that can't be forgiven, or possibly even something. Say you did something that was really bad, like you fought somebody and you absolutely beat the shit out of them to the point they went to the hospital, and there was no reason for you to do that. Then you'd get sick, and you'd all of a sudden you'd get like really sick, and then like to the like terminal sickness, and then you start praying and blah blah blah, and then you won't get healed, and that's when people start talking about or thinking about, doubting that those prayers even get answered, because
Cool.
not everybody has just a completely innocent background.
John says, "We know that God does not listen to sinners, but he does listen to one who worships him and obeys his will." So, according to both John, the Gospel of John, rather, and also the book of James, the prayer of a righteous person should prevail, but it never actually does. Like, you never seen like a good pastor or a priest who's actually legitimately saved going into hospitals and like healing kids with bone cancer.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
Why aren't Christians going into St. Jude and healing all the kids with bone cancer if God says you can pray for the sick and they'll be healed?
You they that Okay, so terminal illnesses such as cancer and stuff like that, realistically, they aren't you aren't finna be just you're not about to pray and be healed completely. I mean, sure, you'll pray and your treatments might start doing something over time, or you'll get less sick and you won't be like achy all over your body and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know. That goes back into what I said about the dude being truthful about scripture and actually interpreting it as it's meant to be. And
That's what
in
I'm
the
saying.
middle of
The
it,
Bible says to pray
it
for
was
the
like
sick.
a,
Why does the Bible say to pray for the sick when God doesn't pray actually heal the sick? So what you're suggesting is that you heard somebody else's story, and it was a convincing, really interesting story to you. But like, first of all, these faith healing stories happen in every religion. There are like entire countries that follow spiritual faith healers, and some of these faith healers have like hundreds of thousands of followers. So like, I'm not particularly convinced by like a guy I knew once had like a healing. But if you find that convincing, I guess I'm curious why that would lead to your God, because your God said that if anybody who comes after me and is my disciple prays in my name, I'll answer it. And then in his brother James says the same thing: anoint them with oil and pray for them, and they'll be healed. The prayer of a righteous man prevails much. So, if the prayer of a righteous man does not actually avail much, then I can only assume that this book is telling lies.
Yes, but not anyone can be considered as a righteous man.
Who?
You can't just pray and be a righteous man.
Who is a righteous man?
Any A righteous man is somebody that truly turns to God, and because there you aren't going to you're not going to ask for a sign and get it like a poltergeist movie where something gets thrown across the room after you say something.
I never suggested
It's
that
more
was
of
the
like you
case. I'm
have to.
asking who is a righteous
I know.
man.
I'm just saying. I know. I'm just. Hold on. I'm getting to that. I'm building a point. I'm saying that a righteous man is somebody that doesn't ask for it necessarily, but believes that it will happen.
So a righteous man is not someone who prays.
I'm not saying that prays and asks and expects for something to happen in return for being righteous, but somebody who believes that because they are a follower of God and by the Bible, that if they believe that what they want or not want, but what needs to happen will happen, then it will happen. It's also like a mental thing, like how
James
people say you
says,
speak it in
confess your
reality.
sins to one another and pray for one another so that you may be healed. The prayer of the righteous is powerful and effective. So if James is telling people to pray and that the prayer of a righteous person is particularly effective, then we need to first know who is a righteous person that we can have them pray. So if I want someone to pray that somebody else will be healed, who do I go to? How do I find them?
I'm a you find them by because many people, as I said before, misinterpret scripture and everything. So you have to find somebody that is truly a person that lives the way they are supposed to and believes that if they do what they're trying to do, or if, I mean, hold on, somebody called me. My bad. That kind of messed me up, but somebody that believes that if they're praying for something or praying for healing or forgiveness, that is going to happen. Not,
Great. Okay.
oh,
So
maybe
why
he
aren't
works in a
righteous
serious.
Christians going to hospitals and praying for sick children?
Because not because I don't know, because they have things that they're normal people. They aren't going to be
They're normal people. I've never
a
seen one of
pope
them do it.
like on the same level as a pope.
Have you ever met a single person that goes to the hospital and
You
prays
see,
for people and they get healed?
the pope is, yeah, the pope.
Did,
No,
did, did
not
they
no
get
no no no
healed?
no, not in they get healed. No, no
Yeah,
no no
I
no
want to
no.
see them get healed.
No, they
Okay.
don't. Not by the
So
no.
then the book of James is telling you lies. The book of James says the prayer of a righteous man
No, I'm
is
just trying to
very
say that
effective and
nobody
powerful. But as it
believes it.
turns out, even when the Pope prays for people, they don't get healed. If God's not answering the Pope's prayers, he ain't answering your
Like
prayers.
you, I'm saying like an average Joe. First, say we were arguing on we were separate, and you were arguing against me, saying that I was saying that he wasn't real, and you were saying he was real. If you believed, would you, and as an average Joe who believed you were righteous, just go into a hospital because you thought that you were a healer and go do it?
I'm not.
Probably not,
I'm not
because
a
you have your own
Christian.
things to do. Like
I'm
there's a
the
man
average Joe.
across the street I believe is a
Let me help
righteous
you
man.
understand.
He doesn't do it.
If I was the person you're describing, if I was a righteous, God fearing person, and I truly believed that my prayer would heal people, I would be in the hospital praying for people every moment that I had. Just like if I had billions of dollars, I would spend all of my time paying off everyone's medical debt. So the fact of the matter is,
That's
what we don't see are
I believe
Christians
you
going into
would.
hospitals and healing people, but that's what the Bible expects. The Bible says that you'll lay hands on the sick and they'll be healed.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that everybody that believes in God, like my grandma, for instance, she if if I had a disease, she would pray for me, but I probably wouldn't get like miracle like a be completely healed the next day.
I know, because the
But that
Bible
is
is a
because
lie. That's why I will try this again. The Bible doesn't
she
say that you'll get warm fuzzies when someone prays
y'all
for
saying
you. It says, "These signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes. And if they drink any deadly thing, it will not harm them. They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover." This is the expectation put forth by the Bible. So if we don't see people in hospitals growing new legs and healing bone cancer, then this book is not telling the truth. And if you think that Christians actually have this power and they're just not using it, then, buddy, your faith is as useless as a wad of paper. You might as well just throw it in the trash. If you have all this power and you're not doing a damn thing with it, that's pathetic.
I don't think that that expecting every other Christian to be able to do that is like,
buddy, I just want one. Find me one Christian who is going to hospitals, healing people, helping their legs grow back, and curing bone cancer. Find me one of them.
I can find you somebody that doesn't go. I can find you somebody that can do that, but they don't go to hospitals because he's a normal guy. He doesn't believe that he has the power like that. It's just personal things that God does for him because he's a believer.
Right, yeah. So God is definitely delighted in helping you find your car keys when they're lost or helping you get a good parking space. But when there are starving children dying of hunger around the world, God is like, "Oh, funny, I can't hear you while you're crying out in your hunger and you're on the edge of death." Why is it that God is really concerned with like the minute affairs of people living in the first world, but for some reason he turns a blind eye to the millions of child that die of starvation every year?
Because he's not going to micromanage the entirety of humanity. The only reason people are like that is by our own doings. Humanity. If every billionaire in the world were to do something with their money and actually do good with it, then we could fix that problem. And that's the point that nobody understands.
No, we all understand it.
We have to help ourselves before we
we all understand it. Are you aware that the reason why people are starving is because a good majority of them live in parts of the world that are virtually uninhabitable and very difficult to live in, and they have no recourse to get out of it. And God doesn't care about them.
They do. Like I said, if we gave them money, they would be able to.
I'm not saying he should give them money. This is the problem you have. You've got a God that you claim is all powerful, all loving, but he won't do jack shit to help anybody. He does these like really minor miracles for people that are borderline coincidence, but when he is actually needed, he doesn't show up. So until you can find me someone who is going to the hospital and praying for people and they're actually being healed, then your God is weak. He's powerless.
Well, I don't know, man. You can't, I don't know, because you say personal, I said it first, but I mean, I've seen things, I know people that have seen things and that have done things, and I believe completely opposite, but I guess it is what it is if I can't change your mind because, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you gave it your best. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, man.
All right. Cheers.
Yep.
Well, he started off with a good note, personal experiences and evidence, and then he went right into bad personal experience. Daniel Silva, thank you for the 279 super chat. Daniel says, feels like a 2 Samuel kind of evening. We're definitely hitting 2 Samuel. And Chet, Big W, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, Chet. And Edward, thank you for the woolly hat. Piao, thank you for the $5 super chat. Piao says, every argument for God is a logical fallacy, and every logical fallacy has been used in an argument for God. Praise Doug. And that is the truth. I'll never understand why people think that they can prove God by using logical fallacies, but then they'll get mad like if somebody else uses. Displaced Gamer, good to see you in the house tonight. Displaced says, I hope these theists are treating you better in this live. The last live I watched seemed like you were going to tear someone's heart out. Yeah, I had some bad callers that night, and maybe I was a little tired and cranky myself, and I probably could have managed the calls better, but we'll take care of it. We'll get them, but good to see you, Displaced. 321, good to see you again. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says possibly even maybe blah blah blah. What? I know there's always a lot of when the Bible says something, there's always a reason why it doesn't mean what it says, or you can't actually listen to it. Texas Bandliner, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says anytime they start a response to a question with a sigh, I know we're in for a treat. Yes. If I ask them a question and they sigh in the beginning of it, they know that their answer is not going to be convincing, but they're like, but that's all I got. I got to give it anyways. You don't. Just say you don't have a good answer and leave. Lula, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. It says, I have 3 stories of almost dying by age 7. I made it and didn't have to pray once. So stop assigning blessings to only those you choose. Yes, that's exactly the case, actually. In fact, we've done studies on prayer. People getting prayed for and people not getting prayed for have the same statistical outcomes. Jay Cal, thank you so much for gifting a Deconstruction Zone membership. I really appreciate that. Good to see you in the house tonight, Jay Cal. We'll grab our next guest here after the super chat. Johannes Brahms if I could heal kids from cancer, that would become my full-time job. Who, with even a half heart, wouldn't spend every waking moment doing that? I agree. That's what I was trying to say, Johannes. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. If I had the power to literally go to a hospital and just heal people, you would see me doing nothing else. I would spend every waking moment doing that thing, and then people would financially support me to do it. Other people would be like, holy shit, this guy's healing people with like missing limbs and bone cancer. I'm paying that fucker. Just whatever you're doing, keep doing that. I will support this until the day you die. But we don't see that happening because it's not real. All right, we'll get our guest from the YouTube stream in here. We've got Chief with us. How you doing, Chief?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, Thank you for asking. Chief, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Correct. Yeah, 100%.
Awesome. And Necro, thank you for the galaxy. And before we get started, this is our first YouTube guest for the night. Can everyone verify that you can hear him when he spoke? Can you hear him on TikTok? Can you hear him on YouTube? I just want to make sure the audio is good to go. Yeah. Okay. They can hear you on TikTok. I assume they can hear you on the YouTube.
All right.
Although the YouTube comments are always a little bit delayed, so I have to give it a second to roll in. But anyways, welcome in. Which God do you believe in?
Jesus, the only God, the creator of the universe.
Great. And do you believe that this God is demonstrable?
Demonstrable? That he's not a monster?
No, demonstrable.
What is that definition exactly?
It just means that the existence can be like demonstrated by an evidence or an argument.
Correct. Yeah, I believe so.
Fantastic. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for why this God is real?
Creation proves God. Correct.
Prove it.
The universe is a basically time clock. Everything works in order. DNA is a highly complex design that your body has. Your body is basically a robot with all kinds of smells and senses, and that stuff just doesn't just happen. Evolution means nothing did it. How many of you, would you ever see a highly complex robot?
Just to be sure, just galloping through bad talking points isn't an argument. So
can you answer my question?
Would you like to address my question? Would you like to address? Would you answer my question? Would you like to address which talking point you want to start with first?
Yeah. Would you ever say a highly complex robot, nothing would build that? Would you ever say that?
As an engineer who actually designs robots and witness robots building other robots, it's pretty common right now.
Correct. So you would not say that because that is ludicrous. Don't you think that?
No, what I'm saying is that robots are literally building robots right now.
Oh. This guy has he's echoing.
Me or you?
No, the Chinese guy.
Oh, if you're in the YouTube guest queue, guys, mute your microphone while you're waiting because the person talking on stage can hear you. Apologize for that, but go ahead.
Yeah, basically, go back to Einstein, who said that the Earth or the universe has a start, and if it has a start, it has a creator. There's all kinds of evidence to prove God.
First of all, I don't think he said that. Second of all, I don't agree with that. And third of all, just because Einstein said a thing doesn't mean that it's true, because the majority of cosmologists don't believe that the universe was once nothing and then came into something.
Well, theory of relativity proves that. So, you're not going to
really
agree
does
with
not. The theory of relativity has nothing to do with whether or not there was something prior to the expansion.
Well, I believe Einstein, who was way smarter than you.
Well, Einstein
and,
didn't say the thing that you said he said, so it's an irrelevant talking point.
Oh, you guys can look it up. It's pretty simple. You know what I mean?
I've looked it up.
Okay, what do you think the theory of relativity is? What do you think that means?
The theory of relativity explains generally and specific relativity, and general relativity basically is how light and time interact and how it interacts with matter as well.
Which had a what? Which he said had a beginning, correct?
No.
I disagree with you on that 100%.
Well, you're wrong.
All right. Well,
as it turns out, the modern cosmological model doesn't teach that there was nothing prior to...
modern... I didn't ask... I said what?
As it turns out, the current model for cosmology that is generally agreed on by cosmologists, even though they disagree greatly amongst themselves, does not specify that there was absolutely nothing and then there was something. So that's just not something that people believe. And even if Einstein did believe it, I have no reason to believe he was right on it. So unless you have evidence that there was absolutely nothing, then it's kind of a dumb talking point.
Well, were you around 2,000 or 10,000 years ago?
Were you
around then? None of us were.
Okay, so then that means neither one of us can validate what happened billions of years ago. But what I can tell you is that there's no reason to believe that there was ever nothing. What is the evidence that all the something we see was once non-existent? What's the evidence for that?
Theory of relativity. You got to look it up.
The theory of relativity doesn't say that there was once nothing.
Well, you should read what Einstein says.
I have.
Not what. No, obviously you didn't, because you're quoting a bunch of other scientists that were not Einstein. So.
I did not.
Which is,
again,
yes,
I also don't
100%.
care. He didn't say the thing that you said.
Well, here's another thing too. If you ever debate a Christian apologist, you would definitely lose. I mean, who have you debated?
I've cooked pastors. I've cooked bishops.
Okay, who have you debated that was a creationist?
I literally do this 3 nights a week for 6 hours a pop. I've been doing it for a year and a half. And now you're just crying because you have bad talking points that won't land. So did you want to actually talk about the talking points, or do you want to cry about how you don't actually have a good one?
No, I'm just saying you would definitely lose if you ever decide to debate anybody who's a good apologist.
Well, bring them here. Get them in my stream.
You do.
Rather than crying,
there's a guy named
rather than crying about your inability to defend your religion, go ahead, go spend your afternoon, go find an apologist who can do the job, and then bring them here.
You won't do it. You won't do it. You'll lose. You'll overtalk them, and you'll act like you'll try to be aggressive with them, and you'll lose. You're not that smart.
Go find them.
You can't prove your own.
Go bring them here.
Prove that there's not a God. Go ahead. Go prove that there's not a God.
I can prove that your God isn't real.
You can't do it.
You want me to do it?
Do it then. Prove my God's not real.
We'll start easy.
My God is not real. Go.
We'll start easy. Did your God create all things?
All things. Correct.
Did he create time?
Correct.
Could your God have existed and not created time?
Correct.
It's not a correct statement. I'm asking if
yes, it is.
If your God did not create time, would that mean that he's not God?
Well, God dwells where there is no time. So there's time and where
the question was, if your God did not create time, what would that say about your God?
Well, he did, so there's no question about it.
That's not an answer to the question. I said if.
Well, you're asking a dumb question.
I'm not asking a dumb question. I'm asking a very relevant question, and it's very simple. I just need an answer before I move on to the talking point. If your God did not create time, what does that mean about your God?
He did, so there's no question that he did. I mean,
so you won't actually engage in a simple yes or no question?
No, if he did not create time, he's still God. Correct.
Okay, so then that moves to talking point, because I can already demonstrate to you that he didn't create time. You want to do that one?
Okay, go ahead. Go.
Okay. These are going to be premises. I need you to engage with each one of them. Premise number 1 is that creation entails a change of states, yes or no?
Sure, yeah.
Right, because there's a state in which creation existed and a state in which creation did not, right?
Correct.
Cool. Any change of state has a before state and an after state.
Any state of creation has a before and after?
Nope. Any change of states has a before state and an after state.
Like what kind of change of states? That's a vague statement.
We'll try this again. Creation is a change of states, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing.
And all changes of states have a before state and an after state, yes or no?
Sure.
Right. Yes. Or else there would be no change. This is very simple. Okay. Premise number 3. Anything that has a change of states, which is a before and an after state, is in time.
Correct.
Fantastic. That leads us to our simple conclusion, which is that time must exist for any change of state or any act of creation, which means time itself couldn't have been created. It's eternal.
False.
Okay.
False.
Then
You can't
which,
prove it.
Then which premise do you disagree with? We'll start from the beginning.
I agree.
Premise number
exactly
1,
what you
creation
just said.
creation
That's
is
false.
a change of states.
You cannot prove that. You cannot prove that time was going when God created. Huh?
It's logically concluded by the premises.
Excuse
We'll
me?
try this again. Premise number 1, creation is a change of states. Yes or
False.
no? Yes or no? Creation.
No,
is
it's false. It's
Okay,
false.
so creation
you
is
can't prove it.
so creation is not a change of
You
states.
can't prove that what you just said. That's terrible. False.
God's taking your phone. The question is creation a change of states?
Christian is a change of state, but you don't know that what.
Okay,
when,
so then premise number 2 is that every change of states has a before and an after, right?
correct, but that has nothing to do with
Okay.
time.
Can you have a before and an
It has
after?
nothing to do with time.
Can you have a before and an after without time? The crash out's wild. Imagine being like 60 years old crashing out on
just a
TikTok.
bit-
Can you have a before and an after without time? Yes or no? I think Jesus took the wheel. He's got his phone. Jesus took the phone. He's so embarrassed.
Now this lady's talk.
Guys, if you're in the guest queue on YouTube,
You can't prove
please mute
it.
your.
That's imp-
If you're in the guest queue, the guest queue in YouTube, please mute your microphones while you're waiting, because the person on stage, Chief, can hear you guys talking, and it's a little bit distracting.
here.
Okay, so easy enough. Creation is a change of states, yes or no? Wow, that like basic logic is impossible.
Correct.
Okay, and a change of states has a before state and an after state, right?
Correct.
Okay, and anything that has a before and after have time properties, right?
False.
Okay, how do you have a before and an after without time properties?
False.
Did you hear my question?
Can you prove that there's
How do you have a before and an after without time properties? Are you aware that a before precedes the after? Are you aware this is how these words work?
Doesn't mean time was.
We'll try this again. Do you know that you have to have time for a
Are you saying
before?
from the beginning?
Do you know that you have to have time to have a before and an after state?
Then you're saying there was a beginning.
I didn't say that. I'm saying, do you know
Yeah, boom.
that
Prove my point.
in
You
order
said
to
there's
have
a beginning. Thank you.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
say
Prove my
anything
point.
you just
There
said.
was a beginning.
We'll try this again, man-child. Are you aware that to have a before state and an after state implies that one of those states precedes the other?
It just depends what you're talking about. Depends. Are you talking about a planet?
No, I'm talking about
Are you talking about cells?
I'm talking about anything. Are you aware that anything that has a before state and an after state, one of those states precedes the other state?
You can't prove that.
Okay, so he's just going to crash out. All right, we're going to move on to an adult with an actual connection, okay? Thanks for coming up. Make sure to put your catheter in tonight and watch some Fox News for us, and we'll grab the next guest. While we're getting the next guest up in here, thank you so much, guys, for all of the super chats. I really appreciate that. And you're going to have to mute that nonsense. Johannes, thank you for the $2 super chat. Johannes says, don't feed hungry kids. That's micromanaging. Wait, what? Yeah, hold on. I think you're being facetious. Nick Trail, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, I just got a pretzel. Yes, that guy was busy putting himself into a pretzel. He had no idea what he was talking about. Conquistador, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Good to see you tonight. Says, praise Doug. Don't let these heathens sway you. Yes, praise Doug. He is the Dougliest. And Mr. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Good to see you tonight. Elephants eat 300 pounds of food per day. So 2 elephants would eat 600 pounds. Multiply that by 1 year, and it's 219,000 pounds of food just for 2 animals. Put that in your ark and smoke it. Yeah, I make the same argument. You can do that with the giraffes and the lions and all the other animals. There's so much food that needed to be on the ark. It's so improbable. And it had to last for 370 plus days. That's crazy. Nero, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, if answered prayer and sudden healing is reason to think God exists, failed prayers and infant mortality are reason to reject the existence of a God. I agree. I don't know why people think that answered prayer means that God exists, but then unanswered prayer doesn't mean that he's fake. But they'll just make up 100 reasons why God couldn't answer your prayer. Isaac, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Mr. Donald, thank you for becoming a new member of the Kraken crew. Also, Isaac, a new member of the Kraken crew. Big W. And Too Easy, thank you for the $3 super thanks. And Iceman, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And we got 2 more super chats. Golok, thank you for the $5 super thanks or super chat. Good to see you tonight, by the way. Chuck is demonstrably dumb. Yeah, from the other night. Yeah, he was bad. Jason Jack, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big W Jason. He says, bumpin' Douglies. I like that. That's a good play on words. We're gonna bring that back. Bumpin' Douglies. We got to add that to the book of Doug. All right, Christian Guy, are you with us? Why are you still muted? What's going on over there?
Oh, I thought you muted me. My bad.
I did, but I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. So, anyways,
I didn't know.
I assume you're already a Christian, hence your name. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Cool. And are you operating a motor vehicle?
No.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or argument for why your specific God is real?
The resurrection.
Cool. And what's the evidence that the resurrection happened?
Well, because even your own atheist and agnostic scholars, like 99.8%, anyone can look this up, and ChatGPT, Google, it's a famous argument that apologists use. Your own atheist scholars affirm, these are PhD scholars, not some random guy on TikTok. They're not Christian, they're unbiased. They all affirm that the eyewitnesses, the disciples and others in various places, truly believe. They don't agree that he actually rose from the dead, but they believe that the eyewitnesses believed to actually see it. It's not a made-up thing.
They can't even agree on who the eyewitnesses are.
Is that really your argument, though?
Yeah, your argument is that the disciples were eyewitness. What's the evidence that they were eyewitness?
I just told you that majority of atheist scholars, and now you're being disingenuous.
Not only is that not true, because I actually know the atheist scholars, but I'm asking the evidence from the Bible. I don't care about your appeal to authority.
No, I could appeal to authority because it's your own scholars.
You can't appeal to authority because you don't know what they actually say.
Absolutely.
Now you're just making up lies.
Wait, what am I lying about? Are you denying
You're lying
that?
about what
you're lying
about what your authorities say.
So are you saying
Not
that
only
the
do I-
scholars don't agree?
not only do I
No, just
don't
answer that.
not only do I don't care what you have to say about the atheist scholars, you're also wrong about what they say, and it has nothing to do with whether or not there's good evidence for the resurrection. So
No,
the
it
fact
is
of the
good
matter
evidence
is
'cause it's your own scholars.
the most
Well, let
likely
me speak. You're just talking
scenario.
over. Let me speak.
So
All right.
the most
Let me
likely
speak.
scenario is that there was someone appearing to be like Jesus, pretending to be
I don't
Jesus.
give a shit about yours. Stop crashing out.
The most likely scenario is that there was somebody pretending to be Jesus, because this was incredibly common in the first century. There's a number of people in the first century that claimed to have resurrected from the dead. Some of them were quite famous. Jesus was clearly one of them, and Nero was probably the second most favorite. There were so many Nero imposters pretending to be the resurrected Nero that the Roman government had to start executing them because they were convincing people to go to war on Nero's behalf. So I'm not particularly persuaded by a theoretical claim that 12 disciples believed Jesus raised from the dead, especially since those 12 disciples didn't really leave us any writings with the exception of possibly Peter. So did you have anything else, or was that it?
Yeah, you keep muting me. You keep running away. Like, let
I
me
wasn't
make
running
my
away.
point.
I was giving my
Don't kick
response.
me either. Let's talk about this.
I was giving
I'm
my
like-
response, and then you were talking over me, so I muted you. That's how that
Great.
works,
So-
crybaby.
So, oh wow, nicest atheist. Wow. So basically, every atheist scholar, like 99.8,
Don't give a
all
fuck.
affirm. Of course. So you just lost. You just got decapitated spiritually.
Not
Your own
even close.
atheist scholars disagree with you.
No, they don't.
Your own atheist scholars.
No, they don't.
They all think that the apostles
No,
truly believed to
they
see Jesus
don't.
risen. Dude, it's a literal
No,
fact. Like, how
they
you
do
deny
not.
it?
It's not a literal fact. I studied with actual scholars. I know what they believe.
Okay, all right, hold on. Everyone look it up on ChatGPT. Do majority of atheists
Is this
and
the only
agnostic
argument you
PhD
have?
New
You
Testament scholars.
you waited all this time just
New
to say a
Testament
bunch of
scholars.
atheists believe a thing?
Yeah, it's because the actual PhD
Okay, so
scholars,
you
unlike
don't have
you,
anything.
So they destroy you.
Okay, so you're just going to misquote
The only excuse
atheist
you
scholars.
can give is that it's a. Let me explain. Stop running.
Cool. So do you have
Okay,
any
you've been
evidence
doing it for
other
20
than
years.
do you have any evidence other than misquoting the scholars?
No, they're not. I literally look it up on ChatGPT.
It was a yes or no
Craig,
question. Do you have any other evidence other than misquoting scholars?
So again, you're saying misquoting. You're not being honest.
It's a
So
yes
you
or
can't
no
even have an
question. Do you have
intellectual debate.
any other evidence other than misquoting scholars?
Why would I give a yes or no answer when you're being
Because if you
dishonest in
don't,
your
I'll
question?
cut you because you're being a crybaby and you won't answer simple.
You just got your
yes or
your
no
head just got
questions.
spiritually cut off. Don't run.
Not
Let's
even
debate.
close.
You already
I'm
lost.
waiting for
You
the
already
evidence.
lost.
I'm literally waiting
So
for it.
basically, the only. Can I talk?
Are you going to give
Stop
me an
crashing
actual?
out, dude.
Are you going to give me an
You're
actual
like
answer?
40. You're losing, dude. You're losing to new Christians. Let me talk.
You have no
You're
idea
like
what
a
you're talking about.
40-year-old man getting destroyed.
Not even close.
Let me talk. Okay.
So do you
look
have
at- well,
any
anyways.
evidence other than misquoting atheist scholars?
Again, yeah, most honest atheist.
It's
So
a
let me
yes
explain.
or a no, child.
Okay, so do you disagree that majority of atheist scholars, I want everyone to look this up, majority of atheist scholars who have PhDs in the New Testament, all right, anyone can look it up on ChatGPT. William Lane Craig brings this up. This is a well-known fact. The fact that you're
Is William
denying
Lane
it
Craig
proves
an
your
atheist?
dishonesty. No, but he brings up that this is a
really
well-known
weird
fact.
that you're quoting William Lane Craig when you should be quoting an atheist.
Wait, so are you saying ChatGPT is lying about all these scholars?
I'm saying ChatGPT is not a source of information. It's not a source of data.
Absolutely, it is.
It's absolutely not.
Are you saying it's lying about the data? Are you saying that
it has no
it's lying?
capacity to lie? It doesn't even know what it's doing.
So it's wrong? It's just giving false
ChatGPT,
information?
it does it all the time. In fact, just a couple months ago, I demonstrated how failure prone this was by asking it how many R's were in the word strawberry, and it gave me the wrong number of R's.
Yeah, I doubt that. So
It
all you
literally
can even
happened,
say
and
is
I
you can
screen
deny it.
recorded and videoed it, the whole thing. I'll post it after
So
this.
the only thing you can do is deny the fact that majority of New Testament scholars affirm that the eyewitnesses
They
truly believed
do
to see
not.
Jesus risen.
The only thing you could do is affirm a lie. So if that's your only evidence, you have nothing.
The only thing you can do is lie about the evidence because you know it destroys you. That's
doesn't destroy
like, that's
me.
so easy.
Not
It
only,
literally does. It's a
not
well-known
even
fact.
true.
I challenge everyone to look. I challenge everyone to look it up right now and get the sources. Ask ChatGPT.
Okay, so
to
this
give
is
the
all you
actual
have.
sources.
The only evidence you have whatsoever is that you don't know what
Is a
scholars
true
actually
fact,
said. Name a
a
scholar.
true fact.
Name one scholar other than Bart Ehrman.
I don't have them at the top of my head.
So you
I
don't
just
even
studied
know
this,
them.
but this is a
Name one
well-known
atheist
fact.
scholar other
So
than
I'm
Bart
wait, wait.
Ehrman. Do it.
I can look it up right now on ChatGPT.
No, don't look it up. Name
That's
one.
not the point.
You made the claim about atheist scholars, not me.
So if I don't memorize on the top of my head, that means it's wrong, right?
You don't even know one.
That's a horrible argument.
You don't
No, I
even know
read them
one.
all.
Your
There's a
your
long
evidence
list.
is I chat GTP'd something. This is
Yes, 'cause
embarrassing.
they actually gave me sources.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it
you actually
gave me a
you actually
whole list of
don't know
sources.
any atheist scholars. You have no idea what atheist scholars are actually saying, and you think that because you look something up in ChatGTP that is authoritative. And you think you're
Yes,
doing good
'cause
right
it's a
now? You think
well-known
you look
fact in
good?
academia. It's a literal
ChatGTP
well-known fact
does
in
not quote
academia.
from academia.
It literally does. This is a
ChatGTP
well-known
literally
fact and it gives
does not.
sources.
ChatGTP does not have access to academic literature. I know this because I do have access to academic literature and I have to pay for it. ChatGTP has no access to any of the academic journals, has no
Actually,
access
it does.
to
It gives you sources.
it actually does
Yes.
not.
Are you kidding?
It does not.
Like your only argument is to deny.
ChatGTP does not have access to a single paywalled academic journal. Not a single one of them.
So your own scholars destroy you, and you
Name
have to
one. You don't even know
lie about what
you
they
don't even know what they
believe. That's
say.
crazy.
Name a single atheist scholar.
Like I said, Bart Ehrman. I don't remember.
I
the
told
rest,
you
but I saw
earlier,
them.
don't say Bart Ehrman. That's the only one you know
Why
because
not?
I already said it.
Wait, why
Name
not?
one besides Bart Ehrman.
Why can I say Bart?
Because I already said it, dummy. Name one that didn't already
you
come.
said not to say it,
Name
you
one that
idiot.
didn't
What are you-
already come
you're
out of my
literally low
mouth.
intelligent.
Name one that
You
didn't.
can't even get an intellectual.
Name one that didn't already come out of my mouth in this conversation.
So you agree Bart Ehrman does say it. You just got
He doesn't.
intellectually destroyed. Well,
No, get out of here. Gunslinger, thank you for the hats. I really appreciate that. Imagine getting up here and thinking that ChatGTP is an academic source. Wild. Yeah, I think he was just rage baiting. All right, we'll grab the next guy from the YouTube queue. And Gary, welcome to the Kraken crew. Thank you for subscribing. And LA, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. And I cannot say that name. No, why you? Thank you for the $3 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Marduk, good to see you in the house tonight. Marduk, thank you so much for the $4 super thanks. And Michael, good to see you again. Michael says the power of Habermas compels you. I know he really wanted to. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He really wanted to run the Gary Habermas minimal facts argument, but he hasn't actually read the Gary Habermas minimal facts argument. He maybe heard one of the talking points in passing, and that's as far as he got. Nero, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says ChatGTP is not an atheist scholar. I agree. Yeah. Not only is it not an atheist scholar, it does not have access to any publications that are not open domain. It can't access publications that you need money to purchase. Anyways, Amir, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says Noah was probably just some dude who took his pets out on a lake and his family one day, and the rest was just a bad game of telephone. That sounds about right. And here's the other thing. If it happened to be that there was a flood, no way Noah was the only one with a boat. That's ridiculous. Somebody else with a boat would have survived. Marduk, again, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says these callers are coming in hot tonight. They are, of course, because they're triggered that that their God isn't real and they have no evidence for him. Brandon, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Gates of Delirium, good to see you again tonight. Gates says, I am a software engineer who works in data for AI. This guy saying ChatGTP is a source is embarrassing. Yeah, I know. ChatGTP is not a source. It is not doing academic research. If you are submitting papers using ChatGTP as a source, you will get an F. This is a fair warning to anyone in school. ChatGTP will not give you academic resources. But Jason, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says Chad GTP. That's what he was running. He was doing the Chad GTP. I'm going to use that for now on. That's really good. Brandon, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says ChatGTP can't present hallucinations. can represent hallucinations, prompt responses that appear precise but are incorrect. As an academic scholar, I discourage the use of ChatGPT. Yes, Brandon, you're 100% right. ChatGPT not only hallucinates, it makes up sources that aren't real. There was a guy that lost a legal suit because he used ChatGPT to do his back work on legal cases, and it invented legal cases, and the judge was not happy about this. This didn't turn out well for him. Obviously, he lost his job. Nika, hi, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I don't know how you do what you do, but please never stop. Listen, I don't think I'm ever going to be stopping here, guys. But thank you for the super chat. And last one, Amir again with the $5 super chat says, atheist scholars agree that early Christians believe the resurrection, not eyewitnesses. And that's actually what I was wanting to actually get around to bring up with him, but he was being too much of a chode to actually do it, was that scholars really don't even agree on who could or would have been the eyewitnesses, much less what they believed. All right, we've got Sean in from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Sean? Sean, you are... Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How you doing, Sean?
I'm good. How are you, Justin?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Sean, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of higher power?
Yes, I am over 18, and I do believe in God.
Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I'm a missionary of a new church organization. It's a new belief system called the Belief System of Love.
Sure, I like the sound of this so far. Does it believe in a divine entity of some nature?
Yes, we believe that in monotheistic, it's a monotheistic religion. Yes, we do believe that the universe does have a creator.
Sure. Does the creator have a name?
I'm sorry, somebody, I can't.
Oh, I'll address that. Guys, if you're in the YouTube queue and you're waiting for your turn, please mute your microphone so the person talking doesn't hear you. Unfortunately, when somebody is waiting to come in, they can hear you talking in the background. So just go ahead and mute your microphones for me. Sorry about that, Sean.
No problem. Yeah, what was your question?
Yeah, does your creator have a particular name or anything?
Well, I believe that the creator of the universe, the name, there's really no name, but we call God love. Other names like infinite intelligence, source, so on and so forth. But it's, we call God love in our religion.
What kind of properties does this God have? Is it a he or a she?
It's a she.
Oh, fuck, I love this God already. Okay. So we've got a female deity who is all about love. I kind of like this. I almost don't want you to be an atheist. What can you tell me about the God? What is she like?
Well, I mean, I believe that God created this universe to have relationship with us. We exist in this universe we call the game. It's a game world. We exist inside this this universe. We call it the love game, and that God created this universe, the galaxies, and the planets, and then the human beings in the solar system to have relationship with us, and yeah, that's what we believe in terms of the purpose of existence and the purpose of our existence on this planet.
Sure. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say tomorrow, like at midnight, right? The clock strikes midnight and your God ceases to exist. What changes tomorrow? What's different tomorrow that would be different from today?
Well, God doesn't apply. God cannot cease to exist.
No, it's a hypothetical, right? If your God ceases to exist, what's different tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
Right. Because what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not your God is even interacting with this world. Because if your God is interacting with the world, then I would certainly expect that there would be something observable, right?
I mean, God, we believe God, created this universe to have to be able to interact with us. It's a personal relationship. Like God created consciousness. We have consciousness, and to have this relationship,
Sure.
and God is constantly participating in this universe, in reality, in our personal daily life. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe that we believe that.
What would be a method in which I could determine if this God is real? How could I find out?
Well, if you're asking like why do I believe in this religion, or why do I believe God exists? Well, I believe that our scripture is the revelation.
Oh, you have scripture.
Yes.
What's the book called?
It's called the Book of Love.
The Book of Love.
Yes. I want to share this religion with you and your audience. Our website is called the organizationoflove.org, and you could download our scripture called the Book of Love at our website. It's a very easy read.
I can see it right now. The Organization of Love. Shit, your face is on it. Are you the prophet of love?
Yes, I am the author of the scripture.
Oh, Mike, you're the guy. You're the main man.
Right now I'm looking to bring people into this church.
When did this church start?
Right now I've just gone public with sharing this information with people, and I've come on the show to share this information with you and your audience. I sense that many of you and your audience would be interested to hear the perspectives that our religion offers.
I mean, I am definitely interested. So, what would be the evidence for this particular God being real? Because I kind of want this God to be real. It sounds pretty she sounds dope.
Well, like I said, I believe that this scripture is the revelation that God, and I believe that God has planned for me to write this book, this religion, and to share with you.
We can't know unless we get the book.
I mean, if you're looking for, like physical evidence of God, that we believe that God does not interfere in this reality. This reality is,
she's like deist.
God does not violate natural laws. So God is a supernatural being. God does not. We don't believe God intervenes in this universe. So therefore, to produce physical evidence of God, that's not possible. But there are reasons, and reasonable reasons to suggest that God exists.
Right. But I'm really interested in your God, because your God actually sounds cool. So is your God like a deist? Like she doesn't, like she exists, she put things into motion, but she doesn't interact with people on a daily basis?
No, we believe that God is constantly interacting. God is guiding the everything in terms from the birth of the galaxy to the emergence of life, single cell 4 billion years ago, and to where we are now. Say that again.
Does your God care about people?
Absolutely.
Does God create the planet that we all live on?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that your God created a planet that unalives millions of its inhabitants every year?
So you're asking like suffering and evil?
I think specific evil, like for example, over 100,000 people a year die from natural disasters,
mm-hmm.
when the natural disasters aren't actually necessary for anything.
Well, the reason for that is that we believe that God ultimately has a plan to create a peaceful world for her children to come into existence, an abundant world. But that abundant world takes time to build. Like she has to create the galaxy, she has to create the solar system, she has to create the first life form, and then for life to complexify and then to emerge to become the the culture and the world we see today, and then the kingdom or the world of abundance can be delivered. So during the build out process, there will be scarcity, there will be suffering, but the world of abundance awaits us at the destination, at the end of God's plan.
But why do we need all the carnage before we get to the good stuff?
Well, it's like building a house. In the beginning, there will be like disconnected sewage, like disconnected pipelines, no water and so on, no roof over our head.
Is your God all-knowing?
Absolutely.
Is she omnipotent?
Mm-hmm.
So if your God is all-knowing and she's omnipotent, then there shouldn't be like any growing pains. Like she can just click her fingers and make it so. Like she shouldn't be making mistakes along the way.
That would be supernatural creation. We believe God creates everything in steps. Like she has to create the hydrogen and then helium and then complex atoms and then solar systems and then life form and then the world we see today. But we believe that our Milky Way galaxy is still a relatively young galaxy. And
but why do you think that she needs to design in steps?
Say that again.
Why do you believe that she needs to design things in steps, and why are some of those steps like carnage?
Because this is a natural world. God creates everything naturally. She can't just snap a finger and then everything is created, because that would be supernatural and
Did
everything
your God want
follows
natural
natural
disasters
laws.
to exist?
Okay, natural disasters. Okay, so during the build-out process, there will be scarcity.
It's just yes or no. Does your God want there to be natural disasters?
No.
Okay. Does your God have the ability to create an earth without natural disasters?
In the beginning, the
Yes
natural.
No?
Say that again.
Does your God have the ability to create a planet without natural disasters?
It's hard to answer yes or no, but like I said in the beginning,
well, if it's no, then she's not omnipotent. You have to drop that omnipower. That's why I asked you about the properties, right? So if your God is not all powerful, then you could say, well, listen, there's horrible stuff happening, but she couldn't do anything about it. She's doing her best. If your God is all powerful, then she's responsible for the natural disasters. No way around it.
Well, see, like in the beginning, while she's building out this universe, before the kingdom or before the heaven on earth, or before the world of the end of collective suffering.
Right? No, I know what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out if you actually believe that your God is all powerful. So
yes. Mm-hmm.
If your God is all powerful, then your God is responsible for the suffering. Do you think suffering is good?
Yes, God has a plan, and everything suits a plan.
Okay.
And sometimes she requires certain things to happen, and sometimes those things may not be good. And
so in 2010, when 200,000+ people died in an earthquake in Haiti, and another like 300,000 people were injured, was that something that she thought was necessary?
Yes, it's necessary to get to the kingdom. Like
So
it is necessary to bring about the world of
So you
of
have
abundance.
to suffer to get to the kingdom.
We
is
have
not a
to
God
go.
of love.
We have to go through the birth pain.
Just to make sure we're aware of this. You now are describing a God that doesn't love. If your God causes unnecessary suffering, then your God is not good nor loving. Like
it's not unnecessary.
I would
necessary.
never cause someone to like have a building collapse on them and then say that was necessary.
Okay, how about this? Let's say that she delivers the world of abundance in the future. Let's say that we have to go through the initial birth pain, But in the future, when she does deliver that world of abundance, then all of her children that are born into that world no longer are born into suffering.
But what are the birth pains for?
It goes into the spiritual component of who we are. Like, we believe that we are the opposite of God. Like, God represents light, we are the dark, we represent darkness, and
So
we have to learn.
we're evil?
We, like, we are, we make mistakes, we are fallible. Like, we have to learn to
Does your
love.
God know that we're fallible?
Absolutely. We are her
So why is
opposite.
your God upset when she created us to be this way?
Because because God chose us to love, because we are the most reasonable partner. We were destined to be together with
So
God.
your God couldn't create a better partner? She had to create this bullshit earthling partner that like screws everything up?
We were made, we were destined to be together, like God and darkness, light and darkness.
I don't know if
were
you're actually listening to my questions. You're just like quoting like scripture that you probably wrote down recently. But listen, Sean, listen, you're delightful, and I like your God until it turned out she was unnecessarily destroying humanity with unnecessary evil. But listen, I appreciate you coming through. Listen, I mean, you got your message out to like over 1,000 people, so at least 1,000 people know that your organization exists. And listen, as it turns out, typically we're all here for goddesses. But I have one last question: Does your church take tithes and offerings?
No, we don't take that.
I like your religion out of all the religions I've heard so far.
Can I can I just say something real quick before I go off?
Fair enough.
I right now there's really two perspectives. Like, you and your audience probably sees this world through two perspectives. The first perspective is the secular scientific perspective, which explains that our universe was created 14 billion years ago, the Big Bang.
Well, it doesn't say it was created. It just means that, the observable universe that we have, we can trace it back as far as the Big Bang.
Right. Right. My point is that you have two perspectives to work with, right? One is the current scientific perspective, the Big Bang theory, evolution, and so on. And then the other perspective is the Christian perspective, right? God created the world 10,000 years ago, and so on. I want to share with you this new perspective to explain our reality. And if you are curious about this universe, and you're curious to hear another perspective on explaining the fundamental questions of life, such as why do we exist, why did God create this universe, why evil exists, is there heaven and hell, I would encourage you to check out our religion, our belief system, by going to our website at organizationoflove.org, and you could download our scripture, Book of Love. And
all right, Sean, I gotta keep the show rolling, but thanks so much for being here. Okay.
All right, Justin. Thank you so much for your time. All right.
Listen, the religion sounds as fake as Jesus wearing velvet underpants, but listen, I'm all for a goddess of love. I like a good goddess of love, although he lost me at the natural disasters being necessary. Judas, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says Doug open sources his knowledge. Praise be. Yeah, listen, you don't have to buy any book for the knowledge of Doug. Doug will put his knowledge inside of you. That's why we're all in this chat rock hard for Doug. And Dexter, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Good to see you, Dex. Dex says, about Noah's Ark. One anteater eats 30,000 ants / termites a day, 60,000 for two. How did they keep all the ants contained? Modern ant keepers have to use baby powder and glass teeth to keep them contained. That's a very good point, because there are such specific diets of these animals. Like koalas have a specific diet. Pandas have a specific diet. eaters have a specific diet. Most of your carnivores can't eat herbs. A lot of your herbivores can't digest the meat. And so it's ludicrous when we think that you get to the point where, like, listen, you just have to say the whole thing was a miracle. But if the whole thing was a miracle, what's the damn point in doing the whole boat nonsense anyways? It doesn't make any sense. Golak, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says more like chat GTF. Yeah, I think it's chat WTF is what he was using. That's for sure. Michael, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says God made us to have a relationship but does not interfere. I think that was what Sean was suggesting. But it's weird that you would have a relationship with somebody but never reach out to them. That is what I don't get. If God wanted a relationship with you, he should make contact, or she should make contact. Divine hiddenness is a problem. Track, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Track says, if God is all love, then why would we need to fear him like he says we should? Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't have to fear God. We shouldn't be afraid of the wrath of God. But Mr. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, does his God have a magic lasso and invisible jet? I don't know, but if this guy's religion grows large enough, I suspect he's going to be buying a jet like the televangelist. Texas, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, people are workshopping their religions here now. That's exactly what happened. That's literally what happened. And Amir, again, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, dude used GTP to make a cult religion recycled. That's what it seems to be. That's what it seems to be. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Richard. You have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet now. Big W. And Golak again with the $5 super chat says, just another goat herder trying to launch a cult. Shake my head. Praise Doug and good night from Scotland. Good night to you. And this is our last super chat. Oh, super thanks, Michael. Thank you so much, Mike Thorne, for the $24.99 super thanks. Big W, Michael. I appreciate that. All right, let's grab our next guest. We've got a couple people that have been waiting in the queue. We're going to try to get Calvin in here. Calvin's acting like his connection is a little bit slow. We'll see if they'll make it in. Lula, thank you for the $2 super chat. Lula says, always far off, unattainable reward. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. Also, Katie, thank you for the $2 super chat. Katie says, the creator gets PMS, natural disasters explained. Yes, that listen, I don't want to say anything about women on their cycle, but there are some people who would find that believable. But thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And thank you for the $2 super thanks, El Diablo Jesus. Great name, by the way. And Dougal, thank you for all of the face paint on YouTube or TikTok. Thank you. Appreciate for all the gifts. That guest is definitely not connecting. Let me grab the next guest, and then we'll keep the train moving. Oop, I think we just grabbed two of them at once. We'll see what happens. Dougal, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're going to try to get Ivan the Great in the box. See if TikTok will connect. It's a little bit laggy, even on my end, so I want to give them time to connect. I don't want to kick them too early if they're not connecting. Because it might not be their fault. It might actually be TikTok's fault. I think they're just having kind of a slow night tonight. Also, Yolanda Nichols, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. Big W, Yolanda. I really appreciate that. Good to see you in the house tonight, Yolanda. All right, Ivan the Great is not connecting. So we'll keep on moving. Sorry, Ivan, come on back if you get a better connection. Let's grab the next caller from the YouTube queue, since I think we got a live one here. How you doing, David? David?
Which David?
Oh, we got two Davids in the box. Holy shit!
Well, I joined first, so.
Well, I don't know which one is which, but we've got two Davids in the box, and I can only hear one of them. So it's possible that you can hear both of them now. David, one of you has an orange screen.
Yeah, that's me. Orange.
Yeah, the orange screen is the one I'm talking to. So if you're David without the orange screen, please turn your mic off. I'm not talking to you. But welcome in, David. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm over 18, and yeah, I'm a theist.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. And do you believe that the Christian God is demonstrable?
I can demonstrate his existence. Well, we'll get into this because we're going to talk about epistemology, I'm assuming, but
So you're just
I
gonna
think
do
it's
the
more
flip over?
probable that God exists. Yeah.
The Christian God.
Yeah.
Cool. What's the argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I'd like to first start off with an argument explaining about a God existing.
I already have a God,
Well, which God do you believe in?
Doug.
Doug?
Doug
What are
and Sha-
Doug's attributes?
Doug and Sharon Stone, all knowing, all powerful, omnipresent.
So is this a just debate about any God or
The debate about
the
your
Christian
God, your specific God. See, the screen says your God is imaginary and your God is a Christian God.
Well, then, yeah, I'd make an argument for the Christian God being the most probable.
Cool,
And then
let's do that
yeah.
one.
So based off the argument, I'd first start out with, you can't prove anything.
Sure.
So,
that's fine, but I mean, you can
Yeah.
provide an argument or evidence.
but then my argument would be the historical case for the resurrection of Christ.
Sure. What's the historical case for the resurrection?
So there's many arguments, and I think you mentioned one before, the minimalist argument. But I would just go over the 4 facts that seem to be agreed upon almost universally by scholars, and that would be, Jesus was buried in a tomb by a member of the Jewish Sanhedrin.
That is not agreed.
Well, by a majority of scholars.
Not as far as I'm aware. I don't know that there's a majority of scholars that anyone has tabulated that agree that he was placed in a tomb. In fact, modern scholarship has been pushing pretty heavily on the fact that we have no idea where he was buried. He was probably placed in a grave.
Well, do you believe he existed, a historical figure?
I do believe he existed, yeah. He seems to be attested even in Jewish literature, although the information that we get from the Jewish literature paints a little bit different picture. They say that he was stoned and then hung up on a stick, and then 5 of his disciples were executed after him.
Where's your source? Because that's not Josephus.
Talmud.
When did he... Do you know when he was born? Just the general life?
I mean, Jesus is probably living in the 1st century. That seems to be where we'd place him. So maybe about 4 BCE birth.
From what I've seen, we have, I think, about 16 sources: Josephus, the Gospels, and then just overall eyewitness testimony, and then just architecture we're recently discovering. But I don't know anyone in a scholarly field that says he was killed via being stoned. I think the one thing we know about Jesus was he was killed via crucifixion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Jewish sources disagree with you. That's literally the whole point. That's why I brought it up. Is because
But Josephus doesn't.
The sources that we have don't all agree.
Well, the disciples were Jews, so they are Jewish sources.
And the Talmud is a Jewish source. So what I'm saying is that we have multiple sources. They don't all agree. And the source that you probably like the best, which is Josephus, is widely held in scholarship as being a forgery.
You think Josephus was a forgery?
Book 18 of Josephus, where it mentions Jesus, is quite clearly added to the book. It doesn't follow the same linguistics as the rest of the book. Every manuscript we have of it is different. Interesting, like the one that seems to prop up Jesus the best just happens to be the Greek manuscripts that were preserved by the Christians that didn't appear until Eusebius came around. But when we look at like the Arabic manuscripts and the other manuscripts, they tend to be not quite so glowing. So the fact of the matter is, we have a pretty stable text of Josephus. It doesn't change all that much. It's just weird that that one paragraph changes a lot depending on which text you go to, because people are toying with it. They're playing with it.
I mean, I wouldn't know how you came to that, because most scholars I look into take Josephus as a source for not just, Christian history, but overall history during that time period. He's a useful scholar.
I agree.
And then I think at this point, we're
Except
both
for-
just cherry picking
Except for that
things that support our side.
except for that one passage, because the manuscripts we have of that passage are different in all the manuscripts. We don't have good manuscript evidence for that paragraph because it was clearly modified and then subsequently transmitted by Christians who wanted it to say things it probably didn't say originally.
I mean, do you have a source that shows that paragraph was modified, or?
Yeah, you can just like go to the latest edition of Josephus, and typically they'll have some of the other editions of that quotation in the back of it. So mine has a quotation in the back of it from the Arabic and also from some others, like I think there's perhaps a Syriac that was in.
Yeah, but if I do the same search, I will get, results saying that he was trusted and that wasn't a forgery. So I think we're
I
getting
don't
to
know
a
who
point
you're
where,
searching. You can get a critical edition of Josephus, right?
yeah, of course, but then you can have scholars disagreeing and whatnot. But
No,
I think a majority of
because
our
again,
sources
are you aware
say,
that you
yeah,
can buy a critical edition of Josephus with a critical apparatus?
yeah, with quotations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
But I think we're getting to this standstill where I will make a historical claim and then you could just say, well, someone else disagreed. But I do think the majority of scholarship agrees he was killed via crucifixion. He was real.
I do agree
and
with
he
that.
died.
I think most scholars agree he was probably given capital punishment by Pilate. Whether that was crucifixion, it seems to be the case, even though the Jews claim that he was stoned and then he was put up on the wood. It's possible he was both. He was stoned and then he was crucified, which would be similar to being flogged and then crucified.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Then I guess this would get to what people usually bring up as the most, kind of pushing point, was that the disciples and then many other Christians were willing to be martyred for that belief.
That's the worst talking point you could have brought up. People die for their beliefs every day. They're doing it
Well,
right now. There are
People don't die for
Muslims,
false beliefs.
there are Muslims in the East that died for Muhammad. Are you aware that Muhammad was a warlord, that people were willing to die for him?
Yeah, I know the abuses of Muhammad.
Yeah,
But
people were willing to die for Muhammad all the time. Like, that 916 people died for Jim Jones?
no, not aware of that.
916. Over 70 people died in the Waco siege because they believed that David Koresh was actually the Messiah based on his teachings and miracles and other proofs.
But most of these cases, people either have some kind of agenda or something they can gain from it. Where if you look at the historical case, it looks like these people left literally everything
what
behind.
What did they gain by dying?
Well, they can conquer land, political power.
By dying?
Yeah.
They're dead.
Well, for example, my instant thought is suicide terrorism, right?
No.
Muslims do that all the time.
They're dead. The
Yeah,
people
but
who
by
died
killing
for,
the enemy,
the people
for
who died
example.
for David Koresh have nothing.
I mean, fair point. It looks like a good parallel. But if we're looking at what religion would probably be true, I mean, would you agree that Christianity has influenced the world the most out of any religion?
So far, but it's going to be eclipsed by Islam soon.
Well, you're talking about population, but as an influence, I think it's already seeped into the bedrock of our society.
Well, that would only be true if Judaism didn't exist, because literally all of the Abrahamic traditions are based on Judaism. So if we're saying what has influenced society more, we would have to say that Judaism is true.
Judaic-Christian values, yeah.
No, there's
But
no such
then
thing
I would
as
say
Judaic-Christian values.
Yeah, but then I would say
Judaism
because
and
you
Christianity are diametrically opposed. They don't agree with each other. And this is why I know that your God isn't real. Jesus is not the Messiah, because
why do you think they're opposed?
the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament at every turn. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy, and even the New Testament can't even agree on what the purpose of the law of Moses is, whether or not it's going to be permanent or temporary.
What do you mean he didn't fill a single prophecy?
He didn't fulfill one messianic prophecy, not even close. And even the ones that are quoted, he clearly didn't fulfill. Like some of the most famous ones, like Matthew 21 says he rode a donkey into Jerusalem to fulfill a prophecy. But if you just go back and read that prophecy, Zechariah, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. It will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And a battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea." So none of that happened. He didn't cut off the chariots from Ephraim or the war horse from Jerusalem or the battle bow. He didn't defeat Israel's enemies. He wasn't a king. He's just
he did defeat Israel's enemies.
He's just a guy that rode a donkey.
Well, there's stuff in there's like Isaiah 53 says he will bear the iniquities of
We're
the people.
in Isaiah 9 or Zechariah 9. Please stay on point. So what part of Zechariah 9 did he fulfill?
Well, did he ride on a donkey?
I rode on a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
No, but that is an example of one. You don't have to think it's a good fulfillment, but
it's not one, because it says your king comes on the donkey. When was he ever a king?
Well, if you're looking at this from the Christian perspective, he's the spiritual successor. This is why the Jews were looking at it
I'm
as
the king. I'm the spiritual king. I fulfilled Zechariah 9.
Well, now we're getting to this point where I'm making claims assuming theism is true, and you're looking at it from an atheistic perspective. Well, he is the God and creator of the world, and he descended into Hades. King? Well, non-material.
Non-material? So then I'm a spiritual king. Cool.
Well, you're looking at it from the perspective of, well, he's going to conquer Rome, which was holding over Judea, but we're looking at it from he descended into Hades and defeated the spiritual forces. But that's
not what the prophets say. The prophet doesn't say he's going to defeat spiritual forces. It says that he's going to take the battle bow away from Ephraim and Jerusalem.
Well, do you think the Jews believed in spiritual powers?
He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow. These are physical locations where war was happening.
Well, you could interpret those prophecies as stopping war, conquering the spiritual forces.
Doesn't say anything about spiritual forces. Doesn't say a spiritual enemy. It says the battle bow, the war horse, the chariot. Those are weapons of war.
Well, the argument was, has he fulfilled a single prophecy?
This is wild about Christians. You guys can't actually read the Bible honestly. You have to say these. None of the words ever mean what words mean. They always mean something different.
Well, because the narration in the New Testament says that we were thinking of it in a physical kingdom, and the disciples and the Christians believed it was a spiritual succession.
Which is why the New Testament is a lie. Because when you just bothered to read the Old Testament, it's very clear.
Well, are you familiar with Psalms 22?
That the Old Testament clearly envisioned an actual king who was coming to rule and to reign.
Well, your interpretation of the Old Testament envisions that. But if you're taking the New and Old Testament as a canon...
Because that's what the words say. See,
words need to be interpreted.
So they don't. My reading of the text is very easy.
Words don't need to be interpreted?
My interpretation is the words mean exactly what they say. Now, there are some examples where there's clearly a metaphor at play. Like when an adult says, I'm like a child. We understand he's not saying he actually...
But why that's a subjective preference for interpreting words.
We understand when an adult says, I'm like a child, he's not saying he literally is a child. He's saying he's like a child. It's a metaphor.
But why do you...
But when the text doesn't say something that's clearly a metaphor, then it just means what it means. You understand?
No, yeah, and I could even concede this point. The argument was, has he fulfilled a single prophecy? And I think there's clearly examples where he has. Nope. Psalms 22, not even if close. You know that passage.
Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy.
What do you mean? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's a messianic prophecy.
No, it's not. Psalm 22...
All of the Psalms are about a Messiah.
No, they're not. Psalms are not prophecies. We'll try this again. What is a prophecy? If somebody asked you, what is a prophecy, what would you tell them?
A prophecy is something in the past that foretells something that will occur in the future.
Sure. And how do you talk about things in the future? What kind of grammar do you need?
Future tense.
Yeah, future tense verbs. Does Psalm 22 contain future tense verbs?
Well, prophecies don't have to be.
That's a yes or no question. Does Psalm 22 verses 16 and 17 contain future tense verbs?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Psalm 22, the final two verses.
I'm going to read it to... I said Psalm 22, 16 and 17.
Well, I was bringing up the whole psalm. I didn't quote your portion.
Well, the whole psalm does actually, if you read the very end of it, it contains a prophecy. Well,
that's what it is.
Because the psalm is David making a prediction after his lament.
Well, yeah, verse 31, they will proclaim his righteousness.
You don't believe
that's future tense.
But you don't believe, it does not say resurrection.
No, I said they will proclaim his righteousness. I didn't say resurrection. So that's future tense, and that's within the psalm I quoted. And he does fulfill this psalm.
Okay, so we'll start from the beginning then, and I'm going to watch you flounder. So in Psalm 22, who's speaking?
It's David.
Okay, and does he say anything about the future right here in the opening? My God, why have you forsaken me?
No, that's not necessary.
So this is about him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is David speaking about himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and where in the passage does he say, now here's a secret prophecy about something that's not myself?
Well, that's not necessary.
Oh, so it's a secret prophecy. He just hid it in there, and you just have to find it by accident?
Well, we're arguing assuming that the canon of the New Testament, Old Testament
we'll just try this again.
True.
If I'm reading Psalm 22, how do I know where the prophecy starts?
Well, you'll see it fulfilled later.
So you have no idea. You have no idea where the prophecy starts here. A prophecy is literally anything on a page that looks similar to something that happens later.
Well, here, we'll go to the final 3 verses.
That's a yes or no question. Is a prophecy anything on a page that is similar to something that happens later?
I mean, you could take it that way. That's fine. But
So
he literally says they will proclaim his righteousness.
Anything is a prophecy. So do you believe that Deuteronomy 20 is a prophecy?
I'm not familiar with the quotation. You're talking about?
You literally just said that anything is a prophecy. Anything in the Old Testament that resembles something that happens later is now a prophecy. Are you holding to that?
You do realize Psalm 22 isn't like
It's
a
wild
mere
how you
resemblance.
can't answer a single question. So is it your position that anything in the Old Testament can be a prophecy if it represents something that happens later?
No, usually they have to be quoted by the New Testament and saying this was a prophecy.
Okay, so your starting point is the New Testament says so. That's not a good starting point because I don't believe that the New Testament is true. So this would be like me saying that you need to read the Bible through the lens of the Book of Mormon because the Book of Mormon says so.
Fair point, because then you're reading in newer text into the older text.
That's right. So I would need a good reason to interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament before I did that.
Well, would you think this is fair? Because in Psalms 22, they say they cast lots for his clothing, they wag their heads at him, they pierce his hands and feet. That's literally crucifixion.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say pierced.
What do you mean?
It does not say pierced. And I'll explain this to you.
They pierce my hands and my feet. Are you going to go into
say pierced? I'm going to teach you
original language.
What it actually says. Yes, I will. For dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircle me. Who's this? Who's speaking right here?
This is David.
David speaking. Okay. Is David saying literal dogs are all around him?
No.
Okay. Are there metaphorical dogs then?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's making a metaphor about his enemies, isn't he?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So the next line, he says, they bound my hands and my feet. Your translation might say they pierced my hands and my feet. Why do you think that's the case?
You would say it's because it's biasly translated that way.
Nope.
For an agenda.
Well, I do believe that. Yeah, that's true. But that's actually not why it says that.
So why do you think it's translated wrong?
Because the actual word that's in the text, ka'aru, is not a real word. Not a Hebrew word. Ka'aru, in the way that it is in the text, is not a real Hebrew word, which is why every single translation that you have of this is giving you a different translation. Mine says, the NRSV, they bound my hands and my feet. Because what we have is a corrupted manuscript, and nobody actually knows what was in the original manuscript. Now, a lot of people think that the most likely verb that was here is like kara, which would mean something akin to like digging, like digging rock or digging with a shovel, or even like an animal, digging at you. So a lot of people will say, they dig at my hands and my feet, referring to obviously the dogs, because it's a metaphor about what dogs are doing.
Well, Jesus and the disciples often quoted from the Greek Septuagint. So I think if you look at that version, you'll get pierced.
I have, and you don't.
So what word appears in the Greek Septuagint?
There's like 5 different editions in the Greek Septuagint. Actually, let me grab something for you that I think will help. 1 sec. I want to put something on. I've got a document that lays this out. Zoom in, and I'm going to put this on your screen. Okay. So in the Greek, in the Septuagint, we've got at least 4 or 5 different editions. Some of them say they dig. Some of them say they disfigured. Some of them say they dug. Some say they bound. And some even go with the Masoretic text saying, like those seeking to bind. I'm sorry, not the Masoretic text, but with the Mathematicus. So we've got like the Greek Septuagint doesn't even know what to do with it, because the Greek Septuagint clearly has a Hebrew manuscript that is faulty, that doesn't have a real Hebrew word in it. So a lot of like Masoretic text scholars and the Jews said, well, it probably read ka'ari, which is a real word. It means like a lion, because it's very common for the yod. This is the yod right here. It's very common in handwritten Hebrew text for the yod to get elongated just a little bit too much and turn into a vav by accident. That's very common. So a lot of scholars go with like a lion because they figure it was corrupted when the yod got corrupted. Some scholars say no, it's probably something else. Like for example, it's probably a version of kara, which means they dug. But if you notice, there's no aleph between the kaf and the resh, because kara with an aleph isn't a real Hebrew word. So again, nobody actually knows what was in the original Hebrew text, because we don't have a Hebrew text that preserves it in like an actual Hebrew word that even exists.
I mean, I would just trust the scholars that translated it originally. But I mean, if you want to say the word doesn't exist, we could just both make claims.
Well,
but,
the scholars that translated it originally would be the ones that did the Septuagint. And we've got like 6 different editions of the Septuagint because they didn't know how to translate it either, because it's not an actual Hebrew word.
Kara is not a Hebrew word.
Ka'aru and ka'ari is not. Ka'ari is a Hebrew word. Ka'aru is not. Once you add this aleph in here, that is not a Hebrew word anymore.
I mean, I have no way to, we could just both make claims. I'll say my scholars think it's a real word. Yours will say
well, your
no,
scholars don't say that.
That's not an accurate translation of a word.
Your scholars do not say that ka'aru is an actual Hebrew word. Because I actually went to school. I actually learned Hebrew. I know what the scholars say about this passage.
I mean, fair enough. I'm not going to be able to argue the original language if you want to say it's not a real word, but...
Now, the reason why the New Testament, people in the New Testament expected Jesus to come as an actual king is because that's what it means to be the Messiah. It is to come as an actual king, an anointed person. Jeremiah.
Well, yeah, that was obviously their interpretation, but then the Christian movement's perspective would have been, this is not about the physical world. That's why they introduced the afterlife, which is almost never mentioned in the Old Testament.
That's why they said that none of these words mean what they mean. And if the only hermeneutic you have is that words don't mean words, you don't have a good hermeneutic. You're just playing games. I can do that with any holy book. I can go to the Quran and say none of these words actually mean what they mean. They actually have spiritual meanings, and I'm going to tell you what the spiritual meaning is. But as it turns out, we've got a lot of prophecies that have very clear meanings. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. What was the promise that God made to the house of Israel and Judah? We're in Jeremiah 33.
He will write their names on his law on their hearts. Is that the one you're referencing?
Nope. The promise that he made to Israel and Judah was that he would rescue them from the lands in which they were scattered. He would bring them all back to the promised land, and he would reunite them once again, just like it was in the time of David. That's why it says, in those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. This is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So according to Jeremiah, the Messianic age includes Levitical sacrifices and a king on the throne of Israel.
I mean, I think he is the Levitical final sacrifice. That's what it would fulfill, but...
Literally not. He's saying that there's going to make grain offerings forever.
Well, this is where you'll get into Eastern Orthodox or Catholic people saying that the Eucharist is them continuing the sacrifice.
A grain offering. A burnt offering and a grain offering is a specific offering.
Yeah, then I guess I would concede that point. But what would you think about, for example, the virgin birth or
I love
prophecy?
The prophecy of the virgin birth. Isaiah.
So would he have fulfilled that prophecy?
No, because there's no virgin birth in Isaiah 7.
So that's another, you would say, mistranslation.
not even a mistranslation. It's not even about a virgin giving birth. Even in the Greek, it's not even about that. So the context is very clear. Isaiah chapter 7 is about what's happening between the alliance between northern Israel and the Arameans, and them going to war with the Judeans. King Ahaz is the king at the time, and they're afraid that King Ahaz and his kingdom is going to fall. That's why it says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. And when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake for the wind. So the context is very clear. There's a war going on, and God sends the prophet Isaiah 3 different times to reassure Ahaz that his kingdom is going to stand this invasion. And at the end of the first prophecy, he says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then immediately the second prophecy comes. And it says, this is the one you're concerned with. He says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey, by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about a child who's already pregnant in the womb and is about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking King Ahaz are going to be wiped out. That's what the prophecy is about.
Where did you get that part? I'm sorry, that the virgin gives a natural birth?
Verse 14, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. Is with child.
Well, yeah, but the whole point of it noting she's a virgin is that this is some kind of strange birth, no? What says the virgin?
It says the young woman. Your translation says virgin because you're not reading a good translation. The Hebrew word ha'omah means the young woman, not the virgin. The reason why you have virgin in yours is because your translators are lying to you, and they're translating it from the Greek Septuagint, which is what Matthew was grabbing when he was translating. But Matthew was too dumb to realize that at the time the Greek Septuagint was translated for the book of Isaiah, that Parthenos in the Greek didn't always mean an actual virgin. A Parthenos in Greek at the time of Isaiah meant a young woman just like Alma. In fact, if you read the Septuagint of Genesis, in Genesis 34, after Dinah is raped by Shechem, she's referred to as a Parthenos. And if you read the writings of Homer, Homer talks about women that are already married who are also described as a Parthenos. So Matthew just didn't understand classical Greek, and he screwed the pooch. It also turns out that this was written in Hebrew and not Greek. And in the original Hebrew, it doesn't say virgin. The word Bethula is the word for virgin in Hebrew, and it does not appear in the text.
Well, the Greek Septuagint was the version they all used, basically, in Jesus' time.
Yes, because they couldn't read Hebrew, I'm aware, and the Greek Septuagint wasn't a good translation.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue translations, but, I kind of thought this was a prove theism and then go on to a religion, but I guess if this is a just defend religion, I'm not very, versed in that specific aspect of it.
Fair enough. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of people that will debate the philosophy of an unspecified God endlessly. My audience finds that to be boring. We want to debate specific gods. So, I mean, as much as I'd love to engage in like a really bad tag argument or some really bad precept argument, I think it's kind of boring and it never actually goes anywhere, and it never ends in anybody's specific God.
Yeah, fair enough. Then I'm not going to take too much time from the show. Have a good one.
Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. Good to see from you, Good to hear from you, David. All right, David was nice at least. I mean, I like him. He's a good guy. Let me grab a couple super chats and then we'll get the next guest in here. Let's see. I'm sorry if there's a bunch of them that came through. I'm sorry if I missed it. El Diablo, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And 321 says, good grief, go Doug God. Yes, go Doug. Hail Doug, the rock of salvation. Exodus Brothers, good to see you in the house tonight. Exodus with the $10 super chat. Really appreciate that. Says, people keep looking for God out there when he is right here on earth. And his name is Doug. He is the necessary being upon which everything is contingent. Praise Doug. Yes. Doug is the rock that instantiates all possibilities. He is the ultimate. Diver, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for all the confetti. Dr. Joe, I appreciate that. Diver says, God gives us free will. God punishes for using said free will. Kind of sounds like a setup from the start. Not really all loving. I agree. Listen, the garden was a setup. Anyone with two eyes knows that the garden was absolutely a setup. He said, don't do the thing. I know you're going to do the thing anyways. You can't do anything but do the thing because I predestined it. And then I'm going to punish you and everybody else and even the animals for all of eternity because you did the thing. Crazy. Why did the animals have to have painful childbirths? Ridiculous. Mike T, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate that, Mike. Tired of Liars, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, if you have ever reached out and picked up a rock you have been touched by Doug. Big W. Yes, the fact that rocks exist prove that Doug is God. And Necro, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Seth with the $5 super chat. Big thank you, Seth. He says, speaking of cults, please look up Buddha Maitreya. It's based on Omaha. And today I saw a van with his face on it. What? Said he's Jesus reincarnate? Seth, listen. My email is on my YouTube profile. Please email me this. I want to see it. This actually sounds really interesting. Master Cheater, good to see you tonight with the $2 super chat. Says Christian nationalist alert. We've got one. We got a Christian nationalist coming. Love to talk to him. Track again with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Track. Says the word rabbi first used in 70 AD. How then was Jebus called rabbi being unalived in 33 AD? Track, this is something scholars have debated a long time on whether or not the word rabbi did actually exist. I think there's a wider discussion that could be had on that. I looked into it decades ago and I kind of forgot what I found. I think the question is whether or not it was used in Aramaic. But I'll look into that this week. I did do my due diligence on that a long time ago. I'll see if I have any old notes from that. But Maximilian, thank you for the $10 super chat. Max says, enjoying another fine evening with my father's house. Keep cooking, brother, in my father's house. Well, thank you, Max. I really appreciate that. And we are going to keep cooking. We're going to keep cooking. All right, let me grab the next guest from the queue here. We're going to get, it looks like Mark in the box. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Joshua says, no need to read my comment. Just once. Sorry, it's too late. But thank you so much, Joshua. I really appreciate the support. And big W for Joshua Johnson and Cora. Good to see you again tonight. Cora, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. It's truly appreciated. And Aaron in the house tonight making subbies rain. Big W, Billow Dragon. We really appreciate that. Gifting 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. As always, incredibly generous. Aaron, we love and appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I don't think Mark is able to connect. I apologize, Mark. I'm going to move on to the next guest. Let's grab the next guest. It looks like Yahweh's LLC. I'm already digging the name of this guest. I really hope Yahweh's LLC can connect. Having a lot of trouble with the TikTok guests connecting tonight. I don't know if it's just because TikTok is
guests connecting tonight. I don't know if it's just because TikTok is.
Got a really
no,
bad,
if it's just because.
You got to fix that echo. That's really bad. Look at Christian guy crashing out in the comments again. Wild. Yahweh's LLC, did you get your microphone situation figured out? Anything? Yes, no, maybe? Maybe not? Not so much? All right, well, we'll move on to the next guest, and let me grab. Looks like Benny Boy's got an announcement. Let me grab Benny. Benny, my man.
Dude, you're so cooked. You're so cooked.
Oh no, what happened?
No, I actually just came up because YouTube is like your guests on YouTube are like double like the sound of like you, so it's like coming through and like blowing everybody's headphones out.
Really?
So I didn't know if there's a way to like turn them down.
I can
or
definitely
to,
turn them down.
or to ask them to like turn their mics down. It's been like every guest. That's
I'm
all.
so sorry, but I can turn them down right now. We'll grab the next one and see what it sounds like.
Let me see. Can you substantiate that Jesus actually existed?
You know what? I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Thank you so much, Benny. I appreciate that. W. Benny, I really appreciate the heads up on that. Holy smokes, I didn't realize that. But I have noticed that was the case on quite a few of my streams when I've like watched them back so I can clip it up into sections. I've seen quite a few of them go that route where the guest is super loud. All right, we're going to get the next David in here right now. How you doing, David?
Hello, do you hear me?
I can hear you. And if you're watching this on YouTube, if you guys could let me know if the guest is super loud or if it's been like equalized, that would be helpful. But David, it sounds like you're having a little trouble with your technology there. What's going on?
Is that better?
Maybe. No, not so much. All right, you're having a lot of trouble. It sounds like you got a bad cord. You got to get your cord fixed up. All right, we'll grab the next one. Jonathan, welcome back, or welcome in. Sorry, Jonathan.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, welcome in, Jonathan.
Hi. Well, first of all, I'm gonna try to do my best explaining what I think, but I'm not here to defend Christianity. I do believe in God, but just please don't make fun of me. I'm gonna try to be as honest as I can. Okay, I'm gonna try to be. I know you're gonna cook me. I know, I already know, but I'm gonna try to be as honest as I can. I believe God. It's He doesn't exist. He doesn't exist, but He's true.
Wait,
That's what I believe.
all right. So I turned the guest down a little bit, guys on YouTube. Let me know if the guest is still really loud, because I don't know if I'm turning the guest down, if I'm just turning it down for me, or if it's turning it down for everybody. So we'll see what we can work out here. Yes, go ahead and introduce yourself so everyone can hear you talk and see if the audio is a little bit better now.
Okay. Hi. My name is Jonathan, and I believe in a God, in a conscience more than a God. He's a conscience. I believe. I also believe a little bit. I think there's some truth in the Bible, but not all truth. I don't think the God from the Bible is really truth. He doesn't exist to me, but He's truth. Just like my name is Jonathan, which is truth, but it's not. It doesn't exist. My name, you can't touch my name.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand you correctly. Your God is true, but your God does not exist?
Right. Just like my name. I that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I
Help
think
me
we
out.
agree then.
Yeah. I believe He doesn't exist, but He's truth.
Oh, shit. All right, then. We finally agree on something. Big W. Does your God have a name?
No, actually He does. I believe my God is a conscience, and He's trying to figure out who He is through us.
Your God doesn't even know who He is?
No, yeah, that's what I believe. I believe He's a conscience, big conscience, and He's trying to figure out who He is, experiencing existence, like life through us. Like when we ask what's God, it's really Him asking. That conscience is asking itself, like, what am I?
Yeah, but
that's what I believe.
But your God doesn't exist.
No, He doesn't exist, but He's truth. He's truth.
Well,
it's like
you can't be true if you don't exist.
Is your name truth?
What I'm saying is something can't not exist and then also have properties.
What I'm saying, like the truth, is truth exists, that the truth exists?
No, I don't think truth
Truth.
itself exists. I think truth is a descriptive word.
That's what I'm saying too. That's what I'm saying. God, that's what is God to me. He doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's
But
imaginary.
in a way, you could say yes. It's more in your head. It's like a truth. It's like just a truth that we learn from him only. We can't experience him.
Well, you can't learn from something that doesn't exist.
Well, I believe he doesn't exist in a way, but he's truth. He's truth. Do you agree? Like he's truth.
Well,
He
it can't
doesn't
be
exist.
it can't be a he if he doesn't exist.
Okay. Well then, I guess you got me.
All right.
I
Well,
guess you got. I
Jonathan,
guess you
good
got me
talking to you,
there.
man.
You know, I guess you got me there, man. Sorry. All right.
All right,
I'll try
cheers.
next time. All right. I'll try. Thank you.
He tried. He was nice, at least. He was nice. Yeah, these I mean, that was a really interesting philosophy of God, though. I mean, I'm here for it. So we'll see what we can get. All right, let me grab the next guest here. We've got someone waiting in our TikTok queue. We'll pull them through. Let me fix my 1 second. Let me fix my
Good
chat
afternoon.
over here real quick. Good afternoon. Give me just 1 second. Soren, thank you for the $45 DKK chat. Says leaving when his belief is challenged. Come on, love your lives and learning every time. Yeah, that tends to happen when the kitchen gets hot. It's easier to leave but at least he left rather than saying even more, exponentially ridiculous things. Russian spy sleazeball. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, are you open to debating Sam Shamoon or God Logic? I'll debate anyone. You get him in my stream, I'll debate him. Don't care who it is. J Cow, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Big W J Cow. It says, classic Justin caller. Seems like you are a little ahead. Justin, yep. And I'm going to slam you over the head with Leviticus 25. And that was another live ago, and I laughed so hard. Yeah. We didn't do Leviticus 25 yet tonight, but you guys know it's going to come. But J Cal, thank you for the super chat. And last one, Michael, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, the best defense for God, holy book is also the worst. Russell's teapot dragon in the garage. Just make it endlessly flexible and unfalsifiable. Yes, Michael, I love Russell's teapots. I don't even know if I've used it on this live, but you know what? Maybe we'll do a version of Russell's teapot tonight. Sorry, we've got a guest. I apologize for the delay. Is your name DG?
Yes, you can call me DG.
Is that for Dollar General?
It's my last name. It's my last name.
That's your last name. Okay. What would you like to be called on the live stream?
You can call me DG. That's fine.
Cool. And DG, what God do you worship, and are you at least 18?
Yes, more than 18.
Fair enough.
And I worship Jesus Christ.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for why the Jesus Christ God is real?
Well, there's several, and people that don't believe in him, they're always going to be rejecting. But for me, I'll talk for myself. What demonstrates me that he's alive and he's not imaginary is that when I call him upon on prayer, he manifests his love, and I have felt
his love. Oh,
yes.
Well,
his presence, and he gives you peace as you pray, because we do not. I don't know how to say it in English, but when you repeat, that's not a prayer. Prayer is when you talk to somebody. It's like talking to a friend and letting him know what he already knows, because he's the God and he made me and he knows who I am. He knows, the Bible says that he knows me by my name.
Are you aware that there have been scientific studies on pet rocks?
I hear a lot of stuff, and I'm telling you, science wouldn't exist.
But what I'm saying is that there have been studies on the psychological benefits of having a pet rock. And a lot of the psychological benefit is that you don't feel as lonely, you have less stress, so on and so forth, right? So there seems to be this component of human behavior where when you have something around, that it seems to provide you some emotional benefit. And we even see it in the movie Outcast. Remember when Tom Hanks paints a face on a beach ball and names it? I mean,
but you gotta understand that that's the point of view of some people that want to say, but not to insult nobody.
I said the
But
wrong name. It's Castaway. Sorry.
It is a case. It is a case where, you know, when you were born and you have a dysfunctional family, you have, you know, things that happen in your family makes you feel that way. But no, I mean, it's the way, it depends the way you want to see it. I don't want to see it that way because he doesn't need me, I need him. You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
he doesn't
but
need me, I
what,
need him.
What does Jesus provide that I can't get from a pet rock?
He provides eternal life, and he's the only God that died for you in the cross.
Why does he need to
And,
die for anyone?
And let me tell you, ever since, because he loved us and
No,
he gave us
but why did he need to
grace.
die in the first place?
Because we were lost in sin.
So,
You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure let me ask you something. Were you a Christian before?
yeah, I was a Christian for 20 years.
Okay, so you already know the answers, the questions that you're giving me.
I do know the answers, but
already know
there's
the
a reason
answers.
why I'm asking it, right? I'm asking why did
Well-
he need to die in the first place? Because I know what the right answer is, and I'm just waiting for you to spit it out.
Why he needed, well, if you have read the Bible and you know the Israel people, they didn't want to listen. You know the story. You know it.
What?
Don't laugh.
What is
Don't
the
laugh.
reason why Jesus needed to die?
Because of the sin of us.
What does our sin have to do with someone dying?
He chose that way to come and show us his mercy, his love for us, because you won't die for me, right? You wouldn't do that for me.
I would die
Would you
for
do
some
that for
people,
me?
but I wouldn't die for a stranger typically.
Okay, thank you very much. You just answered the question, and he died for a stranger. He died for everybody.
No, why?
And it's
You missed it. Stop it. Why did he need to die for us? What is he dying for that somehow we are benefiting by it?
Don't be upset.
I'm not upset. I need you to focus.
I am. I mean, you're asking a question. You're asking a question that answers itself.
It doesn't answer itself, or else you would give me the answer.
The reason why he
The
had
answer that you need to provide
didn't
is
have
that he
to.
died to cover our sins because otherwise we would have to go to hell. That's the Christian answer. Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
Did
You don't-
Jesus
he
need
doesn't
to
send
die
you-
or did he choose to die?
He doesn't send you to hell.
He does.
You send yourself.
No,
you
we don't.
send yourself.
Wrong again.
Yes.
So the question is, did he need to die in order to prevent people from going to hell?
He needed to die. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Could God have allowed people to get to heaven without murdering Jesus?
Well, you gotta say in the story that happened before that. So
We'll try this. Is it yes or no? Could God have allowed people into heaven without murdering Jesus?
no,
So God's not
No.
all powerful then.
no, because he is powerful.
No,
and
no, you just
way-
said
the
nope.
only
Stop
way-
it! Stop it! Stop it! You just said there's something he couldn't do.
Ask me a question again.
Is God capable of letting people into heaven without murdering Jesus?
It depends. Now or before?
Ever?
No, because it's a before and after.
Okay, then before.
No.
So then God's not all powerful. He lacks the capability to do something.
You know he is powerful.
It's like basic
You know
logic
he's
is this
omniscient.
lost on this conversation. We'll try this again.
No.
If your God cannot let people into heaven, if there's something he doesn't have the ability to do, then that means he's not all powerful. All powerful means there is nothing that he cannot do.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense. On the question you're asking, it doesn't make sense on what the context is, because you're saying that he's not powerful.
No, I'm saying
And
he's not
you
all
cannot-
powerful.
You cannot say that. You
I can't
cannot
say that. You
because-
said that, not me.
No, you answer it.
You're the
I
one that
answer-
said that he's not all powerful.
I
You said
answer- I
that he
answer it.
couldn't let people into heaven. What was
I
preventing
answer it.
What was preventing God
I-
from doing that?
I answer it, and you became with that conclusion.
What was
So-
preventing God from letting people into heaven?
What was preventing God from letting people into heaven? You know, he spoke to the Israel.
Not even
people
close to an answer
many
to my
times.
question.
He answered. No, listen. It's because you cannot get a title and talk about it without considering what happened before.
What do you do for a living?
You are parting from there.
I want to know what you do for a living, because if you have this lack of focus, I'm concerned for your employer.
Why are you telling me I have a lack of no, I don't.
Because you can't actually pay attention to where the conversation is. The conversation is about whether or not your God needed Jesus to die, or whether or not Jesus' death.
You the way you think.
No,
I'm answering you the way
what I want you to do is answer the questions honestly. So the question I answered, which you can't seem to figure out, is, did Jesus have to die? Or could have God let people into heaven without murdering Jesus? Is that something that he had the capability of doing? And it is just a yes or no. It requires no explanation. Just a yes or no. What is it? Oh, Eunice came back. Eunice is crying in the comments. I haven't seen Eunice in a while. DG, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So was it a yes or a no?
My microphone was off. I don't know who turned it off.
I muted you temporarily so you can actually listen to a question. And the question was, could God do something? Does he have the capability of letting people into heaven without murdering his son? Is that something he's capable of doing?
It's because you don't make sense.
It's just a yes or no question.
It's a yes.
Okay, then God has the capability of letting people into heaven without murdering Jesus, which means the murder of Jesus was not necessary.
But wait a minute. Jesus is not murdered. Jesus resurrected.
Oh, so then he didn't take our punishment.
He's not dead. He's not dead.
So he didn't take our punishment then?
He did, of course.
Our punishment for sin is that we'll be dead eternally.
You know he suffered on the cross.
We'll try this again.
As a
if
human.
He's not dead, then he did not take our punishment.
He didn't suffer as a God. He suffered as a human.
We'll try this again.
Because remember, he was born.
What are the wages of sin according to the Bible? I don't think DG's got the boots for this hike. She's found herself in the wilderness with not a single utensil to work with.
You should want to win everything. You know I'm starving you. You know it.
No, you're starving me because you can't follow the conversation. I'm starving for someone who can follow dialogue.
No, so, I am.
You're literally not. You have almost no idea what the conversation is even about at this point.
You don't make sense on the conversation.
I know I don't make sense to you because you struggle with basic logic. I'm aware, yeah.
No, and then you're the smartest thing in the world.
No, I'm not the smartest thing in the world. You
think you're the smartest guy in the whole wide world?
You're just unable to keep up.
And you do?
I do. I'm the one initiating the conversation. I'm the one you're not keeping up with. I know,
because you're the owner of the life. I mean, you gotta have respect.
I literally don't. So, as it turns out, your God isn't real. You have no evidence for your God.
So let me ask you something.
You have no evidence for your God. You can't follow any logical conversation.
You think God can remove the...
So I'll just ask you, we'll try this from the beginning.
Mute me. You see, you don't want...
We'll just try this from the beginning.
You don't want to hear me. You mute me.
I literally want you to talk, but I want you to not talk while I'm talking.
No, you don't want me to talk.
No, I want you to talk while I'm not talking. So we'll start from the very beginning where we started, since you didn't follow the train of thought.
You're muting me because you don't stand what I'm telling you.
I'm muting you because you're yapping and you can't listen.
I won't.
You can't listen to my question while you're yapping. So my initial question, which you
don't make sense.
So
you don't make sense.
I know I don't make sense to you. So my initial question is, what is the best evidence or argument for this?
You're just confusing people. You're just confusing.
My question is, what is the best evidence or argument for your God being real?
My life.
What does your life have to do with proving your God is real?
My life, period. That's it. That's a simple question.
That's not proof of anything.
For me, it is.
It's
It
not
doesn't
proof
have
for
to be for
anyone.
you.
It's
It
not proof for
doesn't.
anyone else.
It doesn't have to be for you, but it is for me. My life.
It's not proof for me. I don't care about that.
My life is worth it. The blood of Jesus.
Okay, then
Period.
my Hindu friend's life is proof that the Hindu gods are real.
Okay, then they choose to. They
So then
choose
you're
to worship that God.
polytheistic. Are you
That's their-
polytheistic now?
That's their.
Are you
that's their
polytheistic
option.
now?
Am I what?
Are you polytheistic now?
Why am I gonna be that?
Because you just said that life is proof of God, and my Hindu friend is alive, which means his God must be true. So tell me not you're a polytheist, since you just said that proof of gods is the fact that their worshipers exist.
I didn't say that. I'd say my life is proof.
I know, and my Hindu's friend life is proof that the Hindu gods are real.
Let them believe that. My life is proof because
I'm not asking
you
what you believe. I'm asking what is true. I don't care what you believe.
Listen.
I'm asking, can you demonstrate that your belief is true?
All right. Why am I getting you upset?
You're not getting me upset. I need you to follow the actual conversation.
You answer.
The reason why I'm getting irritable with you
Ask me a question.
is because you can't follow the train of conversation. You constantly
What's the next-
yap. You don't answer questions honestly. And you can't even track like a logical progression. So what I said
Question.
was that if personal experience means that your God is true, then my friend who is Hindu, his experience, his existence proves that the Hindu gods are true. Do you believe that the Hindu gods are true? Yes or no?
You're saying experiences.
It is
I
a
say
yes
life.
or a no question.
My life, no experiences. Life, the one that
I literally cannot imagine being this stupid. I can't. All right, I got to move on, guys. I can't take her that much longer. She was unbearable. All right. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Rachel said, I'll never understand a people group who devotes their lives to a book they have never read. Thanks for doing your part deprogramming the masses. Thank you so much for the super chat, Rachel. And I did read the book, which is why I don't believe this baloney. Johannes Brahms, thank you for the $2 super chat. Johannes says, Wilson looking so fresh and so clean. Yeah, Wilson's dope. I need to get Wilson for my shelf. Katie, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Katie says, I had to get rid of my pet rock after it attacked my neighbor, caused a big knot in the neighbor's head. Cops got involved. Listen, I don't know many pet rocks that attack on their own. I partially suspect that maybe the rock was influenced by an outside force. I don't know that to be the case, but I hope your neighbor's okay, and I hope that you're okay as well. And Ant, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Ant says, Hail Doug or Satan, whichever irks the Christians more. You need a fireproof apron for all the cooking you do. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the $10 over Venmo. Cyber says, did Eve have free will to be Adam's companion? That's actually a really good, holy shit, I never thought of that. Cyber coming in with a dope question. Did Adam and Eve have free will to choose each other as mates? Because this, in the story, Cyber, you blew my mind, buddy. Okay. All right, just hold on for a second. I gotta wrap my mind around Cyber's question. Okay. Oh gosh. Thank you for the galaxy, whoever just sent that. Big W, I appreciate that. Okay, so as far as I can tell in the story, Adam and Eve had no consent in what happened. I guess maybe because there was nobody else on the earth, they're like, well, fuck, I don't care, whatever. I guess there's nobody else, all right? But man, do you think that maybe after like other adults were on the planet, they're like, I don't know if that was the best choice. I kind of like some of these others better. That's a really good question. Texas, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says it blows me away how predictable they are. They are so predictable, which is why these live streams have the same talking points over and over again. And Johannes, thank you again for the $2 super chat. It says you can't fix stupid. No, you can't. And 2 more super chats. Thank you, Tim. Good to see you, Tim. It says smells good in here. Doug must be cooking tonight. Doug is cooking, not Sharon Stone, because traditional gender roles are for suckers. Big W. I agree. I love cooking, by the way. I don't know if I'm a good cook, but I really enjoy it. and men should not be robbed of such a delightful experience because they're forced into traditional gender roles. That's ridiculous. And Bus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Bus says, hey, I'm in Thinkers VC and DC. I'd love to debate. I'm a Christian and I am respectable. Well, you can debate by joining with the link in the description of the video. And all you got to do is click it and join up. Looks like we've now got Eric from the YouTube stream. How you doing, Eric?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me okay? Is my audio scuffed?
I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we sound good.
Okay.
So, Eric, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and sort of. I am over 18 and I follow the most logical belief.
Okay. Which is?
Which is sun worship.
Oh, shit. Which one?
Oh, the one in the sky.
Do you have a name for the sun god?
No, just like the physical sun in the ordinary sense that we know it as a physical object.
I got to be honest, I kind of like this religion already.
So, you can have opinions about the divinity, but the existence of the sun is pretty incontrovertible. Like, that you can see it.
Yeah.
If you stare at it, it will blind you, and it created and maintains all life on Earth.
I do not disagree.
So, points in its favor there, at least.
I do not disagree. I confirm with you that the sun does indeed exist.
Okay, so we've gotten further than the Christians so far.
So far. And it's not in the past. The sun is here today. Like, we can test it.
Well, for me, the sun is in the past. It's gone down. But
oh, right, of course.
I have unshakable faith that it will also be in the future, and I'll see it again tomorrow.
Yeah, as it turns out, I have very deep-seated faith that the sun is going to come around. It's like 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, so
I mean, listen, I might join this religion with you.
Yeah, and the great thing is, like, it doesn't really require particular rights. Like, don't stare at it. Protect yourself from it.
That's
wear
a
sunscreen,
fair rule.
hats.
Nobody likes people that stare.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from, allowing and providing our existence, the sun it's not demanding.
Well, the only problem I have is that your son hates me. Why does your God hate me?
Well, you see, and that's the thing that a lot of other religions struggle with, is like the problem of evil. And the sun gets around that by making no claim to omnibenevolence.
Oh shit. Okay, cool. So your God
So the sun just
really
does
hates white people.
what it does.
Listen, I can see why your son hates white people. We've been fucking this world up for a long time. So like if you're going to pick on somebody, we're the ones.
I mean, I suppose, but that's the thing about the sun is it's not really that it hates white people, it's just the negative consequences you get from the sun are sort of a side effect of the things it has to do in order to enable the rest of creation. So you're sort of collateral damage.
Well, fair enough. Well, listen, Eric, I love a good false religion. I worship the Doug and Sharon Stone, but I've got room in the pantheon for the sun. I'll be sure to include the sun for the future, okay?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, cheers.
All right.
And big W for Shamash. That's the ancient Babylonian version of the sun. I think Shamash is a pretty damn good god. I'll go with Shamash. All right, we'll grab the next guest from TikTok. We have some people waiting eagerly in our TikTok queue for a while here. Also, there's somebody in the TikTok queue with the name Anime Racist. I don't know if I can actually take you given your name. That seems like a really risque name to bring into my live stream. Not sure if I should actually bring you in, but we'll grab the next guest in here. And also, Devin, thank you for the $2 super chat. Devin says, oh, my Doug, DG was using my mother's arguments. I know, they're so bad. Not even my mother made arguments that bad. Maybe my grandmother, but Delilah Scissor in the house. Good to see you, Delilah Scissors. Again, still the best name on YouTube. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, my suggestion for Justin's slogans would be stop yapping because you constantly have to say that. LOL. Hail Doug, the everlasting. Yes, Doug is the everlasting rock, and you're 100% right. I have to say that way more than I want to. I don't say it because I like it. I say it because it is just a necessary component of the discussion. But we've got K-Man in the live now. How you doing, K-Man?
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. K-Man, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in a God?
I am 18, and I do believe in God in a sense. I believe all our souls are a piece of it.
Oh boy.
If not to throw you off too much there, because I'm a believer in reincarnation. I'm a believer in experience, and I believe each one of us is a piece of the same entity that comes down with a different perspective of experience.
Sure. And what's the evidence that this God/religion is true?
I don't think it's a God. I just think we're part of the same entity.
So it's more of a religion, but not a God religion.
Right. So I believe Christ lived, and I believe he had manifesting power, and I believe we all have the same manifesting power.
So you believe in Christ consciousness?
Correct. I don't know if you call it Christ, but I believe in the consciousness that we're all the same conscious and all that have the same abilities to manifest life.
And why do you believe this?
Because I've seen different people, like, for instance, the girl that believed in Christ, because she believes in it strongly, her mind is able to manifest what she wants based off that belief. The same as the Hindu God, and the other ones is able to manifest things off their belief because they believe strong enough in it.
Can you manifest something for us?
I can't personally, I haven't mastered it, but I think Christ with the one that got cured that was bleeding for a long period of time, the woman, and he stated right there, it's your belief for yourself that actually healed you, not me.
Well, he said your faith.
It's in your faith and what you believe in.
Yeah, faith is a little more complicated than what you believe because the book of James says even the demons believe. There's a difference between having faith and having belief. But nevertheless, I'm trying to figure out what the evidence that your belief system is true because I've never seen anybody manifest anything.
I've seen one person manifest stuff or manifest things into existence in time.
Don't you think it would be more prevalent if people could do it?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
Okay. I personally have not been able to do the skill, but I do believe in reincarnation because I, at the age of 4, had dreams of past lives.
I know it's very common in some parts of the world.
Right, and things that first I drowned. I was a business person or something, Christian or ship. Things as a 4-year-old in my time where we didn't have color on TV and I was never on a ship, but I actually dreamt this very vividly.
I'm sure you did.
So, and I understood death at 4.
So, I knew about death by the time I was 4.
Right, but a lot of people do not. So, I believe I do believe in reincarnation. So, I do believe we come down here and learn lessons, but I think we're also all part of the same stream.
Okay. Is there any evidence other than the dream you had?
That's about it for me. That's my gut feeling, and that's I also believe we're not from.
Oh, HD cup. Where'd he go?
More in the Anunnaki stories than anything else.
Okay.
Because that fits more logically.
Well, our live stream is typically for people who want to demonstrate or prove that their God is real. And it sounds like you're not really in that position. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, I'm just giving a different perspective.
Okay. Well, listen, I appreciate it. K-Man, thanks for coming up. And, with a lot of these Eastern type religions, they're actually usually pretty peaceful, and I really don't care that they exist. It's like the Abrahamic and Western religions that are, trash.
No, agreed. I just think the religions, for me, are based off more ET stuff that got translated through the different people over time. And I think, I think people have existed much longer than what our timeline says it is.
Right. Well, thanks for coming through, K-Man.
Right. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. All right. I think Keelan's been waiting for a little bit in the YouTube queue, so we'll grab Keelan next. And Jason Jack again with a $5 super chat. Big W, Jason. I appreciate that. Says no one exists with consent. That's true. I didn't consent to be alive. Actually, Job, the book of Job kind of points that out. Job's pretty pointed. He's like, I didn't ask to be in this in this world. Cursed the day I was born. The Ungoogleable Man says, rock hard for Doug. Thank you so much, Ungoogleable Man, for the $6.66 Canadian chat. We appreciate that. And Divine Order, good to see you, my man. Listen, Divine Order, you're going to have to get off TikTok eventually and just come over to YouTube. TikTok's in... Oh, wait, you're not in America. Sorry, you don't have to get off TikTok, just me. When TikTok goes away, I won't be able to talk to you on TikTok anymore. Maybe we can Discord. But Divine Order said, I heard cooking. You must have thought of our debate. We actually do need to have a discussion sometime soon. I don't even know if we even need to have a debate, because you and I can actually just kind of discuss things without debating each other necessarily, because I think we kind of understand where each other are coming from. Also, you're generally really polite and likable, so... But good to see you, Divine. And then Mr. Donald says, I need the cheat sheet I added to my arsenal. I need to add it. Well, if you subscribe to the Kraken Crew Elite level on YouTube, you'll have access to the cheat sheet. So go ahead and do that if you haven't already. And looks like we've got Keelan live with us now. How you doing, Keelan?
Hey, how are you?
Doing very good. Keelan, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some sort of higher power?
Yeah, I hope I look older than 18.
Well,
Yes,
you have a beard, but I have to check, you know?
And yeah, I believe the Bible's true. I don't believe the world offers anything else that explains our reality and existence sufficient enough to make sense of our current life.
I may not fully follow. Are you suggesting that because the Bible describes the human condition well, that it must be true?
In part.
Well,
what can we compare with the scriptures?
Maybe like the teachings of Buddha.
Yeah, but that came much later.
No, Buddha lived about 400 years before Jesus.
Sure, but the Tanakh existed before Buddha.
Sure.
And
so
before.
Are you suggesting that the oldest thing is the most likely to be true?
No, I don't like that argument. I don't believe that.
That can't be a good argument.
Let me go back to the beginning. I believe that the Bible offers a sufficient enough text and explanation of our current reality, and our now and the future, in a complete set of text that is uncomparable to anything else. And I think you can explain the existence and the origins of the universe in this, well, not the universe, but at least this earth, and sort of where the world is headed and how the world would end. I think what's happened is Christianity has messed a lot of us up in terms of its religion and its dogma, and returning to the truth is, I heard you reading the scripture earlier that mainstream Christianity gets out of context with regard to the virgin birth. And I think you're on it. And a lot of non-Christians are seeing that the scriptures have been misinterpreted and mishandled and mispreached, and has guided people opposite of the truth of the scriptures itself.
I mean, you probably see my point then. My point. Oh, sorry. 1 second. What's up, Benny? Oh, Benny, did you get up here by? Oh, he's low on TikTok. Can everyone on YouTube hear the guest? Okay, so everyone on YouTube can hear him. Just the people on TikTok and having a little bit of trouble hearing the guest. I'll bump his volume up.
Do it.
Yeah, thanks, Benny. I appreciate the update. Big W. Sorry about that, Keelan. We've got multiple platforms streaming, and sometimes the audio is a little bit louder on one than the other. They were having a little trouble hearing you on TikTok, so they wanted to let me know to turn you up a little bit.
Cool.
So
trying to be reasonable, because I mean, what else are you really affixing what's your origin in a nutshell? Your 30-second elevator pitch origin story in terms of what you feel or subscribe to as the genesis of our existence.
Well, I don't think that there is a Genesis, right? So I believe that matter, space, and time are eternal, that there's always been something and there always will be something. And there's really no need for a God in this particular model of the universe. God would have been redundant.
What kicks off the existence of everything that we see today?
Well, nothing. It's always existed.
It's always existed?
Yeah, matter, space, and time have always existed.
I don't disagree with matter, space, and time. We're a component of the greater reality of what's out there, and this particular unique component is not replicated anywhere in the universe as we could see so far.
How much of the universe do you think we've explored?
It doesn't matter for in the universe.
Whoa, hold on, it does matter because you said we haven't found anything like us in the universe, but we've literally just started exploring the universe like within our parents' lifetime.
We haven't found anything.
Right, we haven't. I agree.
You can suspect, but there's nothing in the our near existence that even replicates anything close to Earth. And so you have to agree that something's unique about this Earth and this world.
I don't think so.
The Bible speaks about that.
But the Bible says lots of things that just aren't true.
What's this?
The Bible just says things that aren't true, which is why I don't have any reason to believe that the earth is flat according to Job 38:14, or that there's a dome over top of it holding the waters back according to the creation model in Genesis, or that rabbits and rock badgers chew cud, or that the Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s when it says Ramses was the pharaoh, but Ramses didn't live for another 200 years.
Yeah, so, and listen, I'm not the expert. I'm pretty sure you know the arguments against that. I'm pretty sure.
I know all the arguments, which is why I still use them, because the arguments are bad and I can defeat all of them.
But you know, Ramses is an anachronism, right? So, I mean, I used to live in New York, and New York used to be called, the Dutch settled it, and I forget, it used to be called something different. And so, the writers of this time speaking about old times will say New York instead of calling it what it used to be called. And so,
right, but it says they built the storehouses of Ramses.
What's this?
Exodus chapter 1 says they built the storehouses of Ramses.
Yeah, they maybe perhaps at the time that they were writing, that's what it was called at the time that they were writing, or the time that it was interpreted. But it's really referencing an older name, perhaps. But do we throw the whole thing away?
It says they built the storehouses of Ramses, meaning that whatever they did was attached to the building of those storehouses.
Yeah, I think if you dig a little bit more, you will find that there's anachronistic.
It's not anachronistic.
Well, listen, let me do it like this, right? Have you heard of the Hittites?
I'm very familiar with the Hittites and the Hethites.
But do you know how the Hittites were discovered and when they were discovered?
Well, I mean, at least over 100 years ago, we started discovering tablets from the Hittite territories. But prior to, say, like 150 years ago, we didn't really know who the Hittites were.
Right, but you know where they were only found? The only text that mentioned the Hittites?
Not the Bible.
It was the Bible.
Wrong again. The Hittites in the Bible live roughly around the land of Hebron, if you actually read the text. And in the Hebrew language, they're not called the Hittites, they're the Hethites. And when it gets translated into English, it gets translated as Hittites because the E-class vowel and the I-class vowel are roughly the same from Hebrew to English. So it's not talking about the Hittites from Anatolia, it's talking about the Hittites from Hebron.
Yeah, I don't have a defense against that.
I know.
Yeah, I would have to look into that. But scholars would say different. I mean,
no, I have this viewpoint because the scholars say so.
Well, the scholars also say that the Hittites that were found were only known of in the scriptures.
I don't know any scholars saying that.
I mean, perhaps I can pull it.
Fair enough. Find one.
You want me to find? You want to pause me and come back to me?
You're welcome to drop and come back when you get a scholar.
No. Well, hang on. But you can't just, I mean, I think your belief, right, is believing that we just always existed, and there's no origin of our existence. There's an origin.
I didn't say we always existed, but what I said was that matter, space, and time have always existed. Human beings obviously are an evolution of the matter, space, and time. But even if evolution was wrong, right, and even if my cosmological model was wrong, it wouldn't mean that your God is real. You still need to provide an argument for why your God is real. And it sounds like your argument is that the Bible is true, but like there's just a bunch of stuff in the Bible that's not true. So I have no reason to believe that the Bible is true.
There's a bunch of stuff that is true, though.
So what? There's a bunch of stuff in the Quran that's true.
Yeah. So I mean, what do you
are you Muslim now?
Yeah, but well, so then you go a little bit deeper, and I think the things that you're naming they're not sufficient enough to really pull the weight. Here, let me get this Hittite thing.
What percentage of your book needs to be false before I can say it's not trustworthy?
I think there's a Western understanding of the book when the book itself is a cultural book, not a religious book. It's a cultural book, and with the Western mind, it's very hard to understand. You were reading earlier, so Christians believe that the Levitical order will never exist again. But you read earlier that the Levitical order actually returns in the millennial period, and in the
forever.
So they actually begin to restore the sacrificial order.
It didn't say anything about a millennial reign. It just says that they're going to serve forever when King David is on the throne, and King David clearly being the Messiah. And something similar shows up in Isaiah 66. When there's a new heaven and a new earth, it says that there's going to be Levitical priests forever.
Yes, and that's what the Bible says. Christianity doesn't believe that.
I agree. Yes, Christianity does not agree with this.
So, but that's in the Bible, and I know it's hard to believe, but that is what the scriptures say. And the scriptures doesn't say that you fly off to heaven.
No, I agree. According to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, we're going to meet the Lord in the clouds, and then it seems to be that there's going to be a new heaven and new earth, and they're going to live back here on the new earth.
So, I mean, whether you want to believe that or not, that's not what Christianity teaches. But it says, I'm just doing a very topical search on Google here, and it is regrettably Wikipedia, but we can go check what Wikipedia is saying. We can check the facts. Before the archaeological discoveries that revealed the Hittite civilization, the only source of information about the Hittites had been found in Hebrew, or had been the Hebrew Bible.
You're not reading the wiki page.
What's that?
You're not reading the wiki page. The wiki page says the Hittites, also spelled the Hethites, were a group of people mentioned in the Hebrew Bible under the names B'nai Heth, meaning children of Heth, who was the son of Canaan. They are described several times living in or near Canaan between the time of Abraham, estimated between 2000 and 1500 BC.
Okay.
So they're the children of Heth. The Hittites are the children of Heth according to the Old Testament.
So what's your point? They couldn't make it to, they didn't disperse out, and their descendants didn't disperse into Anatolia?
The Anatolian kingdom was already established long before Heth of the Bible existed.
Yeah, I don't, where are you getting those facts?
The Anatolian kingdom was already completely diminished in the middle of the Bronze Age. Are you familiar with the leader called Mursili II?
I have not heard of Mursili II.
Mursili II was one of the last great leaders of the Hittite Empire, and his empire fell because their land was being ravaged by a bubonic plague. And then ever since Mursili II, the kingdom kind of waned. But prior to Mursili, there was an empire there for literally thousands of years.
Okay, so are we debunking what I'm reading here? Are you saying there's no substance to what I'm reading?
What I'm saying is that the Hittite Empire existed long before the B'nai Heth, long before the sons of Heth. And we have no evidence that the sons of Heth moved north and then populated the land of Anatolia.
All right, let me read this again, right? Before archaeological discoveries. So they're discovering something in the world of archaeology.
Sure, and what are you reading?
I'm just reading a simple Google search from Wikipedia.
Oh, Google is not quoting from the Wikipedia.
Yes, it is.
I literally just read you the Wikipedia. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now under Biblical Hittites. It's
I mean, perhaps. I mean, I'm not looking at biblical Hittites.
this is why just reading a Google search isn't like actual doing.
Well, listen, I didn't do a lot. We're not in the formal debates for me to do a bunch of research, but I typed in Hittites, and anybody can do this, right? Type in Hittites in Wikipedia.
Yep, that's what I did.
And here's what it says under archaeological discovery. Before the archaeological, I'm not making.
Are you reading Wikipedia or Google?
I'm reading the Google result that
read the actual Wikipedia page.
I am.
No, you're reading Google.
No, let me do it again.
We'll try this again. Are you reading from the Wikipedia page or are you reading from a Google result?
Look, listen. I did a Google search.
Right,
and it
yes.
pulled Wikipedia reference.
Yes, exactly. And you're going to read the Wikipedia page or a Google population.
No, listen. I read the excerpt from Wikipedia. Now I click for your wait for your.
Can you see my screen right now? By the way, let me share my screen with you. Hold on. Okay.
No, I can see it on YouTube.
Now you can see my screen.
No, can you do me a favor? Can you type in just Hittites?
I did. The biblical Hittites. The Hittites, also spelled Hethites, were a group of people mentioned in the Hebrew Bible under the names B'nai Heth, the children of Heth.
Can you just type in?
I just want to make sure we're very clear here. The word Hittite is an English word. You know this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the word Hittite appear in the Hebrew Bible? Yes or no?
I can't. Wait, hang on.
Yes or no? They don't.
I can't. I'm not going to speak on what I don't know. But can you just entertain me for a second, please? Because you're taking me off. All right, can you just type in Wikipedia Hittites?
I'm there. I'm on the page for biblical Hittites in Wikipedia. It's on your screen right now.
You're not listening. I'm saying take out biblical and just leave Hittites.
The Hittite Empire in Anatolia are not the same as the biblical Hittites. The biblical Hittites are the B'nai Heth.
I'm trying to take you. I don't know. You're being a little bit funny because if you could just do this for me, that would help us out.
So you're saying that the page literally labeled biblical Hittites is wrong.
I'm not saying anything about the biblical.
Let me
answer.
Does the page biblical Hittites contain true things?
I don't know. I haven't studied that enough to give you an
honest answer, I have
right?
studied it, which is why I know that you're wrong.
I'm not saying you haven't, but if you can entertain
because the
me
word
for 1 second?
Because the word Hittite is an English word.
You're rabbit trailing me for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, but if you can please oblige me and just type in Hittites.
I already have, yes, and it's going to bring up a separate page referring to other Hittites that don't appear in the Bible.
It doesn't matter. I want to read you something from that, and if you don't want to do it, you're becoming a little suspect here.
I'm actually just going to read you the very beginning of the Wikipedia page for the Hittites. It says this article is about the Anatolian culture. For the group described in the Bible, see biblical Hittites. For the pre-Hittite inhabitants of Anatolia, see the Hattians.
Why are you resisting just typing in Hittites?
I'm on the Wikipedia page for the Anatolian Hittites, and it says to see the biblical Hittites, a different page if you want those.
Okay, boom, stop. Okay, can you scroll down, please?
Okay, so
on that page, excuse me.
I need you to engage with what I just read. Did you hear any of it?
You're shifting me for no. Can we?
I need you to focus. I read something and you had completely ignored it. I need you to be honest. It says this article is about the Anatolian culture. For the group described in the Bible, see biblical Hittites. What does that note mean?
I'm not. Listen to me, man. I'm not debating that note.
What is the note true?
What I'm trying to do. Can I ask you something?
Is the note true?
Did you bring up the Hittites or did I?
I'm on the page and I'm asking you, is the note here true?
Sure.
Then why do I care what the rest of this article is going to say
so you won't do it?
When the biblical Hittites are a different people group because the Hebrew Bible does not contain the word Hittite.
Well, since you so let me. Can you just scroll down though, please?
And read something completely irrelevant? Sure. What do you want?
No, just scroll down to archaeological discovery. Please, I'm begging you. Can you show the people, please?
Everyone's seeing it but you right now. Everyone can see me on the Wikipedia page, scrolling through it, not seeing the section. Here we go. Archaeological discovery. Now we've got archaeological discoveries from the Hittite.
Now, can you just read? Can you read that, please?
Yep. Before the archaeological discoveries that revealed the Hittite civilization, the only source of information about the Hittites had been the Hebrew Bible. Keep listening. Francis William Newman expressed the critical view common in the early 19th century that no Hittite king could have compared to the king of Judah. As the discoveries in the second half of the 19th century revealed the scale of the Hittite kingdom, Archibald Sayce asserted that rather than being compared to Judah, the Anatolian civilization was worthy of comparison to the divided kingdom of Egypt, and was infinitely more powerful than that of Judah. Sayce and other scholars have noted that Judah and the Hittites were never enemies in the Hebrew text. Of the Book of Kings, they supplied the Israelites with cedar, chariots, horses, and in the Book of Genesis were friends and allies to Abraham. Uriah the Hittite was a companion of King David's army as counted by one of his mighty men, which is contradicted literally in the very beginning of this article, which states that those were the Hethites and not the Hittites.
I just wanted you to read the archaeological discovery.
I'm aware of it.
Wait. It says biblical background, and it says see also biblical Hittites.
Yes,
Then
because they are different people.
What? Listen, this is not stating that different people, because it wouldn't start off to say.
Find me the word Hittite in the Hebrew Bible.
All right. You got kind of cut on this right now, right?
No, see, you're getting cooked and you don't realize it, because I actually read the Hebrew Bible and you haven't. There is no word in Hebrew referring to the Hittite people. What we have are people that were referenced as being from Heth. We have Hethites.
Yes.
And where did they live?
They were children of Ham, right?
Yep. And they were living where?
Which were Africans.
No, they weren't.
They were children. Listen to what I'm saying. They were children of Ham, which were Africans, because Ham and his sons mostly populated Africa. However,
the Hethites were in Canaan.
Heth migrated to what we know today as southern Turkey or Anatolia.
No, the Hethites lived in Canaan.
The Hethites were Canaanites, but that's not to say that they out. That's not to say they didn't branch out.
We have no evidence that the Hethites populated Anatolia, because the Hittite Empire, which was named after the capital city of Hatti, existed way before Abraham.
But the Hittites existed before Abraham.
Yes,
the Hittites.
No. The Hethites were contemporaneous to Abraham.
All right, listen. I'm gonna have to go study, but and I'm gonna let you get to your other guests. But I wanted you to see the Wikipedia and all your audience, everybody on here.
Yes, saw that you had no argument.
Well, no. Listen. I know you want to dilute me, but listen. If you go back to the Wikipedia page, not me.
I did. I read it to you, and you've ignored it 5 times already.
No. It points to the Hittites only having been discovered in the Bible, and
they weren't discovered in the Bible. The Wikipedia page itself tells you that these people were from the sons of Heth.
Archaeological discovery, biblical background.
Yes, and what is it? What's the source here?
It says, see also biblical Hittites.
Yes, exactly. The biblical Hittites were not the same as the Hethites.
Okay. I don't know what to. I got to go look. Are you sure your audience can? And when we get off, I'll go look. I don't want to take up your time. But
you're not taking up your time. Show me one scholar that says the Hethites are the Hittites.
Well, the Bible itself. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. Well, again, just a simple Google search. This is not, don't ding me for not being super scholastic because I didn't prep and this is not a debate and I'm not a really debater like that. Google search, anybody can do it. Heth is, and I see you typing and looking.
Yeah, I'm pulling up an actual resource from an actual scholar because I have them.
All right, well, Chat GPT and
ChatGPT is not a scholar.
I'm not saying it is, but it's pulling from information. And again, I gave you the disclaimer, so I didn't prepare scholarly things, but we can at least read it. It says Heth is the ancestor of the Hittites in the Bible.
Yes, exactly. He is, and they lived in Hebron.
Heth was the second son of Canaan, who was the son of Ham, son of Noah. Heth was named after as the second son of Canaan. And so your contention is that Heth and the Hethian descent, the Hittites, the descendants are not the same as the Hittites in Anatolia?
They're clearly not. The Anatolian Hittites were named after the capital city of Hatti, which existed way before any of the Canaanite Hittites.
According to what timeline?
I can just give you the origination. The Hattians. Let's see. Hattians were ancient Bronze Age people, meaning probably pre-Middle Bronze Age. People that inhabited the land of Hatti in central Anatolia, Turkey.
How do you spell Hatti?
Hatti.
The Hittites were an ancient group of people who lived in the region of Anatolia, which is now modern-day Turkey. The Hittites called their land Hatti.
The Hittites in Anatolia did that, yes. The Hittites in Canaan did not.
From around 1900, archaeologists were aware of a country established in Anatolia and known to Assyrians as Hatti. Okay? Because it was initially assumed that the people of Hatti were identical to the Heti of the Hebrew Bible.
Yes, initially assumed because they were wrong. I know.
The term Hittite Empire is still today used to describe the Anatolian state.
Yep.
So
the Hittites and the Hittites are two different people groups.
It seems as if they're two different people groups. So I got to dig a little bit deeper.
Fair enough. Okay, but I don't think any of that really matters because you already admitted that some things in the Bible aren't true. This is just like one more thing, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so even if the Bible contains some things that are true and some things that are not true, what percentage of the Bible needs to be true before I should trust it?
I don't, there's no percentage. What I think what we need to do is we already proved that Christianity has it wrong, right? With the interpretation of scriptures. Like when we grew up, we heard that the devil or Satan had a fight with the angels, right, in heaven because he wanted to be the man. Yeah. And then he was cast down to earth, and then that's before mankind came about, right? The Bible doesn't actually say that.
Not really. I agree with you. Isaiah 14 is not about that.
And there's a book there's a verse in Revelation that talks about Satan took a third of the angels. You aware of that?
Yep.
But that speaks to pre-mankind. But the church teaches that, but the Bible doesn't actually read that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of conjecture about what that particular passage is referring to, whether or not it's talking about the past or a future event. And there is a good case to be made either way. But I agree with you that in the Old Testament, there's no idea of this satanic evil figure who like opposed God and then God kicked him down to earth. That seems to be a New Testament invention.
Well, I think interpret a new religious interpretation.
Fair enough. I agree. I think Isaiah 14 originally was making fun of the king of Babylon using Syrian mythology. In Syrian mythology, we have deities. So the Hebrew text says Hillel ben Shakar, which means, obviously you've read the Bible. You know it doesn't mean Lucifer. Yeah. It means, light bearer, son of the morning. But Shakar is actually a really interesting name because in the language that the king of Babylon, or technically the king of Assyria, would have known, Shakar was actually a deity. It was the deity of the morning. And so they're basically referring to this guy, Hillel, as Venus. Venus is the bright morning star, which is why some translations just say morning star. But as it turns out, we have a really interesting mythology around a deity named Athtar, who is also named Venus in the pantheon. And when Baal went to the underworld and he was temporarily slain in the underworld, Athtar, his mother Venus, took Athtar and placed him on the throne. And he was going to ascend over all the other gods. But it turns out that he wasn't even tall enough to reach the footstool, and he got thrown off the throne like a laughing stock. And so it seems to be that is the narrative that is being used in Isaiah 14 to make fun of this king who's now fallen from the great heights, rather than a satanic figure that people are reading into it.
I think it can be both, right? I think it can be the king likening himself, or people looking at that king as if he's this Hillel, son of the morning. I mean, I think it can. I don't think it. I mean, you can use a king and say, hey, there's a. And again, I'm very rusty in the scriptures, but there's the king of. There's a king that I believe it could be in Ezekiel.
Ezekiel 28.
Ezekiel 28, where it talks about the king that is sort of he'll die like mortal men.
Yep. Well, that quote there is in Psalm 82.
Okay.
But I know what you're talking about in Ezekiel 28.
Okay, so you know what I'm referring to, that this king was so high and mighty, and he thought he was a god.
The king of Tyre.
The king of Tyre. The king of Tyre. The king of Tyre, he was likened unto Satan, if you will.
Well, I can push back on that a little bit if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because remember in Ezekiel 28, it's a taunt that they're going to take up and sing to the king, or give to the king after his kingdom falls, right?
Yes.
So the question I would have is whether or not the king of Tyre would even know about this Jewish Satan figure, and I don't think he would. But when I read Ezekiel 28, I'm reading the same thing I did with Isaiah 14. I'm reading somebody making fun of the king using his own mythology, and the king of Tyre would have known about the Epic of Gilgamesh. And to me, the Epic of Gilgamesh is paralleled in this passage. And it seems to be that he's likening himself to Humbaba. There we go. The name was escaping me. So there's a guardian cherub in the Epic of Gilgamesh narrative that lives in the Garden of God.
Yeah.
And he gets taken out by Gilgamesh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so to me, when I read this, I'm reading, it actually sounds like he's talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh and not about the Satan figure, because even like all the precious stones that are listed there, when they enter into the cedar forest, the Garden of the Gods, all of these stones are present in the Lebanese forests. You know what I mean?
Right.
But sorry, go ahead. I was listening, I promise.
No, that's where I guess what I'm saying is that it could be not either or, but both. It could be the writer, or it can be a prophecy that this king will fall because you are a tyrant, and you are like unto, or you will fall like that of Satan, how Satan fell.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just think it's colorful, artful, cultural language that we just don't understand. And we're trying to, I think we've been wounded by Christianity so much. So I'm listening to you. You argue a lot of the Christian interpretations that's not in the Bible. But when you leave the Bible intact of itself, are some scribal errors, there's some we can't corroborate, but the greater part of the text speaks to the genesis of this earth and the future. And
Sure.
so I can argue that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the God of the Bible knows human biology?
Sure.
Sure. Have you read Deuteronomy?
Yes.
Okay. There's an interesting test in Deuteronomy for determining whether or not somebody, specifically a woman, is a virgin. And it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So it seems to be clear that when he lay with her, he's like, she didn't bleed, right?
Right.
And that seems to be clear because when they go to court, it says, the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and he has made up charges against her, saying that she's not a virgin. But it says, then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take that man and punish him if he turns out that the cloth has blood on it. Now, in verse 20, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death. So if there's no blood on the sheet, she gets stoned, but only about half of women bleed their first time.
In today's reality, I mean, that was kind of a frivolous, claim or argument here. So
no, it's true. About 43% of women bleed their first time they do the deed. And they discovered this eventually in the ancient world because the Greeks wrote about it. And eventually the Jews wrote about it too.
We can argue that many people have cancer today.
We're talking about whether or not women bleed when they do the deed.
What I'm saying is that those times where there was a difference in the human biology compared to today in terms of health and hygiene and whatever else. Today can't exist. Today,
but people were writing about it back then. Only a couple hundred years after this law was given, people already realized that not everyone bleed.
In the Hebrew culture, this was a thing. I can't really do it, but this was a thing. If there was no blood on the which seemed to have been an established common thing, then she would be stoned. I'm sure there was probably some other elements to prove your virginity or not, likely, but just not mentioned there. But
how?
I think generally it's just speaking to what the common, or maybe they try to go in and break the hymen to see if she would bleed, which would give evidence as further, proof.
But none of that's in the text. The text just says you bring the sheet as evidence.
Yeah, but there's a lot that's not in the text. The text is not a complete corpus of information, and I think it would be unreasonable to issue that on any text.
But the text says don't add anything to it or take anything away from it. If there was more laws that needed to be included here, then God just lacks foresight.
Well, it's talking about their culture.
I know. In their culture, it was okay to punish a woman just by making a bed sheet or a special bed sheet placed underneath the couple when they consummated the marriage.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's not a good evidence.
Yeah, but did they go into during the marriage, dinner what they ate?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they consummated the marriage in the middle of the wedding feast usually.
Yeah, but they don't talk about what the meals, what the food items were at the feast.
Well, it's not. So this has nothing to do with the feast. It has to do with whether or not she's a virgin.
Listen, what I'm saying is that the Bible is not giving a expansive, exhaustive explanation of every single thing. I think it's giving you a general idea of what that law is.
Okay, so if I lie with a woman and she doesn't bleed, and I take her to court, what evidence can she produce?
Maybe there's a method of, and I'm just spitballing. Maybe there's a method where they try to look for the hymen before they kill her. Let's try to get that hymen broken. If we do a series of things post the claim, and she's not bleeding, because she should be at some point bleeding. No, yes,
no, because not all women bleed. Not even all women have hymens that break. You know, there are some women who actually don't break their hymen until they give birth.
Well, maybe the rate was higher back then of
So
women.
you're just making guesses about the ancient time?
So are you.
I'm not. I literally have sources from the ancient world describing this problem.
But all I'm saying is, and you probably do, all I'm saying is, like, you're white and I'm black, right? We're different, right? We have different makeups and different bodies. I mean, hymens could have been more readily brittle with the Hebrew people. Who knows? I don't know.
But God said there's one law for both you and the foreigner in the land. So foreigners were held to the same law.
Well, foreigners were held to the same law. That's sure.
So do you think the foreigners had those special Hebrew hymens?
Perhaps. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, you can, but does that make the Bible untrue?
Do you see how this, when you actually read it in context, it seemed much more likely that they're just following an ancient barbaric practice that other people followed, and they didn't know until quite some time after that this wasn't an actual effective means for determining if a woman is a virgin.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was ancient and barbaric. I think you would think
it's definitely ancient and barbaric.
Do you think capital punishment is a good method of justice?
No.
Why?
Why would I?
If somebody killed your mother, your daughter, are you married or anything?
I'm not, but if someone unalived someone close to me, I wouldn't want them to be unalived.
Why?
Why would I?
Why? Because eye for an eye. They took.
I don't care. I don't think it's a good precedent to go around unaliving people, even if they have done it.
It's a great precedent. You know why?
I don't think so.
You want to know why? Because it shows others this is what you should not do.
Well, it's never worked yet.
Well, it does work.
It didn't work in the Bible time. The Bible had an eye for an eye. People are still going around unaliving each other.
Well,
it obviously isn't very effective.
Well, I think, I mean, it's not. You're not going to have a perfect people. I think you're being a little bit unreasonable.
I didn't say anything about perfect. I'm saying I don't believe. My personal belief is that we shouldn't be going around giving an eye for an eye punishment. If somebody comes in and grapes your significant other, do you want their significant other to be graped?
No, I'm not. We're not. I'm talking about killing someone. I'm not talking about rape or.
I'm talking about graping right now. If your significant other gets graped, should their significant other get graped?
Well, that's not that. There will be somewhat of a weights and measure based on the offense, and so there will be an equal measure of punishment based on that particular act. And so
we're talking about eye for an eye.
Whatever that equates to,
right?
Whatever God equates to, whether it could be
God's okay with it.
Okay with what?
He's okay with graping someone's wife because he graped somebody else.
Where do you find that?
2 Samuel chapter 12.
And what does it say?
Says, thus saith the Lord, this is the punishment given to David for taking Bathsheba and knocking her up while she was still married. It says, now therefore, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God says, I'm taking your wives from you, and someone's going to sleep with them publicly.
Okay.
And then it happened in chapter 16. Absalom storms into the palace, takes 10 of David's wives that he left in the palace while he was on the run, and puts them on top of the palace and sleeps with them in all broad daylight as a show of force against his father.
That's one incident, right? What that God chose in that moment to do that.
I know, I agree. God chose to do it. God is okay with raping 10 of David's wives because David did a bad. What crime did the wives commit? You see why I don't believe this book? The book is nonsense. Come on, man. You're smarter than this.
Well, no, you got to look at. Do you think this is all made up, or do you think it stems from a true cultural practice, or Eastern, not Eastern, but lack of a better term, Middle Eastern practice, or a Hebraic culture, or cultures that you just don't understand? There's African cultures, European cultures that we just don't understand why they, march around certain stones and they do certain practices.
Here's what I believe. I believe there probably was a King David, and I certainly do believe that he probably had a son who had a coup against him. And as part of that coup, he broke into the palace and kidnapped his wives and raped them in broad daylight. I believe all that probably happened. What I don't believe is that there was a God causing all that to happen.
Well, you wouldn't believe it if you feel like we just existed and there was no creation of us. I mean, I think that's
none of that's relevant.
Yeah, I feel like that's just very. I don't believe that people actually believe that this always existed perfectly in this form, and there will forever just be forever existence.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not what I believe. So I'm talking about whether or not this book is true and whether or not the God of this book is true. And I don't find it to be a logical conclusion that there's a God out there in space who's all-knowing and all-loving, but then when his chosen king commits a sin, he says, because you sinned, I'm going to have 10 of your wives raped. That's not a logical God to me.
Yeah, but you're coming from Christian hurt.
No, I'm not.
And not from
I've never been hurt by Christians.
Sure you have. You've been
No,
hurt.
I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Okay, Christianity hasn't lied to you?
I mean, Christians on my live streams have lied to me, but I don't have any complaints about my time as a Christian.
Christianity has lied to them. They're only regurgitating what they've been taught.
But I don't care what they believe. They're my friends.
Okay, but Christianity.
I still take my mother to church.
So you can still be hurt by the lies of Christianity.
I'm not.
You're not hurt by lies?
What atheist hurt you?
I'm asking you a question.
Which atheist hurt you?
Are you not hurt by a lie?
Which atheist hurt you?
I don't.
You only believe in Jesus because atheists hurt you.
I don't believe. I don't.
See how dumb this argument is? Come on, you can do better than this.
I don't have any gripes against.
Keel, you can do better than this.
Listen, man, I have no gripes against atheists. Atheists want to believe that matter and time just pre-existed, but what I speak to is the earth. How did this world that we know that we live in come to be?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to whether or not your God is real.
It's not irrelevant. I'm asking you that question. What's your take on how the genesis of this earth?
I think the earth is easily explained using the accretion disk model. But again, even if the accretion disk model was wrong, it wouldn't mean that your God is real. You still need to substantiate evidence for your God.
When we're talking about probabilities, the Bible wins.
It does not. It says the earth is flat in Job 38:14.
Well, that's.
Wait, are you a flat earther?
I think talking.
He is. Come on, don't tell me you're a flat earther.
I'm gonna shoot. You're gonna just put that on me, but I'm not a flat earther.
Okay.
By any, I'm a person that looks at the moon and looks up in the sky and says, that's probably what some of the other planets in this earth looks like.
Well, I think you're wrong on all accounts. The moon is obviously a cheese wheel. It's made of Swiss, and the earth is obviously a wheel of Gouda, which is why Genesis says that the earth was Gouda.
Okay. All right. I think we've gone long enough, man.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I got you. But I think you do concede to the most reasonable genesis of this earth and where we are today in the future could be found in between, Genesis and Revelation.
Oh, I doubt it. Not at all. I don't think that explains anything well.
Where else do you find it?
Science?
What does the science say about the future?
Science says that the Earth or the cosmos is going to continue expanding, and eventually the acceleration is going to slow down so much that it actually reverses, and then eventually it's going to collapse in on itself and have a infinite cycle of big bangs, big crunches.
Okay, what about us? What about this Earth and where we're headed and what's
going to be wiped out in a couple billion years? Our galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy, and we're going to be utterly annihilated.
And is that a model or is that a truth?
It's true.
Based on a model,
based
a
on
theory,
mathematics.
based on a theory.
Based on mathematics. You can question NASA about it. Like if you're really good at math and you think you can take NASA to task, go for it.
I think speaking that far in the future is really doesn't matter.
Well,
right?
if we're going this direction and the Andromeda galaxy is going in this direction, eventually we're going to collide unless something else stops us along that path.
Well, listen. Arguably, you can fit that into the scriptures. That the scriptures are saying that this reality will come to an end.
I agree. Everything is going to come to an end eventually. You and I won't exist. There's going to be no Earth. There's going to be no planetary system. It's all going to be wiped out.
So, and just so we can end on this, the Bible speaks about mankind, not about. It's not a book written, a science book that's written about the rest of the universe and the world and the galaxies and dark matter and all that stuff. The Bible is speaking about this created world, the people in it.
I agree.
And what's happening now and what will happen in the future and what happened in the past. And all I was trying to do was saying there are elements in the Bible that was only spoke of in the Bible that has been discovered in archaeology. I don't think you can argue that.
I don't disagree with that, but like we had evidence outside of the Bible. So like
you're saying that there are no archaeological findings.
I never said that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the Bible has been discovered in archaeology in some respects, some aspects of the Bible.
So I have the Babylonian Chronicles. I've got the Babylonian Chronicles right here in this book. And I can even read about how Sennacherib besieged Samaria. I can read about how Ashurbanipal came into the land and wiped out a bunch of people from Lachish on his way down to Judea. But that doesn't mean that those gods are real. Like without the archaeological evidence that we have from the Babylonian side of things, there's a lot of things about Babylon we wouldn't know. But that doesn't mean that Babylon and their gods along with them are real.
No, it doesn't.
Right? So, like, yes, there are some historical artifacts that the Bible records. Like, King David was a real person. The tribe of Dan is a real tribe, probably pre-existed Moses, actually. The tribe of Gad is mentioned. We've got the tribe of Gad actually mentioned on the Mesha stele. King Mesha in the 8th or 9th century mentioned the tribe of Gad. So, like,
sure.
there are some historical parts of the Bible for sure, but just because some parts are historical doesn't mean that we should believe the mythological claims of it.
Perhaps. I mean, you could take it as myth. I mean, but I take the position that this was a created world in all of its magnificence, and because this world is created and the miracles, if you will, of what we see today, there are indeed other miracles that could take place. We haven't seen them in our day. Listen, the Bible is the only book that speaks is about a people. And those people talk about all the wrong that they did. I don't think you can find any book where the people say, hey, here's what we did wrong. Here's the woe to us. These are our punishments. You have most
the Neo-Babylonians did.
Perhaps.
In fact, when they got devastated by the Assyrians, they blamed it on the fact that Marduk was no longer being worshipped as a high god in the pantheon.
Sure. So they blamed it on their God, right?
Yeah. So I've actually studied the ancient Near East extensively, which is why when I read the Old Testament, I just see another historical text that purports historical events and also includes a bunch of mythological claims. Like even the prophecies of the Bible, I got comparable prophecies from ancient Babylon. Some of them even appear to have come true.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have to agree with my sentiments, though, that the scriptures are unique in that most written history, the people really more speak highly of themselves as opposed to, exposing their shortcomings. I mean, the Bible's unique in that fashion. Would you agree?
No, I think the Bible is not unique in that fashion. And not only is it not unique in that fashion, what they're saying about themselves is they're making excuses for why their nations have been devastated. So they're only talking bad about themselves as an explanation for why things are so bad if they're God's chosen people. It's basically just a cope to keep people believing.
But that wasn't their intention when they wrote that back then.
I think it was.
Well, that's just a feeling that you have. I mean, you impose your 21st century mind on ancient times and ancient people and cultures and understanding. And I just think that's the wrong approach to ancient texts, especially if you read,
I didn't do that.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're doing that to try to make sense.
I'm literally not doing that. I've read the other ancient texts, and they do the same thing. They say, listen, the reason why our armies were defeated was because Marduk was mad at us.
Sure.
Right? And why was Marduk mad? Well, Marduk was mad because King Nabonidus ran off, and he was missing, and the festivals for Marduk started to get forgotten. The same thing with Akhenaten. Akhenaten in Egypt tried to abandon some of the Egyptian worship, and when his leadership failed and his people ran into trouble, they said, well, obviously because Akhenaten was a heretic, right?
And believed in one God, right?
Yeah, he seemed to be a monotheist.
Yeah. Well, but I think that, and this is maybe not for you, but more for your audience, just to be a little bit more reasonable with the Bible. Again, you can't take it from a Christian perspective. You have to take it from a biblical perspective. There's truth in the history. I think the origin story in the Bible is fascinating. It's like no other. It's more particular and more believable than
it's identical to the others.
Well, it's not identical to the others.
It is.
It's not identical to
I've literally read them.
So you've been a little bit more articulate into this particular point, but it's not identical to the others.
It is. Yes, I can find prophecies fulfilled in the Babylonian and Assyrian texts. I can find the sacrificial laws, just like we find in the Bible, in the Babylonian and the Assyrian texts. I can find propitiation laws for blood coverings in the Babylonian, Assyrian, and even the Hittite texts. And I can find clean and unclean animal laws in the Egyptian texts and in the Babylonian and Assyrian texts. And I can literally find Psalms and Proverbs in the Egyptian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts. And I can find the historical books. The entire library of Ashurbanipal records hundreds and hundreds of years worth of history. Everything in the Bible is paralleled in the ancient world.
Well, I have an argument for that, but that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to creation. Creation within the scriptures from day one or day zero even to day 7 is very unique to the scriptures, and you can't find that level of explanation. You would agree that level of explanation in any other ancient text. Do you agree?
I can, yes.
For instance, what?
The Babylonian and Sumerian creation accounts.
No, those accounts do not give listen, you know better than that now. Like you're getting a little
I don't.
Well, you do, because there's an order of creation that science actually corroborates.
I don't think it does. Because according to Genesis 1, the sun was created and light was created before the sunlight. There were no heavenly bodies and light existed somehow.
No. That was the sun.
It wasn't.
Christianity is going to tell you that the sun didn't come on the 4th day.
That's what it says.
Christianity is going to tell you that the sun doesn't come into the 4th day.
Because that's what the text says.
But the text doesn't. The text may say that, but it doesn't mean that.
Come on, you didn't just say that. Come on. The text says it, but it doesn't mean that?
Now, can I explain that to you?
Oh, no. This is embarrassing. Come on.
Can I explain it?
Please tell me how there was light, but there was no sun.
Can I explain it?
Go for it.
I didn't say there was light. I said that was the sun that the Genesis is speaking of.
How? Does it say sun?
Well, here's how you know. First of all, there's a writing style that's happening in the Genesis. Are you familiar with this writing style? There's a summary, there's details, and then there's a summary all throughout the beginning of Genesis.
Very familiar.
So to maybe like a simple Christian, you can get away with that, but there's a writing style taking place where it's tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. You follow what I'm saying?
So, I mean, how long do you want to go on before I just prove you wrong?
You're not going to be able to prove me wrong because, well, go ahead and try to prove me wrong.
Verse 14, and God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and years, and let them be lights in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth. And it was so. God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and also the stars. That's the sun and the moon.
Yeah, that's a summary. That's a summary statement.
And that was the fourth day.
That's a summary statement.
That was the fourth day.
It's summarizing what was in the
Are you
fourth
aware
day.
that creation is laid out in days?
Yes, creation is laid out in days.
And on day 4, the moon and the earth was created.
No, the moon and earth.
I mean, the moon and the sun.
The moon and the sun was stated as having been made.
Nope.
Yes.
Day 4, God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky.
Okay.
And then there was, on
Okay.
day 4, the greater light and the lesser light, the sun and the moon, happened on day 4.
No, keep reading. You were reading. Go read 14 again.
Okay. And God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for days and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be lights in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, which happened on day 4.
Okay, so what he did was he appointed that which existed already.
It didn't say it existed.
What
It said, God said, let there be lights on day 4. And then he created the lights on day 4. Now you're just lying to me to my face. Do not gaslight me.
No, I'm not going to gaslight you, but the
lying you have to do as a Christian to stand by this text is wild.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian. I'm a Bible believer, right?
You can call yourself anything you want to. You're lying right now.
All right. Well, let's do this, and then we can wrap it up. Let's do this. All right. And what translation are you reading?
I'm in the NRSV.
All right, fine. I'm cool with that. I mean, the earth, the sky does appear like a dome, though, no?
But the sky is very dome-like. That's why everyone thought that there was a hard dome over it.
All right. I mean, they weren't being scientific. I think out of all fairness, they were working with what they had to work with.
Right, which is why they thought it was a hard dome. I agree. Everybody believed it in the ancient world. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, everybody believed it.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yep.
Is that a summary statement?
It is a statement. It's not a summary statement.
It's a statement summarizing what was created.
Nope.
Is that fair?
Wrong. A summary statement is when you tell about events that already happened and you're summarizing them.
It's a statement, singular.
Yes, I agree.
Summary.
I said that is a statement. A summary statement and a statement are two different things.
Well, well, let's not get caught up on that. If I say I made breakfast, I'm summarizing what I made in the morning. I made breakfast. Fair enough. Yeah, it's fair.
I don't think so.
Well, in the beginning, God created.
I mean,
the heavens and the
a summary implies that there's more than one thing in the equation.
All right, well, let's move on. Verse 2. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the spirit of Elohim, or spirit of God, was hovering over the waters.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's explaining the conditions of the elements.
I'm aware.
And what you're seeing is just a big glob of water.
I'm aware.
Formless.
Yep.
Formless and empty, right?
Yep,
You agree with
the primordial chaotic waters, which is referred to as Tehom here in Hebrew, yes.
Okay, good enough. All right. And God, our Elohim, said, let there be light.
Yep.
And there was light.
Yes. Interesting how that works. It's a progression. God says, let it happen, and then it happens, right?
Well, it's not giving you details on all of the nuances of how God made this light.
It literally says, God says, let there be light, and then there was light.
Yeah.
Do you think there was already light and God just said, let there be light?
No. This is not how. There's creation happening. This is being created and built. So God has a blueprint in his mind, and he's telling his spirit to carry these things out.
Yeah, and when he speaks, it comes true.
Yeah, he's speaking.
Yes,
to
I agree.
my life. All right, you agree with that,
so
right? Now,
in verse 14, when he says, let there be lights in the dome of the sky, and he creates the lesser light and the greater light, it's clear that he's doing that on day number 4.
No, he appoints them.
It didn't say appoint.
It doesn't say a lot of things, but you can read it.
So listen, as long as we add words into the Bible that aren't there, then it can say anything we want to.
Yeah, but you're not being reasonable according to ancient texts.
I am being reasonable because I do read ancient texts.
All right, so let's treat this like we would treat any other ancient text, and let the text speak a little bit more and understand it, and not understand it from a 21st century Christian interpretation.
I'm not giving you a Christian interpretation. These are just what the words say.
All right, well, you have the Spirit hovering over the waters, and God said, well, who did he say it to? So he's announcing something to be done, correct?
We know what he's saying. He's saying, do the thing, and then the thing happens. It's easy.
All right. So, okay. So you acted a little bit confounded on verse number 3. So
I'm not
God
confounded. I'm trying to figure out how you get the sun and the moon and the stars being created before day 4.
No, listen. Let me get you there really quick. I'm not going to go through all the way to 14 and read everything, but well, let me just get you there. And I think your audience will actually like this.
I don't think they will.
Well, your Christian audience, right? They need to hear.
I don't think they're going to like this at all.
They're probably not, because Christianity kind of has them in a tensy here. And God said, let there be light, because they will say this is Jesus, and Jesus was the light. So is God saying, let me make myself and let myself be the light, to that doesn't make sense, to make this Jesus, the light being Jesus.
God could create light.
Well, he's creating the sun.
No, he's not.
All right, well, let me just read.
It didn't say he created the sun.
Well, let me just read. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. Elohim saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness.
Yep.
How do you suppose that happened?
Because in this particular passage, light and dark are things. They are things that can be separated. They have no idea what light and dark mean at this time period.
Who's they? Who are you talking about?
The authors.
No. The earth was the context is earth.
I'm aware.
All right, so we're not talking about outer space.
They don't know outer space exists. To them, the only thing that exists is the earth and the firmament over top of it.
So pertaining to the earth, there's a separation of light and darkness pertaining to the earth, correct?
No, pertaining to in general.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There is no just the earth. In this cosmological view, there is only the earth.
Good enough for me. We're just talking about the earth. You're being a little bit touchy with me and nitpicky.
I'm not.
The context is earth.
The text is telling you that God created light, which is an entity. It is a thing.
Okay. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. Elohim saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Elohim called light day, and the darkness he called night. So these are conditions. These are conditions of the sky, conditions of the earth.
It didn't say anything about the sky. Again, you just have to keep putting words into the book.
No, listen. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth.
Yep.
All right, the heavens pertaining to the earth is the sky, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're with me. Elohim saw the light, called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and there was evening and there was morning the first day.
Yep.
How do you get so an evening and the morning or day and night constitute a day in our reality, correct?
Yes, they do. And thank you for finally getting to the point of the contradiction in the text, which is you cannot have an evening or a morning without an actual sun and moon, and they get created. They get created on day number 4. And so what you're saying is, rather than admitting that there's a contradiction in the text, you're just going to change what it says.
No, I'm not changing what it says. What I'm telling you is that there's a writing style happening here, and if
There's
you're
not.
following,
Do you read biblical Hebrew?
I read some biblical Hebrew.
Okay. And what is the writing style being employed here?
I already told you. There's a summary
Of what?
in there.
Every summary of every day is a summary of what happened on that specific day, which is why at the end of every day it says, and there was evening and there was morning the third day. There was evening and there was morning the fourth day. It's a summary of what happened on that day. If the days of creation don't actually happen in sequence, then we would just say anything happening during the 6 days of creation happened in any order that we wanted to.
You're adding a lot of jargon, and I want the text to speak.
What
you're adding a lot.
What day was the water made?
The water already existed.
Oh, what day did it dry land appear?
We're about to read it.
What day were the birds made?
We're about to read that too.
No. What day?
Were the birds created?
Yeah.
I think on day, if I'm not mistaken, day number 4.
Day number 5. But how do you know?
Or day number 5, excuse me.
But how do you know they were created on that day?
Because it talks about the fowl, and it talks about what they call the tannin, which we know today as the dinosaurs.
No, that's not at all what that means. But also, the birds were obviously created on day number 1 because this is a summary statement of what happened before. So you can't say that everything was created on the day in which we find it. Well, except for the sun. In that particular day, it just happens to be that the author was saying something different what he said on every other day.
Obviously, you have to understand the text by what can be proven, right?
I do.
And what can be proven is that there is night and day. And what constitutes a night and day in our world that God created is a sun. The sun goes up, so to speak, and the sun goes down. And there's a division of night and day, right? Now, I just wanted to keep reading so you could, so your audience, because I think you have your mind made up, could see what day the sun was created on. And so verse number 6, and Elohim said, let the vault between the waters.
We'll make this easy. Okay, so this is what's happening, right? You're saying everything on day 1 that we see was created on day 1. Everything on day 2 that says it was created on day 2 was created on day 2. Everything on day 3 that says it was created on day 3. Everything on day 5 that it says was created on day 5 was created on day 5. But all the sun, moon, and stars that was created on day number 4, they were actually created here. But everything else in the narrative was actually created on the day in which God spoke it.
Yeah,
you're just dishonest with the text. It's amazing that I let you guys gaslight me as long as you do.
No.
All right, listen, Keel, we had a good time talking, but this conversation is over.
Okay. All right, man.
All right, have a good one. Cheers.
All right.
Imagine getting up on here with almost 2,000 people watching saying every day of creation told us what was created on that day, except for day number 4. The stuff created on day number 4 was obviously created prior to day number 4. Ridiculous. All right, let's grab some super chats before we move on to our next guest. Welcome in, Sarah. Good to see you. Let's get a guest from our TikTok queue this time. Nick, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Nick says the sun will come out tomorrow. Betty bottom dollars tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. I think the sun is going to come out tomorrow. And David's, good to see you tonight. David's with the $2 super chat says, we can tell you like cooking, Justin. Thank you so much. And I do enjoy cooking. I Heart Dogs. Wonderful name. Thank you so much for the $6.66 super chat. It says my first ever super chat here. Just wanted to say thanks for doing this. Thank you so much, I Heart Dogs, for the super chat. I really, really appreciate that. And Mr. Donald, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. Hail Helios, definitely, and I agree. Thank you for the 666. That was for our prior guest. Hail Helios, they say, projector of penumbras, illuminator of the truths, and immolator of the pale, eternal and without mind. Hail Sharon, mother of the earth. Yeah, I agree. Big W for the sun, moon, and stars. And Cybersex, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate that. Also, Flanker is in here tonight. Good to see you, Flanker. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why is it that atheists have to know all fields of science and history and they just say God did it? Seems a bit lopsided. That's something that a lot of people, I've heard people say this in debate streams, like atheists have to know that, like, by heart all the science, all the history, all the Bible, all the religions, and then like if there's ever a failure in our knowledge, it just means automatically that their God is true, but that's asinine. Also, Josh, good to see you tonight, buddy. Josh with the $5 super chat says, I love it when the guests have no clue of your educational background. I know, they just wander right in. Like, I would love it for Sarah to host a live on like physiology and just watch noobs walk in making crazy claims about physiology, not realizing they're talking to someone with a PhD in physiology.
And how we breathe.
Yeah, it's wild to me. It's wild to me. All right, SkepticQuest, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You've got access to the cheat sheet now, so I appreciate that. And also, Josh, good to see you tonight. Josh says, guess logic is shitite. That is a good play on words. That is really a good play on words. Oh my gosh, it was so many super chats. I'm so sorry if I missed one. $5 from Squire Lake. Thank you so much. It says, praise Doug, no schist. Doug sends no one to shale. I agree. No one goes to shale in Doug's world. And Nick, again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Nick making it rain tonight says, how many types of pretzels are there? I'm actually trying to build a category. I don't know, but I'm sure we can make a summary statement of the pretzels. Delilah Scissors, thank you for becoming a member, or reaching 1 month of Kraken Crew membership. Says, great live tonight, keep cooking. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. And Nick is saying Nick is just sick of the pretzels, and I'm with you, Nick. Thank you for the super chat. I was grab two more. Omar, good to see you tonight. Omar with the $5 super chat says, the guest isn't even good at reading Wikipedia, let alone math. I know. It was right in front of his face. And Pat, good to see you tonight. With the $5 super chat says, this dude makes no sense. I agree. There was no sense being made. And also, Doc, good to see you tonight. Welcome in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, you're killing it, Justin, recently on multiple platforms. Keep it up, cheering for you. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. We are on the Atheist Experience now. I'm going to be hosting twice in February. I don't know what March holds in store just yet, but we're just going to keep on rolling. Calvin, welcome in.
Thank you. How's it going?
Calvin, I'm well. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm trying to figure how to put my face on.
Sure. Calvin, are you at least 18?
Yes.
What year were you born?
2000.
How old are you?
24. Whatever year it is, that's how old I am, beside minus 2,000 years. Will help?
Fair enough. Okay, so what God do you believe in?
I believe in the triune God of the Bible.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or argument that the triune God of the Bible is real?
That without God, you can't provide a basis for where anything came from.
It didn't come from anywhere. It's always existed. And what's your evidence that that God is the explanation for it?
Because he's the necessary precondition for all things.
Cool. What's the proof of that?
Me.
That's not
you're
proof.
living. Yeah, you're living in God's world. And
that's
you're
just proof that
all
Doug is the necessary precondition for all things. What's the proof that your God's responsible for it?
So
you cannot be 24 years old and bring this argument.
Because God is the necessary preconditions for logic, reason,
that's
truth.
A claim. Prove it to be true.
No, it's true in and of itself. Where does truth come from?
Prove it to be true.
My proof is that without God, you
give me the evidence for that claim.
Why you have, how do I turn my camera on? I want to.
No one cares about your camera.
Okay. All right. Well,
we're asking for the evidence of the claim. Your evidence is that God is a necessary precondition. That is a claim, not an evidence. What's the evidence that that is true?
So my argument is that you live in God's world, and you
live. That's not an argument. That's the claim. I want the evidence.
Let me finish.
This guy cannot be
Evidence.
24. There's no way.
Evidence. Why?
Because a 24-year-old can make better arguments than this. When Sarah was 24, she was already finishing her master's degree.
Where does truth come from?
A truth doesn't come from anywhere. Truth isn't a thing that exists. Truth is what we describe it when our observation matches reality. It's not a thing. You can't touch it. Can you touch truth?
So it's just a concept?
Yes. So what is
it's dependent on a mind.
What is the evidence that your God is responsible for anything?
Because without God, there is no logic, reason, truth, and
That is a claim. What is the evidence for that?
What do you mean by evidence? Like, you want me to go into some...
Just making statements isn't making it true. I'm saying, what is the evidence that your God is responsible for these things?
The evidence that God is responsible for these things. He reveals himself in his word.
Great. So the Bible is the evidence. So what percentage
God and the Bible are
so
the
what
foundation
percentage of
for
the
knowledge.
Bible is true?
100%. It's
Okay.
my starting point. It's
So
my worldview.
Does the Bible,
and God.
Does the Bible say anything at all ever that's untrue?
No, it can't.
Well, today's going to be a day of learning. Well,
All right.
approximately what year was the
You're
Exodus?
not the judge. You're not the judge.
I am.
I'm not going to go into proofs. The moment that
Yeah,
we
we're
go into
gonna
every
we're
single
gonna
text,
go.
'cause you have, listen,
We're gonna go into proofs because you're about to get cooked. So let's just do a couple like really easy ones. Do you know anything about King David?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it depends what you're looking into, how deep you've gone.
I've gone pretty deep. Okay, so
I'm sure you have, but-
in the book of Kings, chapter 15, it says, because David did what was right in the sight of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all of his days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. So based on a plain reading of the text, could we conclude then that David's only disobedience of God's commands were when he had that whole run-in with Bathsheba?
I would say that if this were a contradiction...
I didn't say it's a contradiction.
All right. Well, my response would be, I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but I would say the text could be emphasizing something there. I'd have to read it and look into it and get back to you. I'll jump on the next
Well, it's
live
on the
stream.
screen. It says, David did what was right in the
Right,
sight
but
of
you
the
gotta
Lord
read
and
it
did
right.
not turn
You gotta read
aside
it.
from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except
Well, you
in
have
the
to read
matter
it.
of Uriah the Hittite. So if words mean what words mean, then that means that outside of the Bathsheba episode, David always followed God's commands. Yes or no?
You pulled up this text and you're looking at one
wild.
verse. What is? Read the whole story. Let's read the whole
But
story.
I
and
know
how
the
they
whole
did it.
story. I'm asking you what this statement means. This is a statement in a story. I'm asking if
It's a
this.
proof text.
I'm asking. It's not a proof text. I'm asking you if this statement is true.
Let me read the whole section and then I'll get back to you.
All right, come on
But-
back.
Well, hold on. I've been waiting for a while, and everyone in the chat was pissed at me because I was like saying, "Get me on here."
Because you
My
were
point
being
is,
a petulant little child in the comments. That's why they were muting you. So I want you to engage in this text, and you can take as long as you need to read it, and you come on back, okay, child?
Well, here's...
Okay. Well, I don't know if he'll come back, but when he comes back, Sarah, I think we both know what's about to happen.
I think we're going to see a lot of words don't mean words.
You know that's what's happening. Words never mean words.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Dex, again, with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Dex. He says, I love how he was accusing Justin of interpreting Genesis through the New Testament when Justin's expertise is in the Old Testament. I know. I didn't tell him, but yeah, I literally in Bible college and seminary studied specifically the Old Testament under really well-respected Old Testament scholars. That's one of the reasons why I went to the seminary that I chose, was because of their Old Testament scholarship. Cranky Old Cuber, good to see you again tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Hail Doug, FYI, I received my Oxford Annotated Bible August 3rd, augmented 3rd edition with Apocrypha. So excited to read through this with notes. Thanks for the rec and have a great stream. Thank you so much for the super chat. And guys, the 3rd augmented edition of this Bible, the New Oxford Annotated Bible, is so cheap online. Get one used for like $5 to $10. It's amazing. It's a great academic study Bible that anyone can afford. And Nick, thank you for the $5 super chat. Nick says, love your content, Justin. I'm going to tell you, I learned from this mid-vision about you. Love your content. Well, thank you, Nick. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. We've got, looks like Darius Towns in the guest box. Now, how you doing, Darius?
I'm all right. You should know who I am. I thought you knew me.
Nope.
But that's okay.
Why?
We
Are
went
you
back
like
and
a
forth.
really important dude?
Well, no. I'm just a regular guy. But you know me as the atheist destroyer. That's
Oh,
what
you
know
finally
me.
got balls and came through.
I always come through. I've been waiting for an hour.
You literally
like I
have never
always
gotten
do.
in my guest box once.
You
Don't get
never
up here and
brought-
lie to me. I've been calling you out
No,
for
no.
months.
You never brought me up.
You've
I
never
always take
once been in
pictures,
my guest
Justin.
box, not ever. So
Justin, I take pictures of it. I
no,
took them
you
tonight.
don't. Not once.
I posted them. But anyway.
No, you didn't.
You know what?
All right, so
Let me start this over.
Start this
okay?
with an actual argument for your God being real.
Well, I don't do that. You know, you should know. You've seen my videos.
So
I
do you
don't
have
argue
an
with people,
argument
so-
for why your God is real or no?
No, I'm just here to correct you on your what you're saying.
So you do or you don't? Yes or no?
No, I can't prove anything to an atheist. Nothing.
So you have
about
no argument for your God being real whatsoever.
God. Actually, I do, but it's going to come in another form, not the form of showing an atheist anything about God, because it's impossible for you to see God. It's a circular.
Hey, so
there's
your
no-
God's not real. Cool. I'm glad we can finally agree, Darius.
Well, look. Let me start this off by saying
By saying
I
that
don't think you're
you
bad
already
guy.
said you have no evidence of your God. You've said everything you need to say.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. Now you get up here and say these things out of the Bible.
Why do you
use the
believe in your
Bible.
God?
Why do I believe in God? Because there's things I can't deny that I've experienced with God.
So personal
I know
experience?
that. Yes, absolutely.
I've got a Buddhist friend who's got personal experience. Is
That's
her
great.
God real?
To her, it must be. I mean, until someone proves it
I'm not
wrong,
asking
just say
about
it's-
to her. I'm asking objectively.
I would say yes, believe it or not.
Oh shit, we got a Pantheon. Big W for Pantheon.
Look, let me say. Can I say this real quick?
I'm
I
just
just
waiting
wanna say-
for how long you have to be up here before you start doing like slavery apologetics.
Oh, we're gonna get there. You know, I really don't do that. But I want to say this: I don't think you're a bad guy. You understand? You do your platform the way you do it. I do mine. Mine is obviously on the other side of the argument. So just let you know, it's nothing personal. I don't think you're a bad dude. So I just want to get that up front because I think we had some back and forth, pretty strong. Stuff like that. So
I don't think we had back and forth. You claimed that you were in my guest box. You never were. And then you made a bunch of videos about me calling me a liar that nobody watched.
okay, well they watched them. I got YouTube, But anyway, no, I took pictures of it, Justin. I had to request. It says council request. Only way I could say that is I requested and I showed the timestamps. But I'm not even. That's not what I'm here to argue about. I wasn't going to even get into it with you, but I know TikTok's about to be gone. I'll meet you on YouTube. But what I will say, I want to bring back up the virgin stoned to D. I'm
Deuteronomy
talking-
22?
Yeah, let's go back there.
You want to talk about how God doesn't know how the female body works?
Yeah, I just want to show where you completely wrong and get it all wrong.
Cool. Okay. So where in this text did I say something that wasn't in it?
Every bit of it's there. I got one question for you, though.
We're talking about Deuteronomy 22.
Yep, I know what it is.
Cool. So
Can
according
you-
to the law written in Deuteronomy 22,
I know it by heart.
if someone's wife doesn't bleed on their wedding night, can I take her before the elders and have her stoned?
Yes, according to that scripture, that's
There
exactly
you go.
what
That's all I needed to hear. Yes, the law is
Now-
horrific because it uses a form of evidence that is not good.
But however, here's what I got a question for you, Mr. Justin. Can you show me where it was carried out one time? Please show me that.
I don't
Give me
need
the
to show
scripture
you
for
that. God said you can do it.
Show me where it was carried out.
It's irrelevant.
Then I'm gonna
You know,
explain-
not every law in the Bible has a recorded instance of it being carried out. You know that, right?
Sound like apologetics to me, Justin.
It's not apologetics. Are you aware that there are 614 laws, and not every one of those 614 laws shows an actual narrative where it's being broken?
Of course. I know
okay,
that,
so just because it doesn't record, hey, this one time we stoned a virgin, doesn't mean, it literally does not mean that the law wasn't given by God. We're not questioning whether or not the Israelites did this. We're questioning whether or not the law itself is good.
So your answer is no, you can't show me anywhere in the Bible where someone that was carried out. Is that correct?
I've not even looked for it. I also don't care because it's irrelevant. We're questioning whether or not the law itself is good.
The law is bad, but
thank you. Yes, the law is bad because your God doesn't know female biology.
No. You can't come to that conclusion without hearing what I got to say.
I'd love to hear it. You already said the law was bad. You've already ceded the argument.
Absolutely. Yeah, but here's the thing. You can't show me where it was carried out, right?
I don't care.
We deal with a God. Okay, the God I believe in is a God of intimidation. You constantly get on here and act like
your God is a God of intimidation. You nailed it. You're making all my talking points for me. This is so easy.
No, God did it. No,
wild.
Wait a minute. You know the Bible, but you won't say these scriptures. God says, "I am a jealous God."
I know, which is a contradiction of 1 Corinthians 13. I'm aware.
Okay, so he tells us straight up, it's man that try to sugarcoat God. God never hid behind what he said.
Okay,
God,
just say it. Say it with your full chest. God is a barbarian that thinks it's okay to execute women based on faulty evidence.
Well, it never happened, is what I'm saying.
God said you can do it.
It's intimidation.
God said you can do it.
Okay, so, and what? So?
Oh, there you go. Easy.
Was it carried out? No.
Show me one instance in the Old Testament where a child is stoned for striking their mother or father.
So I'm gonna show. Why would I show you that?
I'm because you're telling me that's the standard of evidence. If we can't find a narrative in the Bible of it happening to somebody, then it doesn't matter that the law was given. So find me evidence in the Bible where children were stoned for cursing their parents.
No, I mean,
show me a narrative in the Bible where a witch was murdered.
That might have happened. I don't know about
because it said that you shall not suffer a witch to live.
You pivoted on me.
Show me in the Bible where somebody was stoned to death for a man sleeping with another man.
All that's again. Those things.
It's funny how like all these laws don't actually show up. Show me in the Bible where somebody was stoned for sleeping with their mother.
What point are you trying to make here?
My point is just because the Bible doesn't record a specific instance of somebody breaking the law doesn't mean that they weren't following the law, and it certainly doesn't mean that God wasn't giving it thinking that they wouldn't follow it. So God is giving them laws. And he said, these are the laws to live by. And he says, by doing these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. In fact, he tells you in Deuteronomy 22, listen to what he says. If we go all the way down to verse 21, so not verse 21, verse 22, says, you shall purge the evil from Israel. You shall do it. This is not a suggestion. This is not him just scaring people. He says this over and over again with the people being stoned. You shall purge them from your midst.
Okay. Well, again, you failed to show me in the Bible where it happened. Okay.
I never said I could. I said it's irrelevant. Show me in the Bible. Right. Show me in the Bible
exactly
where somebody went outside the camp and buried their feces, according to Deuteronomy 24.
It's irrelevant, and that was my point.
Finally, it's irrelevant. Yeah, of course it is. It's been irrelevant.
That was my point.
It's literally been irrelevant the entire time. Just because there's not a recorded narrative of somebody breaking the specific law.
Justin, I've been commenting the whole time.
Imagine having this amount of confidence with so little intelligence. It's baffling to me. You are literally the poster child for the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Here goes the insults. You know what? I'm not going to fall into that, but I just wanted to cover that real quick. And then there's plenty more. You're talking about the heavens created and light before the sun.
I just cooked somebody way smarter than you on this. I'll cook you too.
Oh, you're going to try to insult me. You don't know how smart I am, Justin.
You're definitely not as smart as Keelan. Keelan was 10 times smarter than you.
You don't even know me. You don't know what I am.
I wish I didn't know you. You're the most You're the most
Look at that.
unpleasant apologist on all of TikTok. Maybe not the most, but you're close to it. You do nothing
Look
but make videos about people claiming things that never happened, telling lies, and then you accuse other people of being liars when you're lying to people straight to their face.
Dude, I got the proof. I got receipts. Do you have any receipts for that?
No,
I
because
got the
as it turns out, I don't make my entire TikTok profile about a single individual. I've never sat down on TikTok and made 10 different videos about one person because I live rent-free in your head, but I don't let people live rent-free in my head.
Okay, you're getting in your feelings. I'm here to debate, and you're.
Oh,
you're
yeah,
getting in your feelings.
yeah. You're the one that brought up this feud, not me.
I had to. I call myself.
I know you had to, yes. And when I call you out for it, now you don't want to talk about it, just like everything else.
Well, no, I got my receipts.
So
I keep the receipts.
let's start
They're on
let's start
TikTok.
to slavery apologetics. Did God say
Oh.
you can own slaves permanently?
No, he meant man where they were.
Did he say you can own slaves permanently?
Yeah, God, all that happened.
Yeah. Did God say
And
to follow the law forever?
follow the law forever.
Yeah.
No.
Yep, sure
Well,
did.
For that time. And look.
No, he didn't say for that time. He says forever. Deuteronomy 11:1. You shall love the Lord your God, therefore keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always. Deuteronomy 12:1. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth.
Who was he talking to?
The Israelites.
Exactly.
Are they still
you
on the earth?
Israelites? Am I the Israelites?
Are the Israelites on the
No.
earth?
I'm not an Israelite.
Are the
I'm a
Israelites
black
on the
man
earth?
in America. So what I'm trying to explain
Are
to you
the
is,
Israelites on the earth?
yeah, I guess they are still here.
Do they
don't
still
pertain-
are they still under the covenantal laws?
Actually, no, because
They are.
I'm gonna tell you why. Would you allow me to explain anything?
No, because God said to follow the laws forever.
That's how you win arguments.
So,
Yeah,
we'll try this again. So
No,
according
ain't
to
no trying again. Let's
according
stay
to
there.
the actual book, God said to follow the laws forever, and He's speaking to the Israelites, which means the Israelites should follow the law forever. Yes or no?
Israelites, yes.
Okay.
And
so
he was
then it'd
talking
be
to-
okay then if the Israelites own slaves forever.
No, that he was talking to them. Okay, that was over 2,000 years ago.
And he
No,
said to follow
wasn't
the law
talking to
forever.
us.
He said he said to follow the law forever.
Okay, to the Israelites.
I
What's that
know.
got to do
So
with
then
me?
it should be okay for the Israelites to own slaves right now.
Okay, and
so the logical conclusion then that it's okay to own slaves today if you're an
you
Israelite.
know that's wordplay.
That's
But
not
you know
wordplay.
what?
That's just what words mean.
Okay, that's fine. But explain to me, first of all I'm trying to tell you is, plus it ain't even the Israelites today. If you allow me to explain, you said no.
There
What
are
kind of
Israelites
debate is
today.
this? How do you stop the other side from speaking? That's just not fair.
Actually, most people don't stop speaking when I say stuff like that. You're right.
Okay, I stopped. But if you
Interestingly
allow
enough,
me
you
to
actually just stopped.
If you allow me to explain my side, I will. That's what a back and forth is. I mean,
Okay,
if
explain to
that's
me how
this
the new
goes.
covenant gets rid of the laws, and I'll explain why you're wrong.
All right. Well, anytime God has spoken to mankind, He has always said when He's very specific about the things that should follow us throughout time. Now, forever. You saying forever? First of all, are you reading out of King James?
No, I'm not.
Okay. If you can go to King James and read that same thing to me,
I'll
I
pass.
appreciate it. Okay. Well, when
I read
moving on.
an actual good translation. There's a reason why you don't go to seminary and read the King James version.
Well, the King James is fixed, and it was meant for bad, but that was the whole trick of it. But that's a whole nother argument. Let me
Did
stay
you
on
say the
point here.
King James was meant for bad?
That version was meant for bad, but it blew up in their face. It was a trick. But
Bro, what are you
that's another
talking
argument.
about?
That's another argument. I want to stay on subject of, you said the Israelites today, and I'm telling you, does not apply to them. Whenever God spoke to man and for generation, He would say, "This is for your children's children's, the generations and generations to come."
Yep, all
Anytime
the days
He-
that you live on the earth. I'm aware.
Daggone, can I finish one sentence?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
For generations to come. Whenever He meant for it to reach all through all time, that's what He would say. and a lot of Christians get that wrong. That's why they be knocking at your door trying to say you God at the door. They come to my door. It bugs me to death. I'm like, why are you doing this? He was talking to disciples 2,000 years ago, not you. He was saying, this is for your children and your children's children and generations come, and people that ain't even born yet. It's right there in the Bible.
You didn't
Okay?
say anything.
So,
You said a lot of words, but you failed to actually address what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're
what I'm
talking
addressing
about
is
for how long the law is supposed to be enforced. Because even Jesus says that the law, not a single jot or tittle, will pass away until heaven and earth pass away.
okay.
So the law
And
is enforced until heaven and earth pass away, and the law says you can own slaves. So my question is very simple: should people today be allowed to own slaves according to the law given by God?
no,
Okay, so they should abandon the law of God.
yes, that because that law was
So,
like I said.
so then God
Hold
didn't
on, you
mean
know
follow the
what?
law forever.
I'm actually at my uncle's house. Normally, I got all my notes lined up, ready for this. But the bottom line is this: it was not. He was speaking to those people. Show me where he's speaking to us. Show me where it was generations, not those people 2,000 years ago that have been dead and gone for a long time. He wasn't speaking to us,
He was
the
speaking to the Israelites. I
Gentiles.
already said that.
Okay, and you know what? But you refuse to read out of. See, well, I'm not going to argue for a Bible I don't even follow and believe nothing in. I don't.
You don't believe
None
the
of these
Bible?
Bibles.
What are you talking about right now?
What I'm talking about is the
Bro, you're
Bible
all
was
over the
written by man.
place.
Huh? No, no, no. I'm gonna draw you in.
Is the Bible
You
the word of
apparently
God or word of man?
the Bible is the word. It's the word. Man wrote the Bible. It's inspired by God. That's all it is. It's just a book.
What percentage of the Bible is true?
I don't know how in the world I'm gonna know what all is true.
So you don't believe the
I mean,
Bible's all true?
no, it's written by man, so it's flawed. It is flawed. However, there is a
It's
scripture that
wild.
even yeah, it is wild. It's the truth. I'm trying to bring truth to this matter.
You're not
What I'm
bringing truth.
telling you
You're
is
saying the
what you
Bible
were
is
taught.
wrong.
The word of God was around before man was even created. So there wasn't a man to write nothing.
The word of
You know what
God
I'm
was
saying?
not around before man was created.
The word of God ain't a written word in a book.
Sure as fuck is.
First of all.
We're holding it right now.
No, that is a book inspired by God, written by man, but inspired by God.
It's not. What's your
It's
evidence that the
not.
Bible was inspired by God?
Well, now we're back to the personal thing. You
Your
see, a
personal
lot of people,
experience will never be proof.
of course not. And I know that. I'm not trying to prove that. What I'm telling you is the reason why I know what I know is because of the Bible is a great instructional manual, but it's not the word of God.
I
It's
agree. It's
simply
not
is
the word of
not.
God. We agree on that.
Okay. And there is scripture. It's true, like John 1:1. You want to pull that up?
Yeah, in the
If you don't
beginning
mind,
was
you
the
can.
Word, and the Word was with
Well,
God, and the Word was God. Go ahead, Sarah.
can I ask a question? If you don't think the Bible is the word of God, why do you care about it at all? Why is anything written in it important to you if it's you can't tell what's true and what's not, and you don't even think it's the word of God?
Well, because it's inspired by God.
But
But
you
God
just said you
recognized.
don't know that it's true. So why is that important?
Well, it's important because God has shown me. Once again, I'm into the personal thing.
He's a
God has
prophet.
shown me. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. You want me to tell the truth? I'm telling you what my personal.
Listen,
Hey,
if that's your delusion, have at it.
there's another insult. You're up to about 5, Justin. I've been very pleasant with you, and I'm not going to get into that. But what
I
I'm
owe you
saying
no
is,
pleasantries after all the vile stuff you said about me on your page.
dude, I'm not even going to get back. Dude, I got the receipts right here on my phone.
No, you don't.
You know what? Let's stay away from that because it's
Buddy, you started
ridiculous.
this, not me. You're the
I
one that made your
literally
whole page about me.
No, not just you. Don't flatter yourself. I got a lot of atheists that I
Imagine
deal
calling
with.
yourself the
I deal with some
atheist
big atheists.
destroyer, only to get destroyed by every atheist live you've ever been on.
That's funny. No, that's not true. But anyway, all I'm trying to say here is no. The Bible was written by man, inspired by God. Okay, we agree there. Now, moving on. It even says in that word that there's a way to read that. You got to have. It's like one of those.
But it's not true.
What?
Sarah's already addressed this. You just said that parts of the Bible are not true, so she's trying to figure out why you believe what it says.
Actually, let me take that back. I haven't found nothing that's not true in the Bible.
You just said some parts aren't true. This guy is tripping over himself.
No. Hold up.
Wild.
I was on the man written in Bible thing. No. Let me retract that.
Boy.
If you allow me to retract that. No, me personally, I have not found anything not to be true.
Sure.
So man wrote the Bible and he wrote it about God, and you think it's probably mostly true, but you're not totally sure?
No, it's all true. What I meant to say was there's inconsistencies of timestamps and how it was put together. That's really
not true.
No, it's true. Name one thing that ain't true, and I would sit there and tell you there's nothing in the Bible that I found not to be true.
Cool.
I think Justin's got that lined up for you.
Yeah. 1 Kings 15:5. David did what was right in the sight of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. So are we to conclude that David followed all the commands of God except for the stuff concerning Bathsheba?
Yeah, that I believe that happened.
You believe that's true?
That scripture right there, yes.
Sure, yeah. Are you aware of in 1 Samuel chapter 20? Not 20, sorry. We want 1 Samuel. Yeah, it was 20. Yeah, there we go. 1 Samuel 20, David is already married to Michal, and somebody is now coming to the palace to grab David. And this is what happened. It says, Saul sent messengers to David's house to keep watch over him, planning to kill him in the morning. David's wife Michal told him, if you do not save your life tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. So Michal let David down through the window. He fled away and escaped. And Michal took an idol and laid it on the bed. She put a net of goat's hair on its head and covered it with the clothes. What are they doing with an idol in their house?
What are they doing with the idol? I have no idea.
Sounds to me like he's got a graven image. That's one of the 10 commandments.
Yeah, he was breaking one of the 10 commandments. And
that means the passage we literally just read then is wrong. The passage we just read said that David did what was right in the sight of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite.
Well, you understand something, and I don't even want to sound like I'm apologizing for this, but I can only assume that, idol, something sitting in your house don't mean you're worshiping it. God had a problem with people worshiping these things.
He said don't make them.
Well, and you're calling it an idol. It could have just been some furniture.
So according to the commandments, it's okay to have a graven image as long as you're not worshiping it?
Where does it say graven image? Let me see that.
It says idol.
Idol, but not a graven image.
I assume the underlying text says something like a teraphim.
Which Bible are you in?
I'm in the NRSV, 1 Samuel 19.
I don't argue that Bible. I'm sorry. I don't argue that. If that's what we're going to argue, I can't argue that Bible. I'm sorry.
Well, read it in whatever Bible you want to. It's going to say the same thing.
No, it won't.
It will. I'll do it in the KJV for you.
All right. King James Version. All I'm trying to say here is...
You're not saying anything yet.
Yeah, that's your opinion. We all have them. We use, like other things, we use every single day. Okay? I normally put a toilet up. But what I'm saying is...
So in the King James, it says, Michal took an image and laid it in the bed and put a pillow of goat's hair.
Uh-huh. Okay. And?
So what are they doing with the graven image in their house?
You can't call it a graven image. Show me where it says graven image, please.
It's an idol.
It's an item. Plus, if we go back to
Not
the
an
original
item,
text,
it's an idol.
Idol. If you go to the original translation, you will find that was just a thing to let him know that they were there. Period. Dot.
It
You
was an
haven't proven
idol.
anything.
They put him in the bed to act as a decoy.
You ain't proving nothing here.
I
Nothing.
am.
What's that proof? They said a idol or item or whatever. It don't matter.
In the original Hebrew, it says exactly what I said it would. It says "hateraphim," which is an idol. Remember when Jacob fled from Laban and Laban caught up with him and said, "Hey, where are my household idols?" Those are called teraphim in the Hebrew. A teraphim is a household idol.
Okay.
Thank you, Space Monkey, for the galaxy. So David had graven images in his house, which is a violation of the commandments.
And David also, okay, and let you continue. David also had a lot of women. He was a womanizer. And
I agree. Okay. And it's
Okay.
also true that in 2 Samuel chapter 24, he sinned by taking a census of the people of Israel, right?
that's correct.
Okay.
I believe I'm with you there.
Which means the statement in 1 Kings 15 is simply not true. 1 Kings 15 says David did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and turned not aside from anything that he commanded him all of his days.
Who said that?
This is the author of the book.
Man, now we're back to what I was saying.
We're asking whether or not the statement is true.
Okay,
Is the statement in the Bible true?
I might have to agree with you on this one. That one is not.
There we go.
If he had an idol, first of all, I'm not convinced that the idol was an actual thing he worshipped.
That's what a
which was the
teraphim
actual
is.
thing.
A teraphim is an idol.
A graven image that people worship.
Yeah.
Did he worship it?
I have no idea if he worshipped it, but he had one.
Once again, you have not proven anything.
Have you
Just
read?
admitted that he did.
Well, he proved that. No, he proved that the idol was there, but did David worship the idol?
The provision has nothing to do with that. Let's read Exodus 20. You shall not make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above or that is on earth beneath. You can't make them. You can't have them.
And you shouldn't commit fornication. You still haven't proven anything there either.
The point is, it's a contradiction. He has shown you
Yeah,
where one
okay.
passage of the Bible says one thing and it contradicts another.
I'm glad you
if
said
that exists in your text, we know that there are things in your text that are false. And so
Okay.
you said that you think the Bible is written by man, but then it's
I know it
inspired
is.
by God, and that some of it's false, but no, actually you said it's all true, every part of it's true.
Right. I
I
retracted.
just said contradictory things. Which is it?
Okay, you just brought the word that I needed to hear, contradictions. And that right there, as of right now, I will concede to say that is a contradiction.
Fair enough.
No, your viewpoint is a contradiction. You said the Bible is all true, and you said you think parts of the Bible are false. Which is it?
No. I retracted the false, sweetie.
All right. Yeah, I think he did. Yep.
I did retract the false statement. I said, now I'm with you on there is contradictions because it was written by man. But that still doesn't mean it wasn't written about God. Now, here's the
we
thing.
know it was written about God, but all the people of the ancient world wrote about God. I don't believe their works, and I don't believe the Bible either.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that, yes, it was inspired by God, written by man. So there is contradictions. Okay,
There's
I
a
agree.
contradiction. That means part of it is false.
That's what that means.
Well, technically, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not technically, it's just
However-
definitionally true.
Okay, definitionally true. All right.
Great. So we agree that part of it is false.
All right, right. But watch this. You're trying. I'm assuming you're saying if he had the idols that are okay, yeah, that was there, But he also was a womanizer. God
I agree.
still thought, but he had a place in God's heart. He was not perfect.
But
That's all. Period.
No one's saying he
wasn't
was.
perfect. Okay. So, well, all I'm saying is, yeah, okay, the idol was there. I don't even, like I said, you haven't shown me where he was worshiping it.
I
but
never said he
I'll move
was,
on.
but
I
he had
digress.
one.
I digress. He was not worshiping that.
You are
idol.
digressing continuously.
He was not worshiping that.
I never
idol.
said he was.
owning the idol. Just Owning
And
the idol is breaking the law.
right, right. And he broke the law by having fornication and women. So he broke the law a lot. So
He did. I agree. He also
so what?
he also broke the law of not multiplying wives.
So what? And I'm not perfect, and
I never said you were perfect. Okay, anyways, so the fact of the matter is the Bible says things on quite a few occasions that are simply not true. So I have no reason to believe that this book is divine or from God. And even when we look at some of the bold claims of the New Testament, it's clear that they're literally just making things up. How well do you know the book of Jeremiah?
Jeremiah, off the top of my head, I don't recall anything, but as soon as you bring it up, I will remember.
I'm going to read a passage for you. In
I wanna get back to
Jeremiah
Jesus.
31 says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel, weeping for her children, refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Thus saith the Lord, refrain thy voice from weeping and thine eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, saith the Lord, and they shall come again from the land of the enemy." What's this prophecy about?
You know what? That's one of the ones I don't even know.
So
I'm not.
Jeremiah is writing as the children are being taken away in the Babylonian captivity, and he's reassuring the mothers of the children that they're going to come back. And we already know in chapter 25, he says they're going to come back after 70 years. The Israelites will come back, right?
Israelites come back. Which Bible are you in, by the way?
I'm in the King James.
Okay. I mean, I know it's funny. I'm just checking. I don't have my notes, so I'm at my uncle's house. But go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
So according to the text, this is a prophecy about the Israelites returning from Babylon and nothing more, right?
Thus said the Lord, refraining from voice weeping. Okay, and what's your point?
Okay. So my point is, if we go to Matthew chapter 2 and go to verse 17 and 18, when it refers to the children being slain in Bethlehem, it says, "Then was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, in Ramah there was a voice heard, or lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they were not." Which we just read Jeremiah. Jeremiah was clearly about the Babylonian exile, which means Matthew's making stuff up.
Okay, and once again, you're we agree there. We're not arguing the point of does the Bible have inconsistencies and was written by man. I think we agree there. So why are you showing me this?
Well, show me the part that wasn't written by man that I can actually trust.
Well, once you get down into the end of the book, that's when things start to get real.
In the book of Revelation?
Revelations.
But Jesus said his second coming was coming during the lifetime of his disciples.
I cooked another atheist on this on a video.
I'm certain you did not.
Yes, I did. It's on my atheist page. I cooked her.
Nobody's watching your Atheist Destroyer page.
Not over there. They watch it other places. I have more followers probably than everybody in this room.
Doubtful.
So let's don't play the follower shame game, please.
I find that doubtful.
Promise.
What other platforms are you on?
YouTube.
How many
I'm on
followers do you have
YouTube.
on YouTube?
Like 300,000 over there or something like that.
Oh, really? Is Darius Towns?
Yes, sir.
That's impressive. Now I'm going to look you up.
Yeah. I got another account with millions of followers, but I can't disclose that. So, no, I do this.
Darius Towns, you're a music producer.
Okay, yeah, we're not discussing my
So
personal life.
your YouTube channel has got 300,000 followers because you're a music producer, but it's kind of weird here because you've only got 6 videos listed and none of them have over 200 views.
I deleted all my videos with millions of views.
Or maybe you just purchased all your followers on YouTube?
That's what I cooked another atheist with
It
that.
sounds like
Please,
you're just
let's stay.
sounds like you're just a fake clown is what it sounds like. You bought somebody's account.
Trust me when I tell you, I deleted the videos. I have a video up about that too. Look, let's stay on focus here. Nobody in this room has more followers than me. Nobody has more views than me.
What
Okay?
videos did
Let's
you
just leave
produce?
it there. I'm not getting. We're not talking about that.
What artists do you work with?
A lot. Okay.
Name one.
Aaliyah.
You work with Aaliyah, so you know Bash.
Bash.
Sebastian Cole. Sebastian Cole wrote for Aaliyah.
Bash.
He
I
earned a
don't know him
Grammy for one of her albums. Surely you know Sebastian Cole if you're working with Aaliyah.
Aaliyah worked with a lot of producers over the years before she passed away. But
someone go get Sebastian Cole while we've got Darius up here. I want Darius to meet Sebastian Cole because I mean two different music producers. We'd love to see him in the same room. Wouldn't that be great?
Well, I'm not going to get on here and do this game. Look.
No, I'm just saying we know an actual Grammy award-winning producer that I think you might like.
I know him. I'll get in his lives and I follow him. I've been on his platform. I've been in his box.
You just said you didn't know him.
Yeah, I know who Sebastian is. He knows who we are. I got to say we because back then I followed my religion so strongly that I was ashamed to do secular music. That's why I deconstructed too, Justin. But it drew me closer to God versus you. Okay. Now I'm gonna say this much about that. I've been very successful in music, just as much as Cole. Besides, his Grammy has his name on it. I got 3 that don't have.
But you can't tell me other than Aaliyah that you worked. What song did you write for her? Or did you just produce the music?
No, Timbaland did the beat both times. Look, man, I was with a writing team. Okay, one of my best friends, he passed away now. Static Major was one of my best friends, we had a writing team. Okay, and that's just where I'm gonna leave at. I'm not here to discuss my music career.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm just here. I'm trying to be very pleasant with you. I haven't been insulting. I haven't been rude. I'm trying to.
That's fair. You're right. You've been way nicer than you typically are.
Why are you putting my page up? Why are you doing that?
Because you want people to follow you. Look, he's got 300.
I don't want nobody to follow me.
And 18,000 subscribers. And he's got 84 videos, but I don't really see a whole lot of them. Why can't I see any of these videos?
I took all the videos off. I did a video about me doing it, so that way I always got receipts. Okay, I got receipts for deleting. I had videos on there. I had I want to say 500 million views.
You've got currently 84 videos, and the most popular video has 1.7 thousand views.
Yeah, I took all the other videos down.
You made a bunch of popular ones. You just decided.
I'm in the process of
take them all
changing the
down.
channel over to the Atheist Destroyer, but I've been busy and I haven't been back on the page. But enough of that. As you see, if you see the guy in the video, one of the guys in that picture, that's Uncle Gang Gang. That should tell you everything you need to know about views with me.
You say Uncle Gang Gang?
Yeah, he's a big TikToker, and well, actually, he's famous. I write for him. He's one of my good friends. He's just one of the social media people I write for. I write for like 8.
Sure.
You know.
All right. Well,
So,
Darius, anything else? Should we cook on any other topic, or do we want to move on?
I wanted to get back. I wanted to do the light before our sun. I did want to cover that before we leave. This one is your people are going to say you cooked me on that, but hey, David never worshipped the idol. Is all I'm saying.
I never said he did.
Yeah, women. I know you didn't. I'm just that's my stand on that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. God, and let me say this. I'm not one of those Christians that try to sugarcoat God. God clearly was going to destroy everything, and he was going to destroy the whole world. But Noah found grace in his heart. So all I'm saying is God has never played to be this nice.
Why did God spare the family of Noah?
Well, yeah, he was going to do it all. He's going to take it all.
Right,
out.
but why did he choose to spare Noah and his family?
Because Noah found grace in his heart.
Sure.
Boom. And I'm okay. The reason why I'm okay with that, because man has taken. I know. Man has taken out more people than God. And he's been around for billions of years. Do what?
What did the flood accomplish?
The flood was, he was going to take the whole world, the earth out. Not even the whole world. That's another argument. You might want to watch a few of my videos. You probably won't.
Nope.
But it just takes too much time.
If I watched people's videos that made videos about me, I'd spend all my time watching those videos. I ain't got
Well,
time
they're
for
not
that.
about you, Justin. This song is not about you, okay? You just happen to be one of the people that pop up on my page the most.
That was good. If you intended that pun, that was a good pun. Please tell me you meant that. Please.
Like I said, man, I don't think you're a bad guy. I just, hey, you're atheist. You don't believe in God. I just wanted to be a voice for all these people getting on there, spending all this time on these pages, doing this. I said, I got to be a voice on the other side of this. That's all I'm here for.
Okay.
I get along with Cole really well because he's very pleasant and he don't play the tactic games. He's a straight up cat. That's why I get in his page. I go on his lives a lot and visit because of that reason.
Sure.
I'm not here to make no one bad. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying I have not been someone. I don't believe me. I've tried. I've done everything. I wanted to
How
know
come your
everything about it.
300,000 followers don't watch your videos?
Because I haven't been posting nothing, Justin.
When was your latest video?
My latest video, I write for people. You understand? I'm not the front person. Every now and then I get
because I'm looking at the page right now, and there's a video from 5 months ago, and there's only 98 views on it. What was happening? Yeah. What was happening 5 months ago that you had a video with 98 views on it?
I changed my format up completely, and I turned the whole page around. It was me and videos with Uncle Gang Gang, but I switched it.
But I'm trying to figure out why it is. Why is it the case that you've got 300-something thousand followers and you publish anything that gets less than 100 views? Because I could take a picture that's blurry of me doing literally anything, just eating a bag of Doritos, and post it on YouTube with only 17,000 followers, and I guarantee I get at least 1,000 hits.
I can do that on my main account. That one is...
Oh, you got a main account. Another one with hundreds of thousands of followers and no views?
Millions. And I get millions of views.
What's the name of it? Let's go.
As I told you, that's not for this, and I'm not going to have...
Oh, come on. This guy, I've never seen someone lie through his teeth so much.
Oh, my God.
Lapa
really?
Cat,
Justin,
thank you for the manifesting.
Let me shut all this down. Look, listen here. You understand? I was one of the people that changed how Facebook paid people.
I doubt that.
Now hold on. Me and Tom May, we did a video in 2015. It changed. It actually started the pay. It changed the pay scale. We have over 1 billion views,
which is why you can't get over 100 views today.
No, I get plenty of views on my regular stuff, on my regular channels.
You posted a video 5 months ago that had less than 100 views, and you've got 300,000 followers. Did those 300 followers, were they there prior to 5 months ago?
Yeah, I actually had more. I lost. It was almost 400,000. I lost about.
So when you made the video, you had 400,000 followers, and only 98 of them watched your video.
No. There was already a video that deterred a lot of my followers when I decided to
99.999% of them?
Dude, look.
This guy, no way this guy's telling me the truth. I've never seen someone lie so much. It's embarrassing that you make videos on your channel calling me a liar, and you're up here lying through your literal teeth.
You think I'm lying, Justin. You're
absolutely
wrong.
Trying. I know math, and that math ain't mathin'.
It don't have to math. When I took off all my videos,
Sarah, with no followers on your brand new Facebook page or YouTube page when you started it, did you get more than 100 views?
It ain't about that.
Yeah, I did too. I don't have a single video on my channel with less than 100 views. Not a single one of them. And I've got a fraction of the followers you do.
Okay, you want to pull stuff up. Let's play this game. Pull up my Facebook page. Pull up Darius Towns on Facebook.
Darius Towns? Like, you think... All right, hold on.
I mean, why you... I don't get.
You think you can't buy Facebook friends too?
Once again, you don't even have no evidence. All you have is you're looking at a page that I have a video up showing me taking the videos down and changing the page over.
Darius Towns, I got your Facebook page right now. 741 likes, 753
that is not
followers.
My page.
That's your page. That's your face.
It's my page, but it's my page, but it's not my main page. Darius Towns.
This guy's look at the intro on his page, guys. This is how I know he's gaslighting. His intro says YouTuber personality, comedian, and prankster. Yeah, this guy's a troll, is what he is. His
No,
Gmail
no. Go to
address
my
is the
regular page.
hilarious Darius. If I
No,
had
no.
if I had money to bet with right now, I'd bet that everything on this page is him being a troll.
Okay, let's bet some money then. Let's bet $1,000 that I am who I say I am.
A
You want
troll.
to do
I
it?
agree. Yeah.
No. That everything I'm saying is true, and you're wrong, calling me a liar once again.
You're literally
and
a
I'm taking
liar.
you. Okay, I bet you $1,000 that I'm who I say I am.
You're Darius Towns, I know, and you're a liar.
No, and I got all the views and all the everything I got. Everything I'm saying is true. You want to take me up on it or not?
No, I don't bet liars.
Yeah, that's a crop out. Anyway, that wasn't my real page. My main page is Darius Towns. Anyway, no, don't even pull
Hey,
it up. You know
Ian,
what?
welcome in, buddy.
I'm starting
Hey,
to
I
get
just
offended
I was
now.
I was browsing through Social Blade, and there's just like something that's so fascinating, like from a statistical point of view. Can you make me big for a second?
Sure, yeah. Let's
Okay.
take a look
So
at
we
this.
got let's go month by month. So we got like this 1 week. Isn't it crazy how you go from 1 million views, 1,500,000 views 1 week, and then the next week you're at 0 views? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy because I don't post on it.
And then the
next
next week you're at 0, and then the next and you're still, and then the next week another 1,300,000. Why are you doing
That
this?
is the dumbest thing ever, man. I mean, dude, what are you trying to prove with that? It shows that I
You
did what
bought
I
your
said.
views.
Buddy, you're
And
out there paying
you know
for
what?
followers and
Hold on.
views. They're bots. They're all bots.
Yeah, okay, you can make me smaller.
Holy shit. This guy, I've never seen a Christian lie this much. I mean, listen, I'm used to Christians lying and gaslighting, but this is next level.
Yeah, put $1,000 up to say everything I'm saying is true and you are wrong.
We already saw the proof.
No. Put the money up.
Buddy,
That ain't no
you're
proof.
you're on
Look at that.
YouTube right now. You're being recorded for all of history. Everyone's gonna see you getting exposed
Yeah.
live on YouTube. This is why
that's
he
the
never
part
wanted
that-
to actually get into the guest box, because he knew he was gonna make a fool of himself.
Dude, you are something else. I got receipts. Only you don't have any receipts. You're showing me what I just told you. That is a dead page.
Yes,
I
that
took
you
everything down.
paid for
Plus, I
your
got-
followers and for your views, which is
No,
why
I-
you have 0 views. Listen, nobody with 1 million views should have a next day with 0 views. I could post a blurry picture of my cat and it'll get at least 1 view.
Dude, that page is dead. I can't make any money on that page.
I know,
anymore for
because
real.
you have nothing but bot followers.
No. It was I got violations. I got
Yes,
shut
because
down.
you've got bot followers. I know.
No. It was from a video I did.
No, you got a
No, I
violation
did-
because your channel is full of bots.
Put your money up then, Justin, if you want to try this. I put a video up that got me banned on that channel.
Yeah,
and then
I know,
got
because
the
you
channel
bought 1
back.
million views. I'm aware of this. We just saw it.
No. I put a video up that was real edgy and it didn't go well, and it cost me that channel pretty
I'm
much.
sure
But
it
I
didn't
got
go
back,
well.
Okay. Look. All I can tell you is you're wrong, and I'm gonna prove you wrong. You can laugh now. Let me. Hey, dude,
Imagine
laugh.
this level of cognitive dissonance. It's wild to me.
Hold on, I'm gonna record. Y'all laugh again because I
It's
want to
already
make
recorded, big dog.
Buddy, it's recorded. It's going to be on Twitch. It's on YouTube. It's on TikTok. I guarantee there are people in the
gonna
audience
put
right
my
now
videos in
screen
the same
capturing
place.
this.
Anyway,
Everyone
I
who
told
screen captured this, by the way, everyone who screen captured this, post this to your TikTok tonight or tomorrow and
You
tag
still
me
in
in
your
it. I want
feelings
to
over
see how many people screen grabbed this guy up here lying. Oh boy, I'll be clipping this for
enjoy
YouTube, by the
this.
way.
Just believe me, I do this. I come in these rooms knowing what I predict, kind of what people are going to do. I can't believe you're doing it though. I expected better of you, Justin. But I tell you what, y'all record this.
You want some more?
This is going.
I'd love some more. Ian, what do you got, buddy?
Yo, it's more like totally normal numbers. So we got
Dude, that page is dead. I hadn't posted on that page
yo, we got
since last year.
Whoa, it's between 0 and all of it's like 1,000. Then we go over here and it's like, whoa, look at this, 2,000.
Yeah,
What a
exactly.
it's so strange. There's never anything other than like these like clean whole numbers.
I'm glad I'm
what a statistical
I'm
fucking
glad I'm recording
miracle,
this. This is
dude.
great.
What
Oh
are
my
the
God.
odds that the next one ends in like a 0?
I've never.
No way.
Never.
One.
Hey,
Oh
my vengeance is gonna
no!
be
No
strong
way!
enough for this.
Oh
I
no
appreciate you
way!
praying along.
How much
That's
money
right.
did you spend on these bots?
I already cooked another atheist with this. It looks one way, but it looks like what I'm telling you.
It looks exactly like he's buying
Okay.
bots, but don't believe your lying eyes.
All right. No. That's why video recorded me doing every step. No, I got violated
Oh,
for the
boy.
last time, and I got mad and took all my. I said, well, if they're gonna take me down, I took all my videos down, and that's when the channel went dead. And I ain't posted on there, but here and there. Period.
Bro, they
And that's
took your
the
channel
truth.
down because it's full of bots. You violated the YouTube terms of service.
No, that's not what got me taken down. I did
That's
a
literally what
video.
got you taken down.
No. I got the video. I still got the
All
copy.
right, I want you to
Look, I'm not gonna
post.
keep
I
going
want
back.
you to post a video tomorrow
Oh,
on
I'm
your
going
YouTube account, and if it does not get 500 views, you're a liar.
That's a dead page. I keep telling you that's
It's not a
my
dead
style.
page. Anybody with 300,000 followers doesn't have a dead page.
Well, they just gave it back. Well, they gave it back 6 months ago or something like
Doesn't
that.
matter.
And I ain't posted on there since because I got into it with YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, because they
And all
blocked
of
your
it-
account because you bought spam.
No, I got it back. I got the count back.
I subscribe to
I
you,
got-
Darius. I'm
No,
the
you
only
need
one
to-
watching your videos now.
I don't put none up, Justin.
I'm watching
Did you
every
know?
video you post forever.
Okay, I don't post on there. It's been 6 months. But I promise you, you are wrong. And I put $1,000 up right now.
Yeah, I'll pass.
You're gonna pass because why would you be scared if you know I'm lying?
Why would I make bets with random strangers on the internet with a habit of lying as though you're going to actually pay me
I'm
out
not lying, though.
or
I'm
tell
not
the
lying.
truth
You're
with whether
scared
evidence
because you
that you're
know
actually
I'm
going to
telling the
bring
truth.
up. So
No, you know I'm
now
telling the
he's got 301,000 followers now.
Look, okay, before I get out of here, I promise you I already recorded enough of this. And now I'm going to do another video, but I'm sorry, but I have to. You've got me in front of 700 people, and you're trying to make me a liar. And that's when I go to the
Well,
end of
actually,
it.
there's 700 people watching this right now on TikTok. There are 1,000 people watching on YouTube right now. There are 1,000
Okay,
people on
1,000.
YouTube laughing at you.
I don't care what they're laughing at because I'm telling the truth, and you are the one that won't take the bet.
I'll
Okay?
pass.
Yeah, you're going to pass because you know good and well I'm going to cook everybody involved in this.
How could you possibly?
Look,
How could you possibly prove that you didn't buy those views and those followers? Because we looked at the evidence. The evidence is clearly that you did buy them, and there's not a snowball chance in hell that you would ever pay me. So no, I'm not going to be taking your
why
bet.
wouldn't I pay you, Justin?
Well, I know you have enough money to pay me because you bought all those bot followers, but I don't believe
Are
that
you
you'll
kidding?
ever pay me because you're a liar.
I'm going to enjoy this. I'm letting you know that now. I normally don't enjoy this, but I will enjoy cooking everybody for this foolishness. Okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead. Before I leave, I'm going to shut all this down with letting you know that what I'm telling you
I tell you
is
what,
true.
Darius, I'll make you a deal, okay? Since you've been cordial with us, right?
Mhm.
I know you like have a testimony, you want to tell everyone about Jesus and whatnot, or I'll give you 2 full
No, I don't.
minutes to preach whatever message you want, and I won't interrupt you.
No, I don't. I already told you I don't preach to atheists. So I'm not here to.
Okay.
Then who do you preach to?
Imagine calling yourself the atheist destroyer, and that's what you bring. That's wild.
I know. I believe him. I believe Darius. I bet what happens, he has all these legitimate followers, and then at the end of every month, Satan comes in and buys him enough followers to make it an even amount so he'll look like a liar.
Oh, that's
and
what
then
it is.
Satan gave cancer to all of his real subscribers so he looks like a liar. This is his trial. This is his cross to bear.
Bro, where did they go? How do you have 300,000 followers and not at least 200 of them are watching a video? Wow. Big W, Ian. Thank you for all that.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Please.
You just made my night.
Yeah. Who is that person? What's that?
Dude, he calls himself the Atheist Destroyer, and he makes endless videos about me. He'll screen record my live stream and then just make video responses to me. Like after Like after every one of my live streams, there's like 5 videos of that he makes of me. Like his whole video channel is about me.
But apparently he's also a music producer / writer who produced for Aaliyah.
Also a comedian too.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, produced for who? Someone. Wait. Who's
Aaliyah?
Oh, dude, someone has a lawsuit on their hands. Hold on.
That's what I'm hearing. Because as it turns out, I know someone who produced for Aaliyah. He's not available right now. I was going to get him up in here, but anyways. Yeah, I think that I'm going to talk to Sebastian about this and see if he knows anything about this Darren Towns, because as far as I can tell, he's lying.
Have you taken a look at the Cameo page? I'm confused.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
What's
like the website?
Well, there's like a Cameo link, but it's just like a person who's not him. I'm confused.
In his YouTube channel?
Yeah, YouTube under the community tab. Yeah.
All right, let me grab it. I got it on the screen right now. So if I go to the community tab, oh yeah, Darius Towns. There's a cameo.
Yo, check the comments. This shit's insane.
No. I come from the what? I come from the Ivory Coast. I like your music, and I will share it.
Bro, it's all spam. It's literally all bots.
It is all bots.
And also,
I need your help with money.
It's a different person.
I need 100K to buy dialysis, my brother. They're all asking for money. They're all fake. Please help me. I need money. Help me. Please help me. $5,000. Oh, no. Oh, my God.
It's just a different person. The person is a different person.
Clearly. Wait, what
is this?
I have no idea. Okay, let's go back to his main page. Okay. So under his videos, I want to see if anyone even commented. Does he have any comments? Where are the comments? I don't see any comments. Did he have comments turned off? There's no comments. There is one like though.
Because nobody watched it.
There's no comments because nobody watched it.
Wait, check yeah.
This is it. There's a video. He got a video of me up here. I told you his whole channel's about me.
Yeah, what are the comments looking like for that one?
All right, let's see. Again, I don't actually see any comments here, man.
That's
oh, there we go. We got him. Okay. He's got 1, 2, 3 comments. 5 global extinction events that treated our planet. Oh, it's a real comment from a real person. And look, allegedly. Please stop lying. Allegedly, Ian. 20 seconds ago. Big W. At least 1/3 of his comments is from a real person. God. Holy shit. Crazy. Oh man, Ian, you're the best.
This guy's great. You should have this guy on as like a reoccurring segment.
Listen, I'm gonna try to get him back on. This guy's wild.
Yeah, we should get like a statistician up in here and calculate the odds for him. Like, what are the odds that week after week, wow, you got 2,000 this week, 3,000 this week, 2,000 that week. What are the odds that not one single week you'd have anything uneven?
Dude, the odds are astronomical. Astronomical.
Yeah.
All right, guys,
I'll let you get back to it, but
thanks,
yeah, I
Ian.
appreciate it. Yeah, it was funny.
Big dubs. I gotta grab some super chats, guys, and we'll get our next guest in here. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, brother, will you ever create a secular Bible study through the whole Bible? I will gladly pay for that. You know what? I don't know, because it's a time constraint for me, and unfortunately, my time is already pretty thin. But eventually, I will get there. I'm hoping in 2026 to do full-time content creation. When I get there, then I can start a new thing like a atheist Bible study or something like that. But for this year, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing because that's kind of all I have time for. But thank you for the super chat, though. Vinny Vincenzo, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Great name. Necessary precondition is a Darth talking point. Yeah, Darth and Matt Slick. Matt Slick does it. But to be fair, it's not a great talking point, but it's all they have. They don't have anything else. Cora, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Alex, thank you for the $5 super chat. Alex says, I can't show any evidence of my God to any atheist. Atheist destroyer, LL. Yeah, I know. It's wild to me that they come up here with these claims and then they just can't substantiate literally any of those claims. Johannes Brom, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, the law of God is bad. Atheist destroyer. He said it. He said it. That's what he said. And Josh, you are right. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He is a Dunning-Kruger, 100%. And OC Wolfman, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, Law of Moses isn't a following, been completed. You're wrong. It hasn't been completed. Jesus said that it's going to be in effect until the heaven and the earth pass away. But good try. Jackson 3000, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, whenever you have black Christians on, always ask them, would you like to live under the rules set forth by God in Leviticus and Exodus, specifically Exodus 20 through 21 or 21 through 20? Yeah, I wanted to get him on the slavery apologetics because I know he does some slavery apologetics, but he wouldn't take the bait, but I tried. Pat, again, with the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Pat. Says, yo, Justin, it's about to get real for the atheist killer. I know he thought he was going to take me down. Johannes Brans says, atheist destroyer, worst train wreck I've ever seen. I think that's a pretty good summary, actually. It was a train wreck. And Bonnie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Doug is a Pastafarian, and Doug is a Pastafarian, by the way. He really is. Also, Alex with the $5 super chat says, Vini Vidi Non Vici. Does that, Sarah, what does that mean? Did I miss something?
Vidi Vici? I don't remember. It's a thing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not popular. I'm out of the loop. I don't know anything from pop culture. If that meant something, I don't know what it meant. But 3 more super chats. Thank you, Johannes. Again, says truly hilarious Darius. Funny like a clown. He was a comedic relief. He gave us comedic relief. So that part of his profile was true. And Kenneth says, number 1, go to his video. He wants us to be his views. You're right. He got more views from this live stream tonight than anybody he's going to get like in the last year. But Cyber...
It's Latin. I came, I saw, I conquered.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate that.
Thank the comments. Yeah.
Cyber Deconstruction, good to see you on YouTube. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Cyber says, justice for lying Darius. He was lying, absolutely. And Ergo, thank you so much for the $6.66 super chat, saying great work. I really appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, Tony, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You should have a link to our Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet now. Everyone who is at the Kraken Crew Elite subscription can access our Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. All right, let's grab our next guest. We're going to get Daniel James in here, I think. How you doing, Daniel?
Hey, pretty good, man. I'm actually a fan of your channel.
Oh, well, thanks for watching.
Yeah, so I, too, am a deconstructed Christian. I'm not sure how you call it. I do go to a Christian university, and on my TikTok page, I try my best to kind of not be biased. I try to do, like, literal historical Christianity. I try not to fall into the apologetic crap because I don't really consider myself a Christian anymore. I consider myself an Ebionite, and I'm sure you've heard of them.
So you still believe in God, just not the traditional Christian sense. You're an Ebionite.
Yeah, so one of the things I always kind of, when I try to... Oh, go ahead.
Why did you pick the Ebionite view?
Because most scholars, and I'm sure you know this, most scholars kind of say this was probably the closest we have to the historical Jesus. And it's a Jewish religion. Jesus, the historical Jesus of Nazareth, was a Jewish man. And if you actually look at the 7 authentic letters of Paul did not believe Jesus was God. That was a creation of this John the Elder, and we have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Okay, so what would be the evidence that your particular version of God is real?
It's really tough to kind of always prove if there's a God. I always tell my atheist friends that, like, it's like I can't really prove it. I do like to bring up that I do agree with science on terms of evolution, and energy. Energy never dies. So I always try to say, like, when you actually look at, we have to be kind of, what's it called? We kind of have to be, look at the church fathers' writings with a grain of salt when they talk about Ebionites. But they kind of go back to that verse in Jeremiah 8:8, the false pen of the scribe has made the Torah a lie. And when you look at the teachings of Jesus, it's obvious he was against sacrificing and he was against murder. So I'd like to say that scribes added a lot of those sacrifices and verses, because it's the same as other pagan countries. Like, oh, go into this country and wipe them out. Sacrifice to me animals.
Well, where do we find that Jesus was against sacrifices?
Well, I'm going by the Gospel of the Ebionites, where he says to the scribes and Pharisees, I've come to put an end to your sacrifices. If ye don't cease from the sacrifices, the wrath will not cease from you.
So an extra biblical text.
Yeah, because I always like going to all we have in the first 100 years of Christianity, because Christianity was always diverse. There's no going around that. And a lot of that comes, we see it in Galatians. Paul and Peter and Barnabas and James definitely have a parting of ways. So
true.
It's sad to see Christians try to cover that up. I think it does a disservice to.
So, couple questions. The Old Testament is corrupted. It's from the lying pen of the scribes. The New Testament has got a bunch of stuff in it that we shouldn't trust. How did you come to the conclusion that Jesus was the Messiah?
So when I came to the conclusion, again, I've always been a Christian, but I like when I was deconstructing from Christianity, I noticed, like the actual messianic prophecies in Matthew were not messianic prophecies, but one of my professors that I like to listen to, he recommended James Tabor. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Very familiar with James.
And James brought up, when he reads Matthew in its original Greek form, it's almost not even saying it's a prophecy. It's more like poetry. Like, so as this was a sign to this story, it is a sign again. So I don't take those as prophecies. I say, no, that's just poetry. It's like Star Wars. It's poetry. It rhymes. One of the big things, though, is I always look to the verse in Isaiah. I'm bad with numbers. I apologize. Where it talks about the Spirit of the Lord being put on the Messiah, and the lion shall lie with the lamb, and there will be no sacrifice, no bloodshed on his holy mountain. And I kind of see that, and you probably would disagree with me, but I see that as kind of the abolishment of sacrifice. And I don't believe any religions sacrifice anymore, do they?
A bunch of them do. Oh, Sarah, thank you so much for being here. It was great to see you. Guys, make sure you're following Sarah if you're not. Although TikTok may be going away, but we'll see. I'm going to try to VPN it. We'll see what happens.
I'm on YouTube too.
Yes, follow her on YouTube, guys. If TikTok goes away and you're not following people on YouTube or Twitch or wherever else, then we're going to lose track of each other, you know? But, Sarah, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Cheers. So Isaiah 11 is the passage that you're referring to?
I believe so. That's the one where it says the lion shall lie with the lamb, the kid shall eat, the lion shall eat straw like the ox and stuff like that. For me personally, go ahead.
The rest of the chapter is pretty clear that this is about a time of world peace and the collection of all the remnant of Israel, right? In verse 12, he says he will raise... Sorry, let me put it on the screen so you can see it. He says he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
Yeah, well, one thing about that verse, too, when I read it, there is... So a good majority of the world, including Islam, believes Jesus is the promised Jewish Messiah. So I wonder if, like, again, I don't know. I never say that I know. I always say that I believe God is beyond the Bible. You can't trust everything in the Bible because a lot of it isn't true. So I kind of see that as halfway fulfilled, because we know that Jude, which is I believe an Ebionite text in the New Testament, because it's nothing like the Pauline writings, he quotes Enoch as Holy Scripture,
Sure
and
does.
at least First Enoch. And one thing about First Enoch is when it talks about the Son of Man, this two powers in heaven, I always think maybe the Messiah, Christ, had to fulfill that, because I don't believe Christ was pre-existent. I don't believe in God becoming man, because then it destroys the whole point of the redemption of man, because it's like, well, of course God was going to redeem man. It's easy for him. He just became a human being. Where I like the thought of, which goes against Christianity, and it would get me in trouble if I said this in a church, but I don't believe men are horrible sinners. I mean, we're not all perfect, don't get me wrong, but I don't believe we're like these nasty, disgusting things. I feel like, and it's one of the things why I think there's a God, it's just every man, no, every religion, every man, I always think wants to be good. Sure, we have some that are just pure evil. I get that. But I think majority of humans, would you agree, try to be good, or at least kind of know the difference between good and evil?
Yeah, I think most people are trying to be good. That's my take on humanity. But the Book of Enoch says crazy things. You don't think the Book of Enoch is true, do you?
The Book of Enoch does say crazy things. It's one of those things where when I read the Book of Enoch, when it does talk about the Son of Man and the Messiah, he's a second power in heaven, a little Yahweh, they call him. That does sound like Son of God, a little Yahweh, a Son of God. So for me, I kind of feel like the Messiah, had to also sit in heaven as a second power in heaven, like a correction of the Torah and the horrible butchering of animals. Like I think I read somewhere. Did you see that Christology movie that came out?
No.
I think like 70 animals were slain a day in the temple. Like that's horrendous.
Right, but you don't believe that the Book of Enoch is true, do you?
I kind of do think it is, but I'm willing to listen to your counter why you don't think it is.
Well, the Book of Enoch literally describes how the sun goes over and around the flat Earth through the firmament of the dome firmament, through the windows of the firmament at the base where it meets the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's true. I remember that verse.
Yeah, it says that there's windows, and I know that some people in the audience that haven't actually read it, and I usually talk about it, but I never draw a picture. But I got a whiteboard. So for those who've actually read Enoch, like the guest has, in the Book of Enoch, there is there we go. There's a flat Earth with Sheol, and hellfire and all that stuff down here, and this is the dome, and in order to understand, because the ancients were trying to figure out how the sun went around the Earth when it was in the firmament, right? Because on the outside of the firmament, it was not a place for the sun, and they had various ideas of what was on the outside of the firmament. But they suggested that it goes around the firmament like so, and then out the window of the firmament, and then down below the Earth, and then back through another one like this. And this is how the Book of Enoch describes the sun cycle. So, like, it seems to me like this is not revelation from God.
You are correct. I think the one thing is too, and again, we have to take the church fathers with a grain of salt, because they were saying the Gnostics were eating babies and having, grape fests and stuff like that. So we have to take it with a grain of salt. But they did, I think it was Irenaeus said that the Ebionites didn't believe the prophets of the Old Testament were influenced by the Holy Spirit. They were influenced by their own power in a way.
Well, the Sadducees agreed. The Sadducees didn't accept any of the prophetic books. In fact, they didn't think that any of the books after the Torah were inspired.
And if I'm remembering right from the little bit of the Gospel of the Ebionites that we do have, it actually does say there was Pharisees and Sadducees that were baptized by John the Baptist. So there's a good chance that and we know from Josephus when he describes John the Baptist, and I always look to the Arabic text for the Jesus part, because it's those
I agree.
interpreters are like James Tabor said, interpreters back then were really stupid.
So for those who don't know, in Josephus Antiquities Book 18, when it refers to Jesus, among the scholars, most of them tend to believe that the edition that was preserved in the Arabic is likely probably the original version, until we discover something newer or something that goes back further. But the Arabic version seems to make the most sense. I agree with you.
And same with James. He brings up, it's funny because I'm a big fan of James the Just, and I always bring up it that we have more on him outside the New Testament, even from non-Jewish Christians like Josephus, than we do in the New Testament. I think that was a cover-up.
Well, I think part of the problem is there is someone named James the Just, or Yaakov the Just, that was already existing during the Dead Sea period around 100 BCE. So you have to be a little bit careful with some of the sources from antiquity, because there was more than one James the Just.
True, yeah. James was a very popular name. It still is. My middle name's James.
Yeah. So anyways, what's your name again? It's what's your first name? Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel James.
Daniel, it sounds like you've done some study time and some deconstructing, but I think my audience wants to see me cook somebody, and I like you too much to cook you right now. I feel like we can have a good conversation.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I just wanted to come on and talk with you. I'm a fan. I listen to you. I like hearing you cook Christians when they're trying to defend slavery, because I do not believe, if we go by the actual teachings of the historical Jesus, and they're very similar to the Essenes at at Qumran, who were against slavery. They believed in serving each other. So yeah, I love seeing that, because I was like, I don't believe God ever intended that, but you have every right to not believe in God, and I think that's one of the things that have been lost is Jesus flat out said how to earn salvation: love God and love your neighbor as yourself. For some reason, Christians don't do that. I don't know if they've ever done that.
They don't know how to do it. But listen, Daniel, thanks for coming up and chat, and drop me a DM so I can follow you back.
Thanks, man. And correct me on my videos, because sometimes, I'm still in school. But just say, hey, man, this part's wrong, but good video, something like that.
Sure thing, absolutely. Also, join our Discord. We can dialogue offline about some of these topics on Discord.
For sure, man. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you.
See you later.
And W Daniel for deconstructing. It's not easy. It's very difficult to deconstruct, and he obviously still believes in something, but I mean, he's doing the work, it sounds like. So he's on the path. Pat, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, greatest cook job I've ever seen. Incredible. Oh yeah, referring to Darius Towns. Yeah, he really got cooked bad. He got cooked really bad. Jason, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, thanks for cooking so many. Doug is pleased by the aroma of your burnt offerings. Praise Doug. I'm hoping that Doug makes an appearance at BajaCon. Yes, Jason, I'm hoping to get to BajaCon this year. And when I do, I will bring Doug and Sharon Stone. For sure. We won't let the Stone be rejected. Thank you so much, Doc, for the $5 super chat. Doc says, for the previous guest, Iceman has a great book, James, the Brother of Jesus. Yes, it is a good book. Actually, there's been a couple books written on how the early church has tried to connect James, the Brother of Jesus, with the James the Just, as it is in the Dead Sea Scrolls and whatnot. But with that, let's get our next guest into the queue here, guys. All right, we've got looks like Minar on the screen. How you doing, Minar? I don't wonder if he knows he's live. Hey, Minar,
James.
There we go. How you doing?
The Just, as it is in the Dead Sea.
Are you playing the audio through your computer?
Looks like Minar.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So you can't play the audio through your computer speakers because it backfeeds into your microphone.
That's the only way I can hear you.
Minar, James.
Got it?
There we go.
You got to have headphones. If you don't have headphones, then the audio is going to backfeed out of your speakers into your microphone endlessly.
Are you playing audio?
All right. Sorry, Minar. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Get some headphones and we'll try again. All right. We had Nessa in the queue, but Nessa, for some reason, you're not working right now. I don't know what's going on, Nessa. I'm clicking on your name on the YouTube queue, but it won't actually bring you up. You might have to drop out of the queue and come back. Something's broken on your end, but we'll grab another guest here from the TikTok queue. Maybe. We'll see if they can connect. Maybe. Jan says the King James Webb version. I like James Webb. Not a fan of King James all that much. Although I heard his book on demons was pretty dope. All right, that guest couldn't connect. So we'll grab. We'll try to grab Maynard again. How you doing, Maynard? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep. I think.
All right, great. Nice to have a talk with you, Deconstruction. I hear you're basically getting pretty famous here on the interwebs.
I don't really know if I'm getting famous, but I'm having a good time.
That's great, man. I'm sure you're having a great time, man. I see you guys were having a blast earlier with that dude. I do want to say that dude should be making more videos. I believe he should be making apology videos for making me listen to all of them.
Yeah, I think we agree with you.
God damn. All right, anyways, so I really want to dive into the meat and potatoes of this. I think we disagree on the correct moral structure that will benefit society and create let's say, a thriving society. So
I don't even know what your moral structure is.
Okay, so I believe, for example, that subjective entity is very flawed and it's impossible for subjective entity.
So what God do you worship?
So I worship the one God.
What's his name?
I mean, you can give him whatever name you want. I just worship a singular God. I'm a monotheistic ideology.
So you pray to a nameless God?
Yeah. I say God when I pray to him. I pray to God. Yes.
Why do I feel like you're a Muslim up here lying to me?
What does it matter if I'm Muslim or not?
I'm just asking. Are you lying about actually having a religion?
I'm not lying.
Sounds like you are.
How am I lying?
Okay, so swear on the nameless God that you don't actually have a religion, that you just pray to a nameless God.
But what does this have to do with anything? Why do you need to know my religion?
Just swear on your nameless God that you don't actually have a religion.
I'm sorry, I never made that claim that I don't have a religion.
Okay, what's your religion?
I'm not gonna disclose that right now.
Of course, because you don't want to get cooked on your Muslim God. I know.
Why do you need to do that? Why do you
think that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree?
Do you think that 6-year-olds? I asked you a question already. You're going to answer it. Do you think that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Yes or no? 1 million abortions.
Nobody heard your question. Do you believe that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married? Yes or no?
Do you believe in America?
You're muted. No one can hear you. So you're muted until you answer my question. It's a very easy question. You can scream at the screen. No one can hear you. But my question was very easy. Do you believe? Listen, I don't know why you're still talking. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. Do you believe? It's yes or no. Do you believe in Iraq that they should allow 6-year-olds to get married? All right, it's 9-year-olds.
I will answer that once you tell me.
Nope, you're going to answer it right now. It's a yes or no question. This is my live, not yours. I make the rules here. So it's yes or no. Do you believe in Iraq that they should be allowing 9-year-olds to get married?
You don't know how to debate.
Okay, so you're just going to cry and run away. Okay, you can cry. Just cry. Oh, these crocodile tears. I'm too afraid to defend my God. I'm ashamed. No one can hear you. I don't know why you're yelling. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear a word you're saying. Until a yes or no comes out of your mouth to my question, you will not be engaging in any dialogue. You're still muted. You're still muted. No one can hear you.
Moral thing to happen. Never.
No, does he? This guy has no idea what's happening. Well, we'll draw it for him since he's busy talking, so he can't actually hear what's happening. So we'll just draw him a picture real quick. Yeah, there we go. We'll just make a head here with a nose and a mouth. There we go. And we'll give him a neck. There we go. And we're going to put sound waves coming out of his mouth. We'll give him some eyeballs and some nostrils. There we go. We can't hear you. You're muted. Nobody can hear you, dummy. Watch him spaz out. Look, he's shouting now. He's literally shouting at the screen.
Another question.
Are you done with your tantrum?
You don't know how to debate.
Are you done with your tantrum?
You don't know how to debate.
Are you ever going to answer my question?
You're a trash debate.
Okay, so I'll just let you stay on mute then.
And again.
He's so mad. It's so crazy how upset they get when you just like bring up their religion. They're terrified. Listen, when I was a Christian, there was nothing I loved more than for people to ask me about my God so I can tell them about my God. This guy is literally running from his God. Look at him shouting at the screen like someone's listening. Nobody's listening to you. I'm sorry? Come again? No, nothing? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. How long should I let him crash out? Do you think he's ever going to stop talking? He can hear me, yes. That's the fun thing about the mute system is he can hear me, but I'm sorry. He can hear me, but I can't hear him. No one can actually hear him. I'll just leave him in the background. All right, we're going to leave him in the background, and I'm going to get the next guest up in here. We're going to get Pete up in here. This is wild. How you doing, Pete?
Hey, g'day, mate.
Pete, welcome in. How you doing? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Mate, I am not. I'm just currently deconstructing, so I've just come out of it. But been watching a few. I kind of stumbled onto Daniel's video. I think you know him, and he's really kind of helped me a little bit in my journey. And then it's kind of come over to you, kind of helped me a little bit the last couple of months. So thank you so much for everything you guys do on here. Hey.
Sure. Well, listen, I really appreciate the kind words.
I just wanted to. Sorry, I think it's lagging a little bit. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll just.
Oh, we lost him. Pete, we lost you. Come on back when you get the chance. Sorry about that, Pete. He's going to be up here. Yeah, look at him flexing. Oh, he's such a strong man. Oh, big man. Big old muscles. Big old muscles. Oh.
Hello.
Look at him. Literally, look at the veins. Look at the veins in his neck. Anyways, how you doing, Robert? Welcome in. I'm just going to put him in the middle of the screen here for a while. Robert, you with us?
Hello.
How you doing, Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Robert, can you hear me?
Hello?
Robert, sorry, you got an audio problem. You got to fix your audio and come back. Thanks for stopping by, though. How long is he going to yell at the screen? Does he think anyone's listening to this? How you doing, Victor? Oh, Victor dropped. That didn't last very long. Victor might have been up here by accident.
I was on the YouTube queue, and he is yelling like crazy. He's beefing with the other guests.
He's yelling at the other guests in the YouTube queue? He's yelling with the other guests in the YouTube queue right now. That's what he's... I can't with these people tonight. I can't. I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying, guys. Hold on, I gotta get some Kraken. It's crazy. He's yelling with the other people waiting in line.
When he, when he was flexing his arms, he was flexing it too.
Oh my god. This is too much. This has been a crazy night. I'm taking Kraken straight from the bottle tonight, guys.
And the thing is, he's asking you about abortion. Within his paradigm, abortions are allowed.
I know. These people are wild. Listen, I'm going to grab another theist, but stay up with me.
Of course. Yeah.
I will grab Flocat. He's still... Look at him go. This guy's wild. Imagine being this angry every day. This is definitely getting clipped. I'm posting this like tomorrow or the next day as soon as I can clip it. This is crazy. I've never seen someone crash out so hard. We're trying to get the next guest up in here. We'll see if Flowcat can connect. While we're doing that, thank you, Hashi, for the $2 super chat. Hashi says, "Hey, Justin, you're going to catch UFC 311 this Saturday." I'm sorry, I will not be catching UFC, but I love actually watching a little bit of UFC, actually. I'm a big fan of UFC. We're having a little trouble with Flowcat not connecting. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in, but you know, it's one of those things with TikTok tonight. It's been a little bit slow for guests connecting. So I'm going to try to wait them out, see if they'll be able to connect, you know? That's right, Thistle Honey. He's wearing himself out. You have to treat them like children. Eventually, they'll cry themselves to sleep. You have to let them really work it out, and then afterwards, you know, give them a nice little bottle and tuck them in. They'll be fine. This is kind of that's kind of how things work, you know? I will try to get Robert back in here. Robert hopefully has got the audio situation fixed up. How you doing, Robert?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Good. I heard you earlier. Well, it's been a while ago because I've been waiting a while. You was talking about, I think you're talking about healing, and you went to the scripture saying these signs shall follow them that believe in my name. They should cast out devils, speak with new tongues.
Yeah, we were talking about that verse. What about it? Wait, so for starters, are you a Christian?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what's the evidence that your God is real?
Well, the thing that makes me think God is real is when the Bible talks about people going to die. I mean, I see people dying every day.
Every holy book talks about people dying.
Yeah, like in the beginning, say if you do this, you do that, you will surely die. And another thing is when it talks about how the herbs heal their body. Then I see how herbs heal people's body every day. So those are the things that make me believe he's for real. Not to talk about people, because people talk about Christianity and all other religion all the time, and most of the time be wrong. So I don't go off what people, think they believe, because most of the time it be wrong.
But you said a bunch of stuff, but I'm not sure you actually said anything yet. I'm trying to figure out why you believe that this God is real.
I told you because the Bible says that beginning from Adam and Eve, that if you eat all the fruit, you will surely die. And then we see people surely dying all the time.
But they actually didn't die. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die, which that didn't happen.
Yeah. It said people surely die.
Oh, he dropped. He finally dropped.
No. Hello? Hello?
Hold on a second. Look, I got.
Oh, talking about the other guy? Yeah, he crazy. He crazy.
He's still here somewhere. Hold on. Did he leave?
When he was flexing. When he was flexing, he was flexing it to a guy in the queue called Messiah.
I know. I'm looking at the guy in the queue called Messiah. I just turned his camera on real quick, and he's got his shirt off, and he's out here shadow boxing people. The Muslims and the Christians are fighting with each other in the comments.
Yeah.
Dude, just got his underwear showing, just out here shirtless. Hold on.
Oh, what are you doing?
What?
What?
What is he doing?
That guy's great.
He's so
crazy.
upset. Dude, these people are insane tonight. Listen, this is a real person. This is a real person in real life.
Boy.
Oh my God. He turned his camera off. That was enough. All right. Okay, anyway, sorry, Robert. It's been a crazy night, Robert.
Yeah, I know. That got crazy. I seen.
Okay, so my
like
point
that,
was the Bible says that in the day that you eat of it, you'll die. Right? So God didn't tell the truth.
Oh, I think he did because he see people dying. He was talking about.
But we know people die. We've known that forever.
Sin and stuff, we're gonna die.
Well, the Ugaritic mythology talks about people
But
dying,
who
right?
said that? Who was the first one said that?
Well, so that's what I'm saying. In the Ugaritic mythology, there is a line that is spoken by one of the gods that says that death sits at the table and eats whatever it wants with both hands, and that the mouth of death is what's the word I'm looking for? Unquenchable. So the Ugaritic tablets that came far before the Bible claims that death has a 100% win record. So does that mean that the Ugaritic pantheon is real? Also, Legend, thank you for the fiery dragon hat. I appreciate that. So do you believe that Baal and Mot and Anat and Athtar and Asherah are all real?
Well, like I said,
No. But they say something about death that's true.
Because see, I was born in the Christian time, so that's what I believe in.
Right.
Yeah, and I believe, about those people way before they, I just don't know about those way back, and all I deal with the time that I'm in,
What state is your
Christian
accent?
time.
What state is your accent from?
And Mississippi.
Okay, I was trying to figure out if it was Mississippi or Louisiana. It's a fun one to listen to. But
I'm a country boy.
So, is the Bible completely true in everything that it says, or just true in the death part?
Well, I believe it's true in everything.
Okay. If the Bible,
but people just get things out of context. Okay.
If the Bible wasn't true in everything that it said, if it said something that wasn't true, what would that mean?
Well, that'll mean that God will lie you, and the Bible says he can't lie.
I agree. Yeah, let's touch on that, right? So there's a passage in the Bible. If you go to Ezekiel 33, I'm sorry. Let's grab Ezekiel 33. It says, "As I live, says the Lord God, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from their ways." So does God take pleasure in the death of the wicked or not?
No.
Definitely not, obviously, right? But when we go to Deuteronomy 28:63, when he talks to the Israelites about when they disobey him, it says, "Just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction." So in Deuteronomy 28, he does take delight in destroying the wicked.
Right, like you said, because they were disobedient.
Right, but what I'm saying is in Ezekiel, it says that the Lord does not take delight in the destruction of the wicked.
Well, see, when you're dealing with the old law, that was during the time. Well, first of all, to make this thing real simple and easy, if we can get this in order, everybody will really have a more idea. First of all, we had the time of Noah. During the time of Noah, the only patriarch would say the head of the family.
Well, you're breaking up on us, Robert.
The Ten Commandments of Moses. And so what happened then, under the law, like people say they're living under the law now, but we're not sacrificing animals anymore. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear it now. But listen, Robert.
Hello?
I appreciate being here, but it's getting late. I've got to get to bed. And I think our connection's pretty poor, and your smoke detector is driving my audience crazy. So I gotta move on. And now your audio is broken again, which I figured it would be. But thanks for being here, Robert.
Okay.
To come back anytime, but try to get Wi-Fi, okay? All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Let me grab the last of our super chats here. We got some fun ones. Josh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Josh says, someone needs to make a hand puppet of the Muslim guy. Oh, for sure. Although, like, if anyone could say, like, what would be a good caricature of a Muslim person, that's him. That's the guy. That's the guy I envision when I see a Muslim person. Just angry. Emerald, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, great stream to be my first LMAO. Yes, I'm so glad you're here for your first stream. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you so much for Apothic Phoenix. No, Aphotic Phoenix. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, crazy night. Thanks for the great show. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And it was a hell of a show tonight, guys. It was a wild show. I've got a headache now, actually, after all the craziness tonight. GH, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, that chirp is giving me lead poisoning. I agree. I can't handle the smoke detector chirp. Listen, if your smoke detector has bad batteries, either change it or take the damn thing out and let your house burn down. But how can any sane human being live with that chirping in the background? And Alosa, thank you for upgrading to Kraken Crew Elite. You now have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And Wilma Dicklift, one of the best names on YouTube. Thank you so much for that name. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, this is the greatest live of yours I've seen so far. Muslims shadowboxing Christians, dogs marrying cats, and it's the beginning of Doug's judgment. Hell yeah. The world's falling apart because Doug is ready to judge. Oh my gosh. Now, guys, we have to go raid a live right now. Who's live right now? Well, let me go pull it up. Who is?
Cyber is live.
Cyber Deconstruction's live right now? There are a lot of horrific stories in the Bible. Let me grab them real quick. Let me grab Cyber Deconstruction's live. I gotta log in. For some reason, TikTok decided to log me out. It does that periodically. I think it's because I'm logged in using TikTok Studio. Cyber and Mezzo is live right now. Of course, yeah, I've got to verify my account before I let me log in. I don't know why it makes me do that every time. No one's hacking into my account, guys. I don't know what you're doing, TikTok. All right, great. Let me... Okay, let me log into the account there so everyone can see my screen. There we go. Guys, we've rated Cyber a lot. So let's go ahead and give Mezzo a raid. We haven't raided Mezzo in a while. So I'm going to get Mezzo's screen up here. And there we go. We got his account, and I'm going to put it on the screen. This is where we're going, guys. Mezzo_WS. He's live right now, and he's cooking. Let's see where he's at right now. He's at 282 followers, guys. Let's get this thing up over 320. Let's go. Let's everyone over in Mezzo's live right now. Mezzo_WS. Let's get over there. Let's get him over 320. Tell him I sent you. Tell him Justin sent you. Tell him M sent you. Also, M, thanks for being here with me.
Of course, this was fun.
I've missed you, but it's always glad to have you.
Yeah, thank you for having me up. Have a good night. Bye.
Absolutely. Cheers. Guys, make sure you follow him. We're over 300. We're at 308. We're at 308, guys. We're almost there. Let's get this thing over 325. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost there. We're at 312. I'll see you over there in just a minute when we get this thing over 325 so I can end this stream and meet you over there. I see 319. We're almost at the goal, guys. Are we at 325 yet? 325? Can I get a 320? There we got 320. We 320, 321, 321, 325. All right. Very good, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the gifts and all the support and all the likes and all the shares. And we'll be back in the very near future doing this whole thing all over again.